A few introductory words. When I gave this seminar on the laws at the University of Chicago, I had to show first the relevance of the laws to students of political science or generally social science. I had to justify that before the tribunal of social science. The gist of the justification was this. I borrow now a phrase from Marx, meaning, of course, Groucho. I had to show somehow that not to read Torquay Parsons and similar people is to have a liberal education. Now here in St. John's, such justifications are not necessary, and therefore I can turn immediately or almost immediately to the laws, deploring that you have not yet copies. Some of you have, I see. Now, my attention was attracted to the laws in particular about 40 years ago when I was a student of Jewish medieval philosophy and therefore also of Islamic philosophy, because at that time the relation was slightly different from what it is now. And there I read in Avicenna that Plato's Laws is a standard work on the subject of prophecy, which means in that context on revelation. Perhaps you will see soon that this is not altogether far-fetched. And then I saw that prior to Avicenna, who lived in the 11th century, a man who was regarded as superior to Avicenna, called Farabi, had written a paraphrase of Plato's Laws, a work which by now is accessible in publication together with a Latin translation. Now, in the introduction, Farabi tells the following story, which I will read you. It has been related that a certain hermit was well known for his goodness, righteousness, asceticism, and piety. He became so famous that he feared harm might befall him from the despotic ruler of the city, and so he decided to flee. The Sultan issued an order for his arrest wherever he might be found. The hermit could not leave by any of the city gates and was afraid to fall into the hands of the Sultan's men. He finally disguised as an idler, obtained a cymbal, pretended to be drunk, and early in the evening came singing to the city gate. A guard asked who he was. He answered, "I am so-and-so, the hermit." The guard thought that he was joking and so did not stop him. So he escaped without telling a lie. Now, this is a kind of foil. This hermit is a kind of foil for Plato. For Plato was not a hermit, and Plato was not so much concerned with never telling a lie, to put it mildly, as Farabi makes clear in the same context. But yet I will not go into the differences between Plato and that hermit. I thought the story itself is not uninteresting. Now let us forget about the after history of the laws and turn to the laws itself. Now, one word about another Platonic writing. In the Platonic dialogues, in the traditional order of them, the laws is preceded by a dialogue called Minos. This is the Socratic dialogue devoted to the question, what is a law? It appears that not all laws are good, And it seems that the best laws are the laws of Crete, which were given by Minos, a son of Zeus, and the only one ever instructed by Zeus, the highest god. But Minos was very unjust, so it was said, to which Socrates replies, that's an Athenian myth. The Athenians said he was an unjust man because he had defeated the Athenians in war. The net result of the dialogue seems to be this, that an Athenian looking for the best laws must go beyond the Athenian laws. He must disregard them, sit at the feet of Minos, who was an enemy of Athens. Now let's come to the laws itself. The Laws is Plato's most political book. One can say it is his only political book. The chief character in the Laws, called the Athenian stranger, elaborates there a code for a city to be founded, which means he engages in political activity. In Plato's Republic, they found a city, but only in speech, not in deed. Socrates was prevented from political activity by his daimonia, as he tells us in the Apology. So that Socrates is absent from the laws is not only due to the fact that the dialogue is located in Crete. And yet, when reading the dialogue and watching the Athenian stranger, we are constantly reminded of Socrates himself. When Aristotle in his Politics speaks of the laws, he takes it for granted that these speeches here are speeches of Socrates. And Aristotle knew the laws at least as well as we do, and did know that Socrates does not appear there. We can understand that perhaps as follows. In the Crito, Socrates answers to Crito's proposal that he should escape from prison. And he uses various arguments. One to this effect: where should he go? If he would go to a law-abiding city nearby, he would be recognized as a fugitive from justice, and then the contrast between his speeches and his deed would discredit him completely. Or he could go to Thessaly, far away, a most lawless place, and there he would suffer from the consequences of lawlessness. The disjunction which he makes is obviously incomplete. What about law-abiding cities far away? Two were mentioned by Socrates in the Crito within that context, Sparta and Crete. The most remote from Athens is, of course, Crete. So, if per impossibile Socrates had followed Crito's advice, he would have gone to Crete. Now, I said per impossibile, it's impossible. But the question is, was Plato bound by possibility? I give you a single example to show that he was not. There is a dialogue called Menexenos, where Socrates rehearses a funeral speech on the fallen soldiers, which was allegedly elaborated by Aspasia, the famous Aspasia. And in this funeral speech, the whole history of Athens, as we call it, was told from the beginning, from the mythical beginnings, up to 12 years after Socrates' death. Now, if this is not impossible, I do not know what is, and therefore there is no, I think I have proved my point that Plato was not limited by the possible. The laws are then take place on the island of Crete, far away from Athens. There is only one Platonic dialogue which takes place outside of the walls of Athens, although in the very closest neighborhood, and that's the Phaedrus. The Phaedrus deals, we can say, with writings, as writings. The laws elaborated in Plato's laws are written. Perhaps that is not the only connection. And then a last point which I would like to make. The laws are the only Platonic work which begins with the word God or a god. There is one and only one Platonic work which ends with the word God or a god. That is the Apology of Socrates. In the Apology, Socrates defends himself against the charge that he was impious, that he did not worship or believe in the gods worshipped by the city. A crucial part of the laws is as a sketch of a new law regarding impiety, a law which would have been much more favorable to Socrates and men of his kind than the Athenian law was. This much as an introduction. Now let us turn to the text, unless there is someone who would like to raise one or the other point. Good. Now, the dialogue begins as follows. I will ask you later to read, but let me read only the very beginning. Has a god or some human being, strangers, taken the responsibility for the disposition of your laws? Strangers, there are two people, a Cretan called Cleinias and a Spartan called Megillus. And the question is, are your laws of divine or of human origin? And Cleinias, the Cretan, says, a god, stranger, a god, to say what is at any rate most just. For with us, Zeus, with the Spartans, from where this one comes, I believe they say it is Apollo, namely it's Apollo who gives them their laws. Is it not so? And the Spartan says, yes. Now, this is the opening. Question of the origin of the laws, of these laws, and we can be called both legislations, if we take them together, the Dorian laws, for convenience sake. Now, the Dorian laws are of divine origin. How do we know that this assertion is true? And then the Athenian continues. Will you read? Perhaps you turn a bit to the glass.
Do you then, like Homer, say that Minos used to go every 9th year to hold converse with his father Zeus, and that he was guided by his divine oracles in laying down the laws for your cities? So our people say, and they say also that his brother, Rhadamanthys, no doubt you have heard his name, was exceedingly just, and certainly we Cretans would maintain that he won this title owing to his righteous administration of justice in those days.
Yeah, now let us stop here for one moment. So the Athenian asks him, and that is a kind of check on what the Cretan said, is the basis of what you say merely that you Cretans say it? The Cretans were, at least in later times, famous as liars. I do not know at the moment whether they enjoyed that reputation already in Plato's time. But at any rate, the fact that the Cretans say it would not make it certain. Here we have some evidence from non-Cretan source, Homer. Homer spoke of Minos being together with his father from time to time and so on. So Homer is surely a much more ancient authority than the Cretans. Whether it is a much better authority, we do not know. We learn also that, according to Homer, Rhadamanthus, Minos' brother, was most just. Homer doesn't say anything about the justice of Minos, which we must take into consideration, because if a law should be given by a legislator of questionable justice, this would cause some difficulty. Yes. Now let us go on.
Yes, his renown is indeed glorious and well befitting a son of Zeus. And since you and our friend Megillus were both brought up in legal institutions of so noble a kind, you would, I imagine, have no aversion to our occupying ourselves as we go along in discussion on the subject of government and laws. Certainly, as I am told, the road from Knossos to the cave and the temple of Zeus is a long one, and we are sure to find this sultry weather shady resting places among the high trees along the road. In them we can rest oftentimes as befits our age, beguiling the time with discourse, and thus complete our journey in comfort.
Yeah. Now they go from Knossos, a famous Cretan city, to the cave and sanctuary of Zeus, to the place where Minos had received his laws. They repeat what Minos had done ages ago. But on the other hand, they, in contradistinction to Minos, will converse on their way, converse about government and laws. The word translated government is in Greek politeia, which, when it is used in contradistinction to laws, means the regime, the political order proper from which the laws emanate. Yes?
True, stranger. And as one proceeds further, one finds in the groves cypress trees of wonderful height and beauty, and the meadows, too, where we may rest ourselves and talk. You say well. Yes, indeed. And when we set eyes on them, we shall say so still more emphatically. So let us be going, and good luck attend us. Amen. And tell me now, for what reason...
Amen is, of course, a Hebrew biblical word. So be it. Yeah?
So be it. And tell me now, for what reason did your law ordain the common meals you have, and your gymnastic schools and military equipment? Our Cretan customs, stranger, are, as I think, such as anyone may grasp easily. As you may notice, Crete as a whole is not a level country, like Thessaly. Consequently, whereas the Thessalians mostly go on horseback, we Cretans are runners, since this land of ours is rugged and more suitable for the practice of foot running. Under these conditions, we are obliged to have light armor for running and to avoid heavy equipment. So bows and arrows are adopted as suitable because of their lightness. Thus, all these customs of ours are adapted for war, and, in my opinion, this was the object which the lawgiver had in view when he ordained them all. Probably this was his reason also for instituting common meals. He saw how soldiers, all the time they are on campaign, are obliged by force of circumstance to mess in common, for the sake of their own security. And herein, as I think he condemned the stupidity of the mass of men in failing to perceive that all are involved ceaselessly in a lifelong war against all states. If then these practices are necessary in war, namely messing in common for safety's sake, and the appointment of relays of officers and privates to act as guards, they must be carried out equally in time of peace. For as he would say, peace, as the term is commonly employed, is nothing more than a name, the truth being that every state is, by law of nature, engaged perpetually in an informal war with every other state. And if you look at the matter from this point of view, you will find it practically true that our Cretan lawgiver ordained all our legal usages, both public and private, with an eye to war, and that he therefore charged us with the task of guarding our laws safely, in the conviction that without victory in war, nothing else, whether possession or institution, is of the least value, but all the goods of the vanquished fall into the hands of the victors.
On one point I must correct, law of nature, or natural law. He simply says according to nature. There is nothing here of law. Now, what does Athenian do? He has now been informed about the origin of the Dorian laws. Whether he has been satisfied with what was said about it, he does not say. Instead, he turns to a different subject. We can say he turns from the question of the origin of the laws to the question of their end or purpose. And we must see whether the two questions are wholly unrelated, as they seem to be at first, or not. Now, what does he learn about that? That the Cretan legislator considered, of course, the nature of the territory. That goes without saying. But the overriding point of view is war. Because, as he puts it, there is continuous lifelong war of all cities against all other cities. A war not of everybody against everybody, as Hobbes says it, but of every city against every other city. And that is in both cases by nature. And peace is only a name. What is in fact, what is in nature, is war, even if the war is slightly disguised from time to time by armistices and peace treaties. And the proof which Cleinias gives that is of the soundness of the view is that whatever the vanquished possess, whatever good things they possess, becomes the possession of the victors. Victory in war is the condition, the sufficient condition of all good things. Well, I suppose, although you have been brought up in this country, you have heard of such views, and which were quite powerful in many countries at many times. Some of you have read the dialogue between the Athenian ambassadors and the Melians into Syrtis, where a similar view is expressed, although they are not at the beginning and as abruptly as it is expressed here. And we must now see what the Athenian has to say about this understanding of the proper end of laws.
Your training, stranger, has certainly, as it seems to me, given you an excellent understanding of the legal practices of Crete.
The word which uses training is gymnastai, the same word as in gymnasia, in gymnasia. Stripping is the root of the word. You strip for bodily exercise, and there is also a kind of stripping going on in intellectual pursuits. The best known form of that stripping is, of course, an examination, where students are stripped of all pretenses to knowledge, which are not borne out by fact. Yes?
But tell me this more clearly still. By the definition you have given of the well-constituted state, you appear to me to imply that it ought to be organized in such a way as to be victorious in war over all other states. Is that so? Certainly it is, and I think that our friend here shares my opinion. No, Lacedaemonian, my good sir, could possibly say otherwise.
So you see, he is in a way a very modest man. He's just one, a Spartan among many. He doesn't say anything which could not be said by every other Spartan. Yes?
If this then is the right attitude for a state to adopt toward a state, is it the right attitude for a village toward a village? Is the right attitude for a village toward a village different? By no means. It is the same, you say? Yes. Well then, is the same attitude right also for one house in the village toward another, and for each man toward every other? It is.
Yeah, now let us stop here for a moment. Is there not something strange in the way in which the Athenian takes issue with the Cretan's assertion that the proper end of the city is superiority in war? He says, if this is so, then the proper end for the individual too must be war, i.e. superiority in battle to every fellow citizen. Ordinarily, the people who are in favor of war would, of course, say you must have internal peace in order to be able to wage war successfully against the outsiders. As this apparently was not recognized by the Greek thinkers. What is good for the city, for the community, what is the end for the city or the community, must also be the end for the individual. In modern times, the people who wrote about this do not accept this view. By the nature of things, there is a different end possible and necessary for the state, as they say, than for the individual. I think we must think a bit about that. But here at any rate, the Athenian has no difficulty because the Cretan fully agrees with him in this respect, that what is the end for the city is the end for the individual. And therefore, war of everybody against everybody, of every individual against every individual, is as natural as a war of every city against every other city. Now, let us see how he goes on from here.
And must each individual man regard himself as his own enemy? Or what do we say when we come to this point?
Yeah, no, he goes further. Since the individual is not simply an individual, indivisible, but has parts, must there not also be war within each individual? And therefore the possibility of victory. Yeah?
O stranger of Athens, for I should be loth to call you man of Attica, since methinks you deserve rather to be named after the goddess Athena, seeing that you have made the argument more clear by taking it back to its starting point, whereby you will the more easily discover the justice of our recent statement that, in the mass, all men are both publicly and privately the enemies of all, and individually also, each man is his own enemy.
Yes. Now he says the Athenian has brought back the argument to the beginning. To the beginning. Meaning here, he has brought it back from the city to the individual. Yes.
What is your meaning, my admirable sir?
No, not. I think one must take this more and almost strange. Yeah. The Athenian is somewhat surprised by this conclusion, about the last one of the Cretan. And he does not quite mean what the Cretan has in mind. It becomes clear from the sequel.
It is just in this war, my friend, that the victory over self is of all victories the first and best, while self-defeat is of all defeats at once the worst and the most shameful. For these phrases signify that a war against self exists within each of us.
He brings an argument from general usage: self-superiority and self-inferiority, victory over oneself or defeat in oneself, self-control or lack of self-control. Self-control is praised, self-rule is praised, as he says, as the first and most beautiful victory. And if victory, then war. There must be war within the individual, and therefore the rule of war is truly universal. No individual, no association of any kind which is not torn by war.
Now let us take the argument back in the reverse direction. Seeing that individually each of us is partly superior to himself and partly inferior, are we to affirm that the same condition of things exists in house and village and state, or are we to deny it? Do you mean the condition of being partly self-superior and partly self-inferior? Yes.
Do you understand the question? Because the phrases are not so common to us in English as they were in Greek. If there is such a thing as superiority over oneself, in the case of the individual, would this not be true also of the associations, and especially of the polis? Yeah.
That too is a proper question. For such a condition does most certainly exist, and in states above all. Every state in which the better class is victorious over the populace and the lower classes would rightly be termed self-superior, and would be praised most justly for a victory of this kind, and conversely when the reverse is the case.
So, this fact, which goes together very easily in the mind of the Cretan, a warlike society which claims to be an aristocracy, where the better people keep down the inferior people. These two things, these are different points of view, but they are not contradictory. Yes?
Well then, leaving aside the question as to whether the worse element is ever superior to the better, a question which would demand a more lengthy discussion, what you assert, as I now perceive, is this: that sometimes a citizen of one stock and of one state, who are unjust and numerous, may combine together and try to enslave by force those who are just but fewer in number, and wherever they prevail, such a state would rightly be termed self-inferior and bad, but self-superior and good wherever they are worsted. This statement is indeed most extraordinary.
That's what the Cretan says, yeah?
Yeah. This statement is indeed most extraordinary, stranger. Nonetheless, we cannot possibly reject it.
Why is it strange, that statement? I believe because it implies that there can be victories which are bad. The previous assumption was victory as such is good, but now we learn that victory of the wrong people is bad. Therefore, victory as such cannot be good.
Stay a moment. Here too is a case we must further consider. Suppose there were a number of brothers, all sons of the same parents.
Of the same parents.
It would not be at all surprising if most of them were unjust, and but a few just. It would not. And, moreover, it would ill beseem you and me to go a-chasing after this form of expression, that if the bad ones conquered the whole of this family and house should be called self-inferior, but self-superior if they were defeated. For our present reference to the usage of ordinary speech is not concerned with the propriety or impropriety of verbal phrases, but with the essential rightness or wrongness of laws.
Yeah, literally, but with the rightness or wrongness of laws, wrongness or rightness according to nature. So we, in other words, we are not concerned with, as I say now, with semantics, yeah, but with laws and the natural rightness or wrongness. Claudius?
Very true, stranger. And finely spoken, too, up to this point, as I agree.
Yeah, the Spartan now speaks again. He speaks very rarely. With this point, he agrees that the concern with words is negligible in importance compared with the concern with the rightness of the laws.
Let us...
Athenian, you must always, since I don't have the books, you must always say who is the speaker, yeah? Well, they are indicated, Cranius or Megillus. Yes?
Let us also look at this point, the Athenian. Let us also look at this point. The brothers we have just described would have, I suppose, a judge, Clinias. Certainly, Athenian. Which of the two would be the better? A judge who destroyed all the wicked among them and charged the good to govern themselves, or one who made the good members govern, and allowing the bad to live, made them submit willingly to be governed. And there is a third judge we must mention, third and the best in point of merit.
That is the wrong translation. The third in regard to virtue, to goodness.
Third in regard to virtue, if indeed such a judge can be found, who, in dealing with a single divided family, will destroy none of them, but reconcile them and succeed by enacting laws for them in securing amongst them thenceforward permanent friendliness. Clinias. A judge and lawgiver of that kind would be by far the best.
We have first to consider more carefully the Athenians' last speech. He takes a family, a group of brothers, who live in a state of dissension, and asks who would be the best arbiter, the best judge of them. And he mentions three kinds of them. The first would kill the unjust, that's to say the majority of these brothers. The second, and would tell the better ones to rule themselves, that's to say they don't rule over anyone. They rule only because they have no one to rule over, the potential subjects having been killed. The second, who says the better ones should rule, but the inferior ones should live, yet obey the better ones. And the third, who would take the whole kinship and not destroy anyone, and make peace among them for the rest of the time, giving them laws. The question is, he says the third with regard to virtue. And Claudius understands it that the third one would be by far the best. And he calls him not only a judge or arbiter, but also a legislator. The Athenian had not spoken of a legislator. What does this mean? The first two of these judges are concerned with the difference between the good and bad, between the just and unjust, and either exterminate the unjust or makes them subservient to the just. Now, one could say the one who permits the unjust to live, if in subjection, is better than the one who exterminates them, because, as Socrates occasionally says, who would not rather have someone as his obedient follower rather than kill him? The third of these three does not make any distinction between the just and unjust. He is guided exclusively by the fact that they are kindred, we can say by fraternity. And he is the only one who gives laws. Now, from the Athenians' point of view, I believe, the second one is the best. From the Cretans' point of view, or from most people's point of view, the third one would naturally be the best. And this is in a way the theme of the whole work. What is the status of laws? The laws which apply equally to all, regardless of whether they are good or bad, or an order in which the good rule and the inferior ones are kept in subjection. So the important point for the argument is this, that the Cretan has now seen, which is not too difficult to see, that if one wants to have a city strong in war, you must first have internal peace. And therefore the legislator must first establish internal peace. That comes out in the next month.
Athenian. But mark this, his aim in the laws he enacted for them would be the opposite of war. Plinius. That is true. Athenian. And what of him who brings the state into harmony? In ordering its life, would he have regard to external warfare rather than to internal war, whenever it occurs, which goes by the name of civil strife? For this is a war as to which it would be the desire of every man that if possible it should never occur in his own state, and that if it did occur, it should come to as speedy an end as possible. Plinius. Evidently he would have regard to civil war. Athenian. And would anyone prefer that the citizens should be obliged to devote their attention to external enemies after internal concord had been secured by the destruction of one section and the victory of their opponents, rather than after the establishment of friendship and peace by terms of conciliation? Plinius.
You see, that is a simple and commonsensical point. You must first have harmony within, and then you can turn against the enemies without.
Everyone would prefer the latter alternative for his own state rather than the former. Athenian. And would not the lawgiver do the same? Plinius. Of course.
There is a slight difference here. It does not absolutely follow that the same applies to the legislator, for the reason that the legislator may be a foreigner. And then the city is not his city. Therefore, it is important to make this explicit, that the same would apply also to the legislator.
Athenian. Would not every lawgiver in all his legislation aim at the highest good? Plinius. Assuredly.
At the best, at the best. Yep.
Athenian. The highest good, however, is
The
not
best, the best.
the best, however, is neither war nor civil strife, which things we should pray rather to be saved from, but peace one with another and friendly feeling. Moreover, it would seem that the victory we mentioned of a state over itself is not one of the best things, but one of those which are necessary. For imagine a man, supposing that a human body was best off when it was sick and purged with physic, while never giving a thought to the case of the body that needs no physic at all. Similarly, with regard to the well-being of a state or an individual, that man will never make a genuine statesman who pays attention primarily and solely to the needs of foreign warfare. Nor will he make a finished lawgiver unless he designs his war legislation for peace rather than his peace legislation for war.
You see, he makes here a distinction between the statesman, the politicos, and the lawgiver, the nomothetes. Necessarily a legislator, and may rule in a way not fettered by laws. This we must always keep in mind. Now, the Athenian admits that in a way victory and superiority in war is preferable. But he says it does not belong to the best things, but only to the necessary ones. Is this in distinction clear? Why do you smile? Do you understand it?
Because even in good, no matter how good a thing might be, it can only become better by what is necessary.
Yeah, but what about the example of illnesses and cure from illnesses, by which he illustrates the distinction between the necessary and the best? A cure from illness is not the best thing. What would be the best?
That is, if it's necessary to impose control in the case of an illness or a disease, which would not be necessary otherwise.
No, may I come back to my question? Why is cure from disease not belong to the best things? What would be the best in this matter?
Health.
Yeah, not to be sick in the first place. Yes. And the same would apply to war or civil war. Not to have civil war is the best, but if there is such a condition, then a proper solution for that is necessary. It is only a conditional good, and not in itself good. Now the Cretan becomes aware of a difficulty which has been unspoken hitherto, as it were only simmering. What does he say?
Plinius. This statement, stranger, is apparently true, yet, unless I am much mistaken, our legal usages in Crete, and in Lacedaemon too, are wholly directed toward war.
Yes, so, in other words, they are directed towards the wrong end. Now, if this is so, what would we have to judge? How would we have to judge about these Dorian laws? If they are directed towards the wrong end. Pardon?
That they're bad.
Yeah, sure. But if they are bad, what would it then follow? What is the claim raised on their behalf?
Come from the gods.
That they are divine. Yeah, but if these laws are bad, Can they be divine? It's a difficult question. But the simple solution surely would be, if they cannot be divine, if they are bad. This is not simple, because it would really be awkward if they were divine but bad. Life would be wholly miserable if something could be divine, if the gods would command certain things, and yet that is bad what they command. So in other words, the Athenian does discuss still the question of the origin of the Dorian laws, while apparently discussing only their intrinsic goodness or badness. I mean, arguing on this premise, what is bad cannot be of divine origin. Yeah? And this is more manageable, this discussion, than the one regarding the origins, because in the question of the origins you would have to go through all kinds of stories told, and the many contradictions, and you would have to become a kind of historical critic. And that is an infinite business. Whereas this question seems to be capable of being handled without historical criticism at any rate. But this comes now gradually to the fore, the conflict between the Athenian and the Dorians regarding the quality of the Dorian laws. And this will be solved in the course of the first book, but it has not yet come to the fore clearly. Now,
Athenian.
yeah.
Very possibly, but we must not now attack them violently, but mildly interrogate them, since both we and your legislators are earnestly interested in these matters.
Yeah, so this an admonition to be gentle is necessary, because such discussions are likely to lead to the opposite of gentleness. If the venerable institutions of one's community are challenged, the first reaction of decent people is to condemn the critic. And especially if he is a foreigner in addition, as is here the case. Yes?
Pray follow the argument closely. Let us take the opinion of Tarteaus, an Athenian by birth, and afterwards a citizen of Lacedaemon, who above all men was keenly interested in our subject. This is what he says. Though a man were the richest of men, though a man possessed goods in plenty, and he specifies nearly every good there is, if he fail to prove himself at all times most valiant in war, no one should, I make of him, nor take any account of him at all. No doubt you have also heard these poems, while our friend McGillis is, I imagine, surfeited with them. McGillis. I certainly am. Clinias. And I can assure you, they have reached Crete also, shipped over from Lacedaemon.
So here we have this order. First, he was by birth an Athenian, so Athens, then Sparta, then Crete. Regarding the laws, it's just the reverse order. The older is the Cretan, then the Spartan, and then the Athenian. As this throws some light on the whole situation here. So the reflection comes later, and that has something to do with Athens. Now, Tarteaus, he is an Athenian expatriate. He became a Spartan citizen and wrote poems in the Spartan spirit. Now, what he does now is this. He must now reach some form of decision, but a decision explicitly directed against the Dorian legislators is not yet in place. And so he takes a defensible substitute, a private citizen, who was not yet even by birth a Dorian, a mere poet. He does something similar to Socrates, who likes to criticize the poets rather than the stories embodied in Athenian worship. The poets being private men, men without true authority. Yes?
Athenian. Come now, let us jointly interrogate this poet, somehow on this wise. O Tarteaus, most inspired of poets, for assuredly you seem to us both wise and good, in that you have eulogized excellently those who excel in war. Concerning this matter, we three, Megillus, Clinias, and Cnossos, Clinias of Cnossos, and myself, are already in entire accord with you, as we suppose, but we wish to be assured that both we and you are alluding to the same persons. Tell us, then, do you clearly recognize, as we do, two distinct kinds of war? In reply to this, I suppose that even a much less able man than Tarteaus would state the truth, that there are two kinds, the one being that which we call civil, which is of all wars the most bitter, as we just said now, while the other kind, as I suppose we shall all agree, is that in which we engage in when we quarrel with foreigners and aliens, a kind much milder than the former. Clinias, certainly. Athenian. Come then, which kind of warriors, fighting in which kind of war, did you praise so highly while blaming others? Warriors, apparently, who fight in war abroad. At any rate, in your poems you have said that you cannot abide men who dare not face the gory fray and smite the foe in close combat. Then we should proceed to say, it appears, O Tarteaus, that you are chiefly praising those who achieve distinction in foreign and external warfare. To this, I presume, he would agree and say, yes. Clinias, of course. Athenian. Yet, brave though these men are, we still maintain that they are far surpassed in bravery by those who are conspicuously brave in the greatest of wars. And we also have a poet for witness, Theognis, a citizen of Sicilian Megara, who says, in the day of grievous feud, O
Cyrnus,
the loyal warrior is worth his weight in silver and gold. Such a man, in a war much more grievous, is, we say, ever so much better than the other, nearly as much better, in fact, as the union of justice, prudence, and wisdom with courage is better than courage by itself alone. For a man would never prove himself loyal and sound in civil war if devoid of goodness in its entirety. Whereas in the war of which Tarteaus speaks, there are a vast number of mercenaries ready to die fighting with well-planted feet apart, of whom the majority, with but few exceptions, prove themselves reckless, unjust, violent, and preeminently foolish. What then is the conclusion to which our present discourse is tending, and what point is it trying to make clear by these statements? Plainly it is this. Both the heaven-taught legislator of Crete and every
from Zeus, the legislator sent from Zeus, you would say. Yeah?
Both the legislator sent from Zeus of Crete and every legislator who is worth his salt will most assuredly legislate always with a single eye to the highest goodness and to that alone. And this, to quote Theognis, consists in loyalty in danger, and one might term it complete righteousness. But that goodness which Tarteaus specially praised, fair though it be, and fitly glorified by the poet, deserves nevertheless to be placed no higher than fourth in order and estimation.
Yeah, let us stop there for a moment. So what the Athenian had done was this. He had brought forth Tarteaus, the Spartan poet, who praised the brave in foreign war, and had opposed to him Theognis, a colonial from Sicily, who had praised still more highly the man who shows his mettle in civil war, in civil strife. And civil war is much more war than external war. It is the greatest war, as is said. And therefore it requires the greatest virtue. What happens is that with the bringing in of the poets, the question is no longer war and peace, simply as it was before, but virtue, of which the Spartan and Cretan had not spoken at all. But the poets praise and blame, and that means their chief concern is with virtue and vice. And here you see Tarteaus, the Spartan, as it were, praised courage most highly and forgot about the other virtues. Tarteaus praised most highly the greatest virtue, which he calls also complete justice, and which consists of 4 virtues combined: justice, moderation, good sense, and courage. Courage is the lowest of the 4, and that is, to some extent, proven by the fact that, in a way, mercenaries are very courageous men, and they lack every virtue, even courage proper. All 4 virtues are mentioned here in the negative way: overbold, unjust, insolent, and unreasonable, in section 30b, 6-7. And so the legislator, any legislator who deserves the name, and of course the legislator sent from Zeus in particular, will have given his laws with a view to the complete virtue, rather than to the least significant one. So the Athenian has shown by this remark about Zeus again that he is not taking issue with the divine legislators. He is taking issue only with Tarteaus or with Cleinias, to whom he talks. But Cleinias sees that this is not so. What does he say?
Plinius, we are degrading our own lawgiver, stranger, to a very low level.
Yeah, we throw him away to the far out legislators, to outer Mongolia, etc. So he sees that this is a criticism of the allegedly divine lawgivers. The Athenian replies,
Nay, my good sir, it is ourselves we are degrading, insofar as we imagine that it was with a special view to war that Lycurgus and Minos laid down all the legal usages here and in Lacedaemon.
you see, the Athenian denies that he criticizes the legislators. He criticizes only a wrong interpretation of the legislation. the accepted interpretation. He appeals, as it were, from the tradition to the scripture. Scripture in this case being what Zeus and or Minos and Lycurgus said. On the other hand, he speaks here only of Lycurgus and Minos and does not speak here of Zeus and Apollon. Yes, so hitherto the Athenian has avoided the unpleasantness that he has to criticize the laws themselves. He has criticized an unauthoritative power, and he has criticized an accepted interpretation, which is of the legislation, which of course is not the legislation itself. Now, the Cleinias is now very eager to hear how he should have spoken about the Cretan legislators, how he should have answered to the Athenians' initial question. And the Athenian will give him a very detailed, if not easy, reply. But before we go to that, is there any point any one of you would like to take up? So,
How then ought we to have stated the matter? Athenian. In a way that is, as I think, true and proper when talking of a divine hero.
yeah, true and just. At the beginning, Cleinias had given an answer regarding the origin of the Cretan legislation, an answer which was most just, which did not even claim to be true. We will later on get a full explanation of what that means, most just. But the Athenian would wish him to have given an answer which was both true and just. Yes?
That is to say, we should state that he enacted laws with an eye not to some one fraction, and that the most paltry of goodness, but to goodness as a whole, and that he devised the laws themselves according to classes, though not the classes which the present devisers propound, for everyone now brings forward and devises just the class which he needs. One man deals with inheritances and heiresses, another with cases of battery, and so on, an endless variety. But what we assert is that the devising of laws, when rightly conducted, follows the procedure which we have now commenced. Indeed, I greatly admire the way you opened your exposition of the laws, for to make a start with goodness and say that that was the aim of the lawgiver is the right way. But in your further statement...
You see, no, Cleinias, of course, never did such a thing. That is already, the Athenian educates him by praising him lyingly. Yeah? Because that's easier to accept for him, obviously. Yes.
But in your further statement, that he legislated wholly with reference to a fraction of goodness, and that the smallest fraction, you seem to me to be in error, and all this latter part of my discourse was because of that. What then is the matter of exposition I should have liked to have heard from you? Shall I tell you? Clinias.
Yeah, now he gives him an example of how one should answer such questions. Yes.
Clinias. Yes, by all means. Athenian. O stranger, thus you ought to have said, it is not for nothing that the laws of the Cretans are held in superlatively high repute among all the Hellenes. For they are true laws inasmuch as they affect the well-being of those who use them by supplying all the things that are good. Now goods are of two kinds, human and divine. And the human goods are dependent on the divine. And he who receives the greater acquires also the less, or else he is bereft of both. The lesser goods are those of which health ranks first, beauty second, the third is strength in running and all other bodily exercises, and the fourth is wealth. no blind god, Plutus, but keen of sight, provided that he has wisdom for companion. And wisdom in turn has the first place among the goods that are divine, and rational temperance of soul comes second. From these two, when united with courage, there issues justice as the third, and the fourth is courage. Now all these are by nature ranked before the human goods, and verily the lawgiver also must so rank them.
Yes. Now let us stop here for a moment. So one has to start from the true end of legislation, from the true order of the goods, an order established by nature. We cannot start, Athenians suggest, from what the legislator is believed to have thought. We must go back to the natural order, which the legislator, if he was of any worth, must have followed. In other words, we must go back behind the legislator to something more ancient than the most ancient legislator. And here, what does he say here? There are two kinds of goods, the human and the divine. And the divine are the necessary and sufficient condition for the human goods. According to the reading of the text, he says it's only of the city, not of the individual. But that's a hard question at any rate, because it is hard to see if someone has all virtues, he should necessarily also have health, beauty, and the other goods of these things. This is a certain difficulty. But the most difficult thing is what he says about the divine goods. The first of the divine goods, the leading among them, is phronesis. I translate it now by good sense. One should not translate it by wisdom. The second, after intelligence, with a capital I, is moderation. From these, mixed with courage, the third would be justice, and the fourth is courage. That's a strange arrangement. Good sense of phronesis first, that is easy to understand, but justice appears to be something very complicated, a mixture of three virtues. And one could think that because it has all these virtues in itself, it should be perhaps superior to moderation, which is simple, to say nothing of good sense. But that is not so. Why is justice so relatively low in the scale? It would be a question. Perhaps this has something to do with the presence in it of courage, the lowest virtue, as it is here described. What this could mean is, of course, a question. There will be later in this same speech, some light will be thrown on it. I will state it provisionally as follows. The justice which he has here in mind has as its primary object mine and thine. And the posture of men toward mine and thine is one of assertion, as we say, of their rights. The Greek word for courage, andreia, means more literally translated manliness. And it is, of course, manly to assert his rights. You remember this story told, the comic story, told in Plato's Republic about the destruction of the best regime. In the case of the individual, there was a good man, and this good man was indifferent to property and to distinctions and all this kind of thing. And then his wife didn't like it because she was correspondingly treated by the other women whose husbands were go-getters, or whatever you might call it. And in addition, the servants and the mother talk to the boy, don't become like your father. And then the boy becomes a man of an inferior kind, as the first stage in the decay of the best city. And this man is, of course, then accused of lack of manliness, because he does not defend, assert what is his. In other words, in the laws, as distinguished from the Republic, there is a society based on mine and thine, and therewith also on this particular kind of justice, which is in itself, of course, a virtue, but a virtue which has some questionable implications. That is, I believe, the only way in which I can understand that passage. Now, is there any point you would like to bring up, because we have no time anymore to read on? Please.
Does the kind of pursuit that they're going on, that's to go back to origins, that, as you suggest, you go behind the first legislative nature, doesn't that preclude the necessity of divine origins entirely?
Yeah, but how would this work out in practice? Someone has seen the right order of things. Then he must effectively prescribe that order to the citizens. Now, say, a philosopher, as we call these people, would not be able, as such, be able to do that. So we would still need a legislator. And how could the legislator establish his authority before the goodness of his prescriptions can have been tested by experience?
By claiming they were given to
Then that's the simplest way.
So that's what you're suggesting Minos has done?
Pardon?
That's what you're suggesting the dialogue suggests Minos has done in his establishment of the laws?
Yeah, no, well, that is the Minos in the way leads up to the laws, leads you from, say, the Athenian laws to the laws of Minos, and on the way all kinds of analyses of laws, very sketchy analyses are given.
No, I didn't mean the dialogue. I meant Minos himself, the lawgiver for Crete.
Yeah, that is the question. If he has looked at this order of the virtues and prescribed laws accordingly, and then one could say he has seen the natural order. If not, then not. But at any rate, we have, what is suggested here is that there is a point of view higher than that of Minos. Yeah? A point of view from which one can judge Minos. Yes?
I don't understand why he says that when one acquires the greater goods,
Pardon?
when you acquire the greater goods, you also acquire the less goods.
Yeah, well, what it means is it not, well, if I take it as the translator has it, if someone has the virtues, all these virtues, he also has the external goods. Yeah? Do not quite a few people believe that if you are a good man, you will be rewarded for it? Could not be something like this be implied? By the way, what led me to my suggestion regarding justice, or rather courage, is this. there is a parallel between the human goods and the divine goods. 4 in each case, in both cases in order of descent. And the lowest of the divine goods is courage. The lowest of the human goods is wealth. Now, wealth is an external good. Correspondingly, courage is here understood as a virtue directed to the outside, not merely of the city, but also of the individual. I forgot to mention this.
You suggested in your comment on the last passage that the justice spoken of here is perhaps different from the justice that occupies the discussion of the Republic. Would you say that the other virtues, as mentioned here, are to be understood in a somewhat modified form?
Yeah, but a priori, as some people say, we can assume that they are understood differently in every dialogue. But surely in this case, in the Republic, he talks to Glaucon and Diamantos, and here he talks to young people. And here he talks to 2 old, law-bred Dorian men. And the perspective will be different. If it is true that the Dorians are particularly warlike in their whole orientation, and have therefore a distorted notion of human goodness, then the doctrine of virtues opposed to them will show its origin that's directed against them. Yeah? Many things can be said about each of the virtues, but Plato uses only part of them in each dialogue and in each particular passage, and we must see that. The striking thing here is only not so much that he regards courage as the lowest, in a way that is, as you perhaps know, also the way in which Aristotle proceeds in his ethics, although he does not explicitly say so. But I think there is an order of ascent, courage first, moderation he understood in the strict sense of temperance regarding bodily pleasures, and so on, and then justice, and then the intellectual virtues, one of which is phronesis. So there is something which is probably meant beyond the immediate context. But for the time being, I think we should try to understand it in the context and see, well, and there must be many objections to this natural order of things, I suppose. Well, I think we will reach the end of this long speech, which is, as it were, the standard for the whole later discussion that we will read next time. But what we must keep in mind is this simple thing. The principles of legislation, as such things are called in modern times. For Plato, that means, in the first place, human excellence, the virtues, and the proper order of the virtues. The legislator must start from that and not from anything else. Good. So. I could time to read the laws. The subject, as indicated near the beginning, government and laws, is as topical today as it always was. But the manner in which it is treated is, to begin with, strange. The Athenian stranger makes an apparently unnecessary fuss about criticizing old laws. And we find no difficulties in criticizing old laws. Perfect freedom of discussion, perfect freedom of change of laws we take for granted. But that is not quite so simple. Think only of such an old law as that prohibiting abortion. There are certain resistances on the part of a considerable part of the population against change there, perhaps even against full freedom of discussion there. Perhaps the example of so-called underdeveloped countries might be more enlightening. Think of India, the caste system, or the prohibition against slaughtering cows. Old laws, and the criticism is, if not made, certainly originally inspired by foreigners. And think of how cautiously a critic of this institution would have to proceed if he wishes to have any success. But we don't have to go to India. We have in our own society a striking example of the difficulty here. People speak of conservatives versus liberals, and the difference between these two groups obviously has something to do with the posture towards the change of old laws. But we only have to step for one moment out of our society, or kind of societies, and look at this other part of the world behind the iron or bamboo curtains. There, the discussion or change of laws is a much more difficult matter, infinitely more difficult matter, as you know. So in brief, if we are not altogether parochial or hidebound, we see that the manner of treatment of laws and government here is not as antiquated as it might seem to be to begin with. But we must try to understand Plato's manner of treatment on the terms on which he stated it. Now, in the context of the laws, the manner of treatment is due to the fact that an Athenian, whom we should hesitate to call a philosopher, has with two old Dorians, a Cretan and a Spartan. And the subject is the primary subject, at any rate, are the old Dorian laws, the oldest Greek laws. Why did Plato choose this particular conversational setting? Why is it a privileged setting, perhaps the privileged setting, for the discussion of government and laws? The dialogue is based on an assumption, which is tacit, that the good is the old, and hence the best, the old, the ancestral, good and one's own. Because if something is old and not one's own, then it doesn't affect us. It must be both, old and one's own. And that is taken together in the notion of ancestral. Now, if the good is the old, then the best will be the oldest. And the oldest Greek laws are the Cretan laws. But one could perhaps say, well, the oldest, the laws made by men at or near the beginning, were, in the present-day sense of the term, very primitive. So we must make a further assumption, which we still can understand, that these first legislators were a different breed than later men. The founding fathers as we might say. But a different breed, this, in the radically understood, means superhuman, gods. And this is the way in which the dialogue begins, that the laws they are going to discuss are claimed to be divine laws. Now, we cannot repeat the reading of all what we have read, but a few passages we might discuss again, because we have omitted something there. I cannot even summarize what we have said there. I would like to draw your attention to a few passages. 626d. Do you have that? Or did I make a mistake? No, B. 626b. The Cretan has explained that the Cretan laws are based on the premise that there is by nature continuous war between all cities, and that therefore the Cretan legislator had wisely given all his laws with a view to war, i.e. to victory in war. Now, in 626b7, the Athenian says,
your training, stranger, has certainly, as it seems to me, given you an excellent understanding of the legal practices of Crete. But tell me this, more clearly still. By the definition you have given of the well-constituted state, you appear to me to imply that it ought to be organized in such a way as to be victorious in war over all other states. Is that so?
Cleinias.
Certainly it is. And I think that our friend here shares my opinion.
Megillus.
No Lacedaemonian, my good sir, could possibly say otherwise.
Yes. You see here, Megillus agrees with this view, that a well-ordered city must be able to be victorious in war. But Megillus doesn't say anything about what we can call the metaphysics appealed to by Cleinias, namely that there is by nature continuous war between all cities. The Spartan doesn't go in, as a typical Spartan, for this kind of general, unpractical reflections that characterizes him. And we see a little bit later another characteristic utterance of Megillus, of the Spartan. From time to time we must observe the differences between the two interlocutors. Now in 627d, after the Athenian has made some remark that they should not be unduly concerned with propriety of words, but rather with the correctness of laws. Do you have that? Cleinias agrees and says, you speak most truly, stranger. And what does Megillus say?
And finally spoken, too, up to this point, as I agree.
Yeah, that's the first spontaneous utterance of Megillus. Here is a point where, by his whole preparation, he is able, and not to say compelled, to agree. Now, shortly thereafter, there comes a passage about the three judges, the three kinds of judges. Will you read this again? You know, when the first, somewhat longer Athenian speech.
Which of the two would be the better? A judge who destroyed all the wicked among them and charged the good to govern themselves, or one who made the good members govern, while allowing the bad to live, made them submit willingly to be governed? And there's a third judge we must mention, third and best in point of merit, if indeed such a judge can be found, who, in dealing with a single divided family, will destroy none of them, but reconcile them and succeed by enacting laws for them in securing amongst them thenceforth permanent friendliness.
Yes. Well, what I did not say, but you may remember, is that these are all brothers in dissension, and the dissension is disposed of in three different ways by the three different kinds of judges. Now, what are the differences? The first two are concerned with goodness, and therefore they either exterminate the bad or they make the bad subservient to the good. The third is concerned not primarily with goodness, but with kinship, with fraternity, we could say. And this third kind, the third with a view to, in regard to virtue, who is however preferred by Cleinias as distinguished from the Athenian strangers. So we have here two different points of view. Goodness as a guiding consideration, or kinship as a guiding consideration. And we can say that the Athenian regards goodness as a decisive consideration. And the Cretan, perhaps altogether the political man, will regard kinship as a decisive consideration. There is a connection between this fundamental difference and the phenomenon now vociferously called racism, as I hope I do not have to make clear. But if you want me, we shall not hesitate. But racism has of course to do with kinship. Are not the members of a race akin to each other?
The members of different races.
All right, then, but racism means precisely that one race sets itself as that race against the other races. There are many races, sure. I mean, the word racism has n meanings, and I believe what I said is only that this is the fundamental stratum. The complications we would have to figure out on another occasion. Now, then we read then the discussion regarding the status of courage, the virtue of war, and it was said to be the lowest of the virtues. And perhaps we reread this passage, 631b3. Well, I look it up for you. The long speech of Athenian. Which page is that?
That's on page 25. Athenian. O stranger, thus you ought to have said, it is not for nothing that the laws of the Cretans are held in superlatively high repute among all the Hellenes. For they are true laws, inasmuch as they affect the well-being of those who use them by supplying all things that are good. Now goods are of two kinds, human and divine. And the human goods are dependent on the divine, and he who receives the greater acquires also the less, or else he is bereft of both. The lesser goods are those of which health ranks first, beauty second, the third is strength in running and other bodily exercises, and the fourth is wealth, no blind god, Plutus, but keen of sight, provided he has wisdom for companion. And wisdom in turn has first place among the goods that are divine, and rational temperance of soul comes second. From these two, when united with courage, there issues justice as the third, and the fourth is courage.
And let us stop here. So this is the order of rank of the various virtues. Courage has the lowest place. We find a parallel to that, a confirmation of that, a very strong and strange one, toward the end of the laws in Book 12, C8. Well, I will read it to you from the translation. When we said that there are 4 forms of virtue, that is in 963c for him. When we said that there are 4 forms of virtue, obviously, since there are 4, we must assert that each is one, certain. And yet we call them all by one name. We assert that courage is virtue, and wisdom is virtue, and the other 2 likewise, as though they were really not a plurality, but solely this one thing, virtue. Now it is not hard to explain wherein these 2, meaning courage and good sense, differ from one another, and how they have got 2 names. But to explain why we have given the one name virtue to both of them is no longer an easy matter. How do you mean? It is not hard to make clear my meaning. Why, when calling both the 2 by the single name of virtue, did we again speak of them as 2, courage and good sense? The reason is that the one of them, obviously courage, has to do with fear, in which beasts also share, and the character of very young children. For a courageous soul comes into being naturally and without reason. But without reasoning there never yet came into being, and there does not nor ever will be a soul that has good sense and is reasonable, it being a distinct kind. So courage is not a truly human virtue. It does not require any admixture of understanding or good sense. An extremely negative view of courage. Courage is sub-rational. Now this is in agreement with what we have seen last year when reading Xenophon, that Xenophon does not count courage among the virtues of Socrates. But what about Plato's other dialogues? What about the rank of courage in the Republic? Do you remember what the rank of courage in Plato's Republic is? Well, schematically it is this. Every citizen shares 2 virtues, justice and moderation. The soldiers, the guardians, have an additional virtue, namely courage. And the rulers have still an additional virtue, in addition to the 3 mentioned, namely wisdom. So this would seem to show that courage is the second highest of the 4 virtues. So it is not quite easy to understand why here in the laws courage is treated so badly. How could we explain that? I believe there are 2 kinds of reasons. First, the context, the people to whom the stranger speaks. Now, they regard courage as the highest, and the simplest counter-assertion against them is to say courage is the lowest. But this, of course, does not suffice, because why did Plato select people who have such a high view of courage as the Dorians? There must be some aspect of courage which justifies this negative judgment. Well, then let us leave this open, how this is connected. I would, perhaps one is helped by the following consideration. The Greek term which we translate courage means more literally translated manliness. It is primarily the virtue of the man, like Latin virtus. But the man is at the same time, of course, also the generator of children, the father of the family, the owner of the household, a man of some wealth, because if he had not some wealth, he would be a very poor father. Wealth strengthens paternity. The Spanish term hombre renders somewhat more clearly than the English man what the Greek word man, anea, means. A man who can take care of himself, who has a certain, who takes care of his interests. This is one must consider if one tries to understand what is meant here by courage. Now, here there is one point which, where the translation, where the text is dubious, but where I believe we would have to read as follows. The first among the divine goods is good sense. Second, after intelligence, moderation. And then justice, and then finally courage. So, good sense, practical wisdom, phronesis, is the first after intelligence. Intelligence is at the top. That we must keep in mind for the sequel. Now, can you go on where we left off?
And wisdom in turn has first place among the goods that are divine.
Yeah, we had that.
Now all these things are by nature ranked before the human goods, and verily the lawgiver also must so rank them. Next, it must be proclaimed to the citizens that all the other instructions they receive have these in view, and that of these goods themselves, the human up to the divine, and the divine to reason as their chief.
Yeah, let us say intelligence, to intelligence as a leader. Yes.
And in regard to...
Then let us stop here for one moment. Now, the Athenian tells the Cretan what the Cretan should have said in praise of the Cretan laws. And he tells him that he should have spoken of the natural order of the good things and presented that good order. And he does not tell, the Cretan should not tell what the Cretan legislator has done in the past, but what every legislator, including Minos, the Cretan legislator, or Zeus, must do in the future. So, whereas Cretan and Spartan appeal to the past, to the ancient law, going back to Zeus or Apollo, the Athenian goes back to a still more remote past, to a past older than any other past, and at the same time also younger than any future, what is by nature. The Cretan should have taken a point from where he can, as it were, look forward to what the ancient legislator should have done, and not merely look back from now to the ancient legislator. That is a radical change of perspective is required. And now how does he go on in this long speech?
And in regard to their marriage connections, and to their subsequent breeding and rearing of children, male and female, both during youth and in later life up to old age, the lawgiver must supervise the citizens, duly apportioning honor and dishonor. And in regard to all their forms of intercourse, he must observe and watch their pains and pleasures and desires and all intense passions, and distribute praise and blame correctly by the means of the laws themselves. Moreover, in the matter of anger and of fear, and of all the disturbances which befall souls owing to misfortune, and of all the avoidances thereof which occur in good fortune, and of all the experiences which confront men through disease or war or penury or their opposites. In regard to all these, definite instruction must be given as to what is the right and what is the wrong disposition in each case.
Yeah, the legislator must teach and define what is noble and not, what is noble and base. There are two different spheres of which he has spoken, that of desires and aversions, and that of angers and fears. That corresponds roughly to the distinction made in the Republic between desire and spiritualness. In these directions, in both directions, the legislator must determine what is noble and what is base. Yes?
It is necessary in the next place for the lawgiver...
Yeah, that is not emphasized. It is a necessity for him. The two others were not said to be necessary. Yes?
For the lawgiver to keep a watch on the methods employed by the citizens in gaining and spending money, and to supervise the associations they form with one another, and the dissolutions thereof, whether they be voluntary or under compulsion. He must observe the manner in which they conduct each of these mutual transactions, and note where justice obtains and where it is lacking. To those that are obedient, he must assign honors by law, but on the disobedient, he must impose duly appointed penalties. Then, finally, when he arrives at the completion of the whole Constitution, he has to consider in what manner, in each case, the burial of the dead should be carried out, and what honors should be assigned to them. This being settled, the framer of the laws will hand over all his statutes to the charge of wardens, guided some by wisdom, others by true opinion, to the end that reason, having bound all into one single system, may declare them to be ancillary neither to wealth nor ambition, but to temperance and justice.
Moderation and justice, yes. Now this, you see, he speaks again in the future tense, what the legislator should do, and any legislator, including the legislators of the remote past. Now here the point of view in this third kind of objects is not the noble and the base, but the just and the unjust, which is something very different from the noble and base, although related. Now, and then he says, until he comes, when he comes to the end of the whole polity. What is the end of the whole polity? When you look this whole passage about the laws which he has to give from the beginning, when he speaks from marriages was the first subject. But marriage is first only because it leads to the birth of children. So we can say he describes the legislation as extending from the cradle to the grave. The end of the whole polity, the end of life. And this explains also the silence in this whole description of the legislation, of the purpose of legislation, on the gods. The gods are deathless. therefore they do not fall within the province of the legislator, except in an accidental or indirect way. And now, at the very last phrase, so that intelligence, having bound together all these things, will show them as being ancillary to moderation and justice. So intelligence, which is the highest, as we have seen before, and intelligence is active, or should be active, in the whole work of legislation. But intelligence is not that at which legislation aims. It aims, according to the statement here, at moderation and justice. That's to say, things lower than intelligence. And this is perhaps one of the greatest difficulties of laws or politics, that here the higher is in the service of the lower, and that would be, in Platonic language, against nature, although we were just reminded of the order according to nature. But our two old Dorians are not permitted to react to this long speech, because Athenian continues immediately afterward.
In this manner, strangers, I could have wished, and I wish it still, that you had fully explained how these regulations are inherent in the reputed laws of Zeus and in those of Pythian Apollo, which were ordained by Minos and Lycurgus, and how their systematic arrangement is quite evident to him who, whether by art or practice, is an expert in law, although it is by no means obvious to the rest of us.
Yeah, so that's clear. We know now what a legislation deserving the name is. And we must assume that the divine legislation, or the allegedly divine legislations of Crete and Sparta, live up to that standard. And therefore, let us see to what extent they do. This seems to be clear. But before we go on, is there any point you would like to raise in regard to that very long speech of the Athenian, which we just read, the longest speech hitherto? Yes?
Here it talks about the associations they form with one another and the dissolutions thereof. Is that in any way comparable to something like antitrust laws, monopoly laws?
Not unless you don't have to go so high. I mean, just any ordinary business association where there is a contractual relation between two partners, and one decides at a certain moment to dissolve it. Can he do that? To dissolve the partnership. Can he do that? Under what condition can he do it? And so on. That is, the legislator will determine.
But the term that's used here would include such things as monopoly laws, antitrust laws, fair trade commission.
Yes, sure. But here we have simpler forms of partnership. Yeah? No.
Yes, it seems that in this passage that justice comes out of a combination of temperance and good sense. And I wonder how that compares with the earlier dialogues where it appears that the forms don't interrelate in that sense and cause each other through a mixture of themselves. I wonder if you see a difference between the idea of a justice coming out of the combination of two other forms, if we can take these as forms.
Yeah, no, that seems to be the peculiarity of what he says in the laws. And that has so much to do with the status of courage in the laws. Justice, according to the laws, has courage as an ingredient, and therefore that drags justice down. The two other ingredients of justice, good sense and moderation, are higher than justice, because they do not have this ingredient, courage, which drags down. I think it all boils down to the question, why is the law so negative regarding courage?
Yes, but I was thinking in a more general sense of whether or not and to what extent there are differences in the early Plato, say, and the later Plato, and ideas that come up in the Parmenides or the Philebus about forms mixing to form other combinations, whereas it appears in the earlier dialogues that the forms stand by themselves. They don't combine.
Yeah, but I don't know what is early and late. The only thing I know is that the laws are later than the Republic because Aristotle tells me so. Otherwise I would not even believe that. That's not, these kind of considerations are not very helpful, I believe. And in addition, it wouldn't explain why this mixture of forms, as you call it, takes place only in the case of courage and not in the case of the other virtues. After all, it would make sense to say that courage also is a mixture of X and good sense.
These are not full forms yet.
No, but that's true. But the term does occur nevertheless. Because I don't want to go into this kind of superfluous scholarly questions, and let us. So we know now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
Is good sense a virtue which the lawgiver possesses
Sure.
legislative?
Sure.
What is it that's common about good sense and intelligence that allows them to work?
We don't know yet, but we do know that intelligence is higher than good sense. So he calls intelligence the leader. Perhaps it is a leader of the whole. Perhaps it is a leader or governor of the whole, of the universe. But it is higher than phronesis, which is ordinarily translated by practical wisdom, or which I translate by good sense for the time being.
You mentioned in the last lecture that this is a primarily political book. And if the laws are laid down in these terms without considering the possibility of harmony between intelligence and phronesis and good sense, is it possible to take it seriously, take its political claims seriously, when the possibility of this kind of harmony is not apparent?
The distinction does not in itself mean disharmony, does it?
No, but there seems to be some question. Unless earlier examples, for example, when he talks about the family and the laying down of the laws about someone who will allow the laws or allow the family to be well ordered. I mean, clearly the family is the possibility of someone external to the family laying down laws about the family operations is somewhat questionable, and it seems to be it seems to be the possibility that kind of approach would have to be established prior to engaging that.
Yeah, but the question is this: if say Plato, would give a lecture in the academy on the good and even on the politically good, he would proceed, I suppose, in a very different way. But think here of an Athenian stranger who has come to Crete, to a country in which there is no philosophy, and talking to people who have nothing whatever to do with philosophy. He must proceed in a manner which they can understand. What they understand is this: here is a stranger, obviously a nice man, they like him, but who is not too impressed by their ancient laws, and looks at it from a strange angle. That is in the foreground of what they say. These points which he makes here, we can read this and reread it and consult commentaries and what have you. But they hear it only once. And what sinks in and what not, we can only say on the basis of how they react, how they respond. In addition, the Athenian does not stop immediately after having made this speech of what the Cretan should have said about the Cretan legislation, but the last few sentences which we just said, I would have wished that you both had spoken about your reputed divine laws in this manner, and that all these things which I have said are contained in these laws. That is what they understand. But the details, it must have sunk in because it was discussed before, and the Athenian had made a point of it all the time, that courage is the lowest of the virtues. But whether they are convinced of that, or even persuaded of that we cannot know. It is possible that they were impressed by the quotation from the poet Theognis, according to which, in the Athenians' interpretation, a man who is loyal in civil war, and of course fights also on the right side, is preferable to a man who is merely good in foreign war, because even a mercenary soldier can do that. That they understood. And perhaps they regarded this as a sufficient proof that courage as courage is the lowest of the virtues. One cannot read this as a treatise or as an academic lecture. This young lady.
I was confused by the word.
Louder.
I didn't understand the meaning of the word intelligence at the end of the Athenian speech.
Yeah.
I understand. I believe that you said that this is different from promises. But is it the same thing as wisdom, or is it different?
We have to assume that's different, because otherwise he would have called it wisdom.
I don't have the Greek, I just had a translation. But this intelligence is higher than courage or than justice and temperance?
Of course. It is even higher than phronesis itself. It is the leader intelligence. The leader of what is not that, perhaps of everything, not only of men and cities. And this young man.
I don't understand. He says here, this being said of the famous laws will handle all the statutes to charge of the warnings. I guess that means to handle over some sort of police force. I don't understand what he means after that.
Can you...
He says, I don't know, I'm interpreting it. He says, the framer of the laws will hand over all the statutes to the charge of warnings. Some sort of police force, I guess. But what
No, the guardians of the law. I mean, those who watch that the laws are observed. The police would be, or the police force would be ministerial to these guardians. And some of these guardians would be guided by good sense, phronesis, and others by true opinion.
I don't understand. What's the difference between being guided by wisdom and good opinion?
Well, those who are able, who would have been able to devise the very law or regulation which people are supposed to obey, and those who would be unable to have devised it, but obey it because it is a law. And they have a true opinion by saying this is to be done. It's a true opinion. But they do not know the proper ground of it. Yes.
Mr. Strauss, I'm somewhat confused by your saying, by your speaking of nous, or intelligence as the leader. In the text I thought it said phronesis is first, and phronesis is fourth.
Yeah, but
And then nous comes in the second rank with...
No. Do you have the Greek text? The Burnett text?
No, I have it.
Yeah, well, all right, I will read it to you. Deuteron de metanu is how Burnett and so reads. But the manuscripts have metanun. And I see no reason why this should not be correct. And especially since in D5 he speaks that the divine goods, which means the four virtues mentioned before, are all to be directed towards the leader intelligence, ton hegemona nun. There are great textual difficulties here, of course, and we cannot go into them. Yes.
If you change that to meta nun, wouldn't that identify then nous with phronesis?
No, Deuteron, no, it would then mean this, the second after the nous. The first after the nous is phronesis. The second after nous is sophrosyne. Perhaps we find out later on a bit more about this enigmatic leader intelligence. For the time being, there is only a reminder that there is something higher even than good sense. And it is not called wisdom here. For I believe one simple reason is because wisdom is in Greek, Sophia is in Greek so rich in meanings, and especially in low meanings, that it would be not desirable. But that's not a sufficient explanation. So the Athenian, let us now return to the text. The Athenian has said, you should have done this and this, and then shown what the legislator should have done, and then shown that your legislator did in fact do it. And what does Cleinias say after he has been given this important advice?
What then, stranger, should be the next step in our argument?
So in other words, Cleinias wouldn't know how to proceed. He wouldn't know. And so the Athenian must explain to him.
We ought, as I think, to do as we did at first. Start from the beginning to explain first the institutions which have to do with courage, and after that we shall, if you wish, deal with a second and a third form of goodness. And as soon as we have completed our treatment of the first theme, We shall take that as our model, and by a discussion of the rest on similar lines, beguile the way. And at the end of our treatment of goodness, in all its forms, we shall make it clear, if God will, that the rules we discussed just now had goodness for their aim.
Yeah, whether that means goodness for the aim, that's not clear. They will be shown to look there. Here, he doesn't speak, strictly speaking, of discussion, dialegestai, but diamythologein, not logoi. They are going to exchange not logoi, but mythoi, stories. And this, there is a play here on the word. This exchange of mythoi will have the function of comforting us. A comfort on the long walk from Knossos to the cave of Zeus. Yes?
Megillus, a good suggestion. And begin with our friend here, the panegyrist of Zeus. Try first to put him to the test. Athenian, try I will, and to test you too, and myself, for the argument concerns us all alike. Tell me then, do we assert that the common meals and the gymnasia were devised by the lawgiver with a view to war? Megillus, yes. Athenian, and is there a third institution of the kind and a fourth? Or probably one ought to employ this method of enumeration also in dealing with the subdivisions, or whatever we ought to call them, of the other forms of goodness, if only one makes one's meaning clear. Megillus, the third thing he devised was hunting, so I and every Lacedaemonian would say. Athenian, let us attempt also to state what comes fourth, and fifth too, if possible. Megillus, the fourth also I may attempt to state. It is the training, widely prevalent amongst us, in hardy endurance of pain, by means both of manual contests and of robberies carried out every time at the risk of a sound drubbing. Moreover, the Krypteia, as it is called, affords a wonderfully severe training in hardihood, as the men go barefoot in winter and sleep without coverlets and have no attendants, but wait on themselves and rove through the whole countryside, both by night and by day. Moreover, in our games, we have severe tests of endurance, when men unclad do battle with the violence of the heat. And there are other instances so numerous that the recital of them would be well nigh endless.
Yes, so, in other words, the Spartan legislator, the Cretan, is now silent for the time being, has well provided for education to courage, which we have no doubted. This particular institution, the Krypteia, is a kind of secret police. Of course, the policemen were in this case full Spartan citizens, and their function was to take care or dispose of obstreperous helots. They made them simply disappear when they were, and that was done by night, stealthily, and it was obviously not without danger, as Megillus tactfully states. So, good. So we must be satisfied in this respect. Now?
Athenian, splendid, O stranger of Lacedaemon. But come now, as to courage, how shall we define it? Shall we define it quite simply as battling against fears and pains only, or as against desires also, and pleasures, with their dangerous enticements and flatteries which melt men's hearts like wax, even men most reverenced in their own conceit? Megillus, the latter definition is, I think, the right one. Courage is battling against them all. Athenian, earlier in our discourse, if I am not mistaken, Plinius here used the expression self-inferior of a state or an individual. Do you not do so, O stranger of Knossos?
That is Claudius, of course. Yeah.
Plinius, most certainly. Athenian, at present, do we apply the term bad to the man who is inferior to pains, or to him also who is inferior to pleasures? Plinius, to the man who is inferior to pleasures more than the other, in my opinion. All of us, indeed, when we speak of the man who is shamefully self-inferior, mean one who is mastered by pleasures rather than one who is mastered by pains. Athenian, then surely the lawgiver of Zeus and he of Apollo did not enact by law a lame kind of courage, able only to defend itself on the left and unable to resist attractions and allurements on the right, but rather one able to resist on both sides. Plinius, on both sides, as I would maintain.
Yeah, you see here, since you spoke of the early dialogues, did you ever read the Laches? That is one of the dialogues so-called early. Now, and this is precisely the argument used there against the common view of courage that is only to do with fear and the control of fear. So Plato knew that still very well, and he, in a way, adhered to it. Now, the point is this. The argument which he makes is this. Did the legislator make courage only limping on one side, namely toward the left? The left means the evils, the pains, or not also toward the right, the good things, the pleasures. And then, of course, if he was a good legislator, as we still assume, he must also have regulated properly the pleasures, the control of pleasures, not only the control of pain or fear. Yes?
Athenian, let us then mention once more the state institutions in both your countries which give men a taste of pleasures instead of shunning them. Just as they did not shun pain, but plunged their citizens into the midst of them, and so compelled them or induced them by rewards to master them. Where, pray, in your laws is the same policy adopted in regard to pleasures? Let us declare what regulation of yours there is, which causes the same men to be courageous toward pains and pleasures alike, conquering where they ought to conquer, and in no wise worsted by the nearest and most dangerous enemies. Megillus.
Now, once you keep this in mind, the primary notion of courage, as it was used hitherto, has now, for the time being, be corrected, be made more sophisticated, so that it includes also what is ordinarily known as moderation or temperance. And now, so Megillus is now to answer, to show that the Spartan legislator, or rather both should show that the legislators have properly provided for that too. Yes?
Megillus. Although stranger, I was able to mention a number of laws that dealt with mastery over pains. In the case of pleasures, I may not find it equally easy to produce important and conspicuous examples, but I might perhaps furnish some minor instances.
No.
Plinius, neither could I, in like manner, give myself clear examples from the Cretan laws. Athenian, and no wonder, my most excellent friends. If then in this desire to discover what is true and superlatively good, any one of us should find fault with any domestic law of his neighbors, let us take one another's remarks in good part and without resentment. Plinius, you are right, stranger. That is what we must do. Athenian.
Now, wait a moment. So the Athenian has touched a sore point by asking what had the Spartan legislator done or the Cretan legislator done, to train the citizens in the control of pleasures. And then that forces him again to apologize, as it were, for what he is doing. And in this connection, he describes him, or people of his kind, as people who wish to see the truth at the same time and the best. The truth about the laws of one's city and the best. These are two different things. The best may be very different from what is established in one's city. And this leads to the difficulty. Especially in this case, when a foreigner is speaking, is bringing forth a criticism. And now the Athenian said something of utmost importance.
Yes, for resentment would ill become men of our years. Plinius, ill indeed. Athenian, whether men are right or wrong in their censures of the Laconian polity and the Cretan, that is another story. Anyhow, what is actually said by most men, I probably am in a better position to state than either of you. For in your case, your laws being wisely framed, one of the best of your laws will be that which enjoins that none of the youth shall inquire which laws are wrong and which right, but all shall declare in unison with one mouth and one voice that all are rightly established by divine enactment, and shall turn a deaf ear to anyone who says otherwise. And further, that if in any old man has any stricture to pass on any of your laws, he must not utter such views in the presence of any young man, but before a magistrate or one of his own age. Plinius.
Now this is crucial. The Athenian reaches now some deeper understanding with his interlocutor than he had before, by appealing to one law, which is surely very fine or noble. And this is, let me call it, the law of laws. Regarding that, he is in full agreement with the Dorians. And that says that if no young man must be permitted to distinguish between what is noble or good and not in the laws, but one must say with one voice and from one mouth, all must say that all laws are fine since they have been laid down by gods. And if someone should speak differently, one should not tolerate this, not listen to that at all. But if an old man speaks to another old man or a ruler, no young man being present, that is all right. Here we hear the truth underlying the very beginning of the dialogue, where the stranger asked, who is responsible for your legislation? And then the Cretan said, a god, to tell the truth. To say what is most just, a god. Now we know what it means, what is most just. That is demanded by the law, that one says that. And the Athenian submits to that law. And thus he acquires perhaps the right to criticize his laws. but only on the basis of this legal justification of his criticism can be criticized about. Yes, now what does Cleinias say?
Cleinias. A very sound observation, stranger. And just like a diviner, far away though you are from the original lawgiver, you have fairly spotted, as I think, his intention, and described it with perfect truth.
You know, he compares him to a diviner, but a kind of diviner a prophet, who who predicts not the future, but the remote past. In Crete they had such a man, who will be mentioned later on, called Epimenides, of whom it was said that he never prophesied the future, but only divined what had happened in the past. The Athenian stranger reminds Cleinias of such a kind of prophet. And here there is, what does the Athenian now say?
Well, there are no young people with us now, so we may be permitted by the lawgiver, old as we are, to discuss these matters among ourselves, privately, without offense.
Yeah, we alone towards one another alone. You see, the Athenian assumes that he, although he is not a citizen of Crete or Sparta, yet by submitting to that law of laws, also acquires the privileges of that law, so that he may criticize the laws of Sparta or Crete in such a strictly private conversation. Yes.
Cleinias. That is so. Do you then have no scruple in censuring our laws? For there is nothing discreditable in being told of some flaw. Rather, it is just this that leads to a remedy, if the criticism be accepted not peevishly, but in a friendly spirit. Athenian. Good. But until I have investigated your laws as carefully as I can, I shall not censure them, but rather express the doubts I feel. You alone, of Greeks and barbarians, so far as I can discover, possess a lawgiver who charged you to abstain from the greatest of pleasures and amusements, and taste them not. But concerning pains and fears, as we said before, he held the view that anyone who shuns them continuously from childhood onward, when confronted with unavoidable hardships and fears and pains, will be put to flight by the men who are trained in such things and will become their slave. Now I presume that this same lawgiver should have held the same view about pleasures as well, and should have argued with himself that if our citizens grow up from their youth unpracticed in the greatest pleasures, the consequence must be that when they find themselves amongst pleasures without being trained in the duty of resisting them and of refusing to commit any disgraceful act because of the natural attraction of pleasures, they will suffer the same fate as those who are worsted by fears. They will, that is to say, in another and still more shameful fashion, be enslaved by those who are able to hold out amidst pleasures and those who are versed in the art of pleasure, people who are sometimes wholly vicious. Thus their condition of soul will be partly enslaved and partly free, and they will not deserve to be called, without qualification, free men and men of courage. Consider then whether you at all approve these remarks of mine. Cleinias. On the face of them, we are inclined to approve, but to yield quick and easy credence in matters of such importance would, I fear, be rash and thoughtless.
Yeah, would be the action of young and thoughtless people. Old men are permitted to criticize because they, by being old, are not rash. That's the premise of that law of laws. Yes.
Athenian. Well then, O Clinias, and thou, stranger of Lacedaemon, suppose we discuss the second of the subjects we proposed, and take temperance next after courage. Shall we discover any point in which these polities are superior to those framed at random, as we found just now in regard to their military organization?
You see what he does? He calls off the subordination of moderation under courage. He makes now the more simple distinction between courage and moderation. Previously he had said moderation is a subdivision of courage. Now he says it is a different virtue. That makes sense, it's much more plausible in this way, more in agreement with common opinion. But is there not one great difficulty? He begins with courage. Courage is the lowest of the virtues, because that is most conspicuously recognized by the historians. Should he then follow the inverse natural order and come to the virtue which follows next? What is that? Justice, yes. But instead he goes over to moderation or temperance. What justifies him? Apparently courage and moderation are more akin to one another than the other virtues. And it will be made clear in the sequel what that is, because the primary sources of orientation for man are pleasures and pains. And the virtue controlling pleasure is moderation, and the virtue controlling pain is courage. In Aristotle's Ethics, there is this order: first courage, and then moderation. And in the rhetoric, Aristotle says they both are the virtues of the young, which means, I suppose, the least sophisticated virtues, not having the refinement which the other virtues have. So now we are still back to the same question. What did the Spartan legislator do regarding the control of pleasures? And now what does Megillus reply?
Hardly an easy matter. Yet probably the common meals and the gymnasia are well devised to foster both these virtues.
Yeah, the things of which he had spoken, which were mentioned before as institutions serving the education to courage. Yes?
Athenian. In truth, strangers, it seems a difficult thing for state institutions to be equally beyond criticism, both in theory and in practice. Their case resembles that of the human body, where it seems impossible to prescribe any given treatment for each case without finding that this same prescription is partly beneficial and partly injurious to the body.
So in other words, these are beneficial institutions, but they also have their advantages, their disadvantages. And he turns now to these disadvantages. Yes?
So these common meals, for example, and these gymnasia, while they are at present beneficial to the states in many other respects, yet in the event of civil strife they prove dangerous, as is shown by the case of the youth of Miletus, Bocotia, and Thurion. And moreover, this institution, when of old standing, is thought to have corrupted the pleasures of love, which are natural not to men only, but also natural to beasts.
You know, it seems to have corrupted an old law and a law according to nature. Yes, and that is one.
For this your states are held primarily responsible, and along with them all others that especially encourage the use of gymnasia. And whether one makes the observation in earnest or in jest, one certainly should not fail to observe that when male unites with female for procreation, the pleasure experienced is held to be due to nature, but contrary to nature when male mates with male or female with female, and that those first guilty of such enormities were impelled by their slavery to pleasure. And we all accuse the Cretans of concocting the story about Ganymede, because it was the belief that they derived their laws from Zeus. They added on this story about Zeus in order that they might be following his example in enjoying this pleasure as well. Now, with the story itself, we have no more concern. But when men are investigating the subject of laws, their investigation deals almost entirely with pleasures and pains, whether in states or in individuals. These are the two fountains which gush out by nature's impulse, and whoever draws from them a due supply at the due place and time is blessed, be it a state or an individual, or any kind of creature. But whosoever does so without understanding and out of due season will fare contrariwise.
So it's clear what the Athenian says. Look, your famous common meals and your pederasty, and which is here presented, although with a certain qualification, it is thought to be an unnatural vice, an infringement on an old law that is according to nature. And because only the pleasures going together with intercourse for the sake of procreation, that is thought to be a natural pleasure. And the Cretans did more in order to justify their unnatural proceedings. They traced it to Zeus himself, accusing him, or not accusing him, but quasi-praising him of being a pederast. And this shows, of course, what the Cretan stories are worth, because their story about the Zeus legislation is not better founded than their story about Zeus as a lover of Ganymede. There is a certain, and what he says toward the end of this speech, that the proper use of the pleasures and pains at the right time, at the right quantity, and so on, he says this applies equally to the city, the private man, and every animal, every living being. Now, how can this proper measure and the proper time be observed by irrational animals? That seems to be difficult. Or does he refer to something what was later on called instincts? For example, just regarding sexuality, that there are seasons in the case of animals, and they have thus, through their instinct and ordering, which man can supply only by his reasoning. Now, at any rate, to see the overall situation, a grave accusation on the part of the Athenian. How does Megillus react to it?
Megillus, what you say, stranger, is excellent, I suppose. Nonetheless, I am at a loss to know what reply I should make to it. Still, in my opinion, the Lacedaemonian lawgiver was right in ordaining the avoidance of pleasures, While as to the laws of Knossos, our friend Plinius, if he thinks fit, will defend them.
By the way, Plinius will never try to defend them. So the Cretan legislator is out by this very fact, yes.
The rules about pleasures at Sparta seem to me the best in the world. For our law banished entirely from the land that institution which gives the most occasion for men to fall into excessive pleasures and riotings and follies of every description. Neither in the country nor in the cities controlled by Spartiatus is a drinking club to be seen, nor any of the practices which belong to such and foster to the utmost all kinds of pleasure. Indeed, there is not a man who would not punish at once, and most severely, any drunken reveler he chanced to meet with, nor would even the feast of Dionysius serve as an excuse to save him. A revel such as I once upon a time witnessed on the wagons in your country, and at our colony in Tarentum, too, I saw the whole city drunk at the Dionysia. But with us, no such thing is possible.
Yeah. Now, if one could translate this exchange into an Aristophanean scene, it would be like this, that the Athenian would say, "You pederast," and the Spartan would reply, "You drunkards." And that is a perfectly natural thing, but here it is, of course, done with the greatest dignity. But what happens is this: what he has in mind, what the Spartan has in mind, are the Athenian symposia, common drinking, and here we have in Sparta the common meals, the syssitia. And this common drinking, the symposia, will now become the theme throughout the first two books of the laws. But for the situation, one must also consider the following point. The situation is now very good for the Athenian, because now an Athenian institution is attacked, and he acts in a perfectly decent manner if he defends an Athenian institution. There is nothing subversive in that. On the contrary, something very creditable, as his two Dorian interlocutors will be the first to acknowledge. Now, in the sequel, well, that's a long speech which we do not have to read, perhaps. The Athenian mentions only as an additional dig in his reply the looseness of Spartan women, which is another sign that not everything was so well ordered in Sparta. And then he puts the question on a broad basis, what is the right thing to do regarding drinking? Because many nations and many warlike nations, not only the Athenians, of whom one could say they are not so warlike, engage in drinking, and so that is an open question. What's the right thing? And Megillus replies, well, we lick them any time, all of them. And then the Athenian says, well, that's no proof, because victory may very well depend on such accidents as numerical superiority or what have you. That does not mean much. And then the Athenian brings up the question, what is the right way of judging of institutions altogether, and therefore also in particular of symposia? And that he will do in the sequel. I think it is of no use now to read anymore. Is there any point which you would like to bring up? Yes?
You mentioned that the law of laws seemed to be one that with a lot of criticism by old men?
I haven't quite understood you.
That if the laws were truly from the gods, as perhaps when you said they are in the Republic, if those laws have men. But if they were of the origin of the God, would still the law of laws included within those give the right of criticism to older men?
Yeah, it would complicate matters a bit, but not completely. Because the question would come up, and the gods do not always speak to all men. They speak to privileged of the past. And what the men one hears at any given time are not directly inspired by the gods. You can call them the scholars, the theologians, or whatever term you prefer, the jurists, so the interpreters of the divine law. And their criticism is of course possible. But this criticism must be most respectful. And the criticism is even facilitated by the fact for which divine providence has beautifully arranged that these authoritative interpreters of the divine law contradict one another. So you can say, appeal to A to contradict B, but always respectfully. So it can come out, one only has to read a bit the history of controversy in the last 2,000 years to see that's a kind of comment on what I call the law of laws. It's more complicated if there is no auguric smile between the interlocutors, as it is to some extent here. In other words, if the divine origin is seriously believed in. But there is the possibility, the fundamental possibilities are the same. You know what I say about this fact that authorities contradict one another? The beautiful use which Descartes made of that. When he presents his life, one could almost say, in this form, that he wanted to be a very good boy and tell exactly what his teachers told him. But the teachers contradicted one another. And some of them even contradicted themselves. So he could not be a good boy. And this is a particularly striking case, but the story has happened many times, and that will always be so. Yes?
Do you think the law of laws is still passive? It's just something that in all societies?
Pardon?
You mentioned the law of laws that is in the dialogue laws. Do you think this law of laws is sort of in all societies?
The law of laws is also
It's part of all societies.
Yes. Not in this form. Not in this form. There are always some things which are beyond appeal, although they could be questioned. Pardon?
But only if you're old.
But only if you're old.
Yeah, this is no longer done. Today is the other way around. Today, the old people have to apologize to the most immoderate part of the younger people in order to be tolerated. No, that's greatly different. But so, for example, such things, I mention only two terms which occur frequently in moral discussions now, things which are taboos. Sincerity, did you ever hear that? Compassion, did you ever hear that? And in other words, you make no distinction between whether that the thing or the man deserves compassion or not. Yeah? Or we have no criteria for that. Or in the other case, sincerity, well, what he is sincere about, that is not important. The main point is that he is sincere. Yes?
I would like to know, do you think that the wine of the Athenians helps them to be loyal to each other, the men to be loyal with the women, and the women to be loyal with the men, and to have some kind of real love? Or is the lack of wine in Sparta causes the women to be loose? And
no, that he doesn't go into reasons. The reason given by that wise man Aristotle is that the Spartans were always at war, and therefore the women administered the estates, they had their own money in present day.
And that's what enabled them to be loose?
Yeah. Because that led to that, yes. Yes.
The justification in the dialogue for these three gentlemen discussing that which is good and bad in laws is the fact that they're old. But wouldn't that call into question, I mean, it seems to me implicitly, the enterprise of writing the laws in the first place? In other words, Plato, in writing these laws, would presumably know that young people would be reading them as well as old, and here he's blowing the whistle on the divine origin of the law.
Yeah, but the point is this, that how many, how many people read the laws? The laws is not one of the most famous Platonic and most admired Platonic works. The common opinion today, if I remember well, is that this was written by the old, disappointed, somewhat bitter Plato. And of course, you know how old men are. Read the chapter in the rhetoric about old men, in Aristotle. And that explains it. And it is, and even the little points which we observed about these ironies and so, if one can call these ironies, you would be quite surprised if you read the literature, especially the learned literature, how impermeable these scholars are to anything of this kind. And therefore, if we do not assume that scholars are necessarily the most stupid part of men, which I think would be a wrong assertion, that would also be true of others. Yeah, so that is, read next week. Next week. Next week. Next week. Next week. Next week. Continue where we left off last time. The Athenian makes clear to the Cretan how he should have praised the Cretan laws. The main point is that these laws are in accordance with the natural order of the good things. But while the Athenian gives the Cretan this specimen of a proper praise of the Cretan laws, he changes from the Cretan legislator has done these and these things to the legislator, any legislator, must or will do these and these things. He will lay down the laws according to the natural order. This means that the Cretan is supposed to have returned from the Cretan laws, to say nothing from present-day Crete, to something more ancient than the most ancient code. And that is precisely the natural order. Then, after this long speech, a new beginning of inquiry or examination of the Cretan code is made. The critical question: how did that code provide for the better half of courage? And that better half of courage means the ability to resist pleasures, an ability brought about by being exposed to pleasures. The Dorians are embarrassed because, obviously, the Dorian codes have not provided for this. Before he continues his examination of the Dorian codes, the Athenian praises most highly what I call the law of laws, the law according to which all citizens must say with one voice that all the laws are good since they have been given by gods. Only old men may in strict privacy allude to defects of the laws. And the Athenian draws from this a conclusion that since he too is an old man, he may do that. So after he has the Athenian has shown that a criticism of the Dorian laws is under certain conditions permitted by the Dorian laws, he goes now into that criticism. And he repeats his question: what about the provisions for moderation? He no longer calls it a part of courage, but simply treats it as a separate virtue. The Spartan replies to common meals, to which the Athenian replies that these common meals and similar institutions lead to serious defects, in particular to pederasty. I was given to understand that this term is perhaps not understood by all. Therefore, I will say what it is. Pederasty means love of young boys by mature men. It is better than homosexuality because that is a much more comprehensive term, as you probably know. Now, so the Athenian has shown that the Spartan legislator, if he believed to make people moderate by introducing common meals, he did the wrong thing. But the Spartan then reacts in a perfectly natural manner and says, well, look what your legislator permits or does. Look at Athenian drunkenness. That was a point which we had reached last time. And this is the transition to the rest of Book 1 and 2, where Athenian drunkenness, or more directly, banquets, symposia, are the theme. What that means, we must wait until we have read that. But I think we should continue in 638 B4. Now let me see where that is in that edition. It's on page 47. So towards the second half of the first paragraph. So let us leave victories and defeats.
So let us leave victories and defeats out of account for the present, and discuss each several institution on its own merits, in the endeavor to convince ourselves and explain in what way one kind is good and another bad. And to begin with, listen to my account of the right method of inquiring into the merits and demerits of institutions.
Yeah. Yes, and then he begins to explain. So all extrinsic considerations, like, for instance, the victories in war by a given nation enjoying these particular kind of institutions, or very general acceptance by all peoples, this is irrelevant. We have to consider the question of goodness or badness of institutions in a more precise way. And now he begins to explain what that means.
McGillis. What is your account of it? Athenian. In my opinion, all those who take up an institution for discussion and propose, at its first mention, to censure it or commend it, are proceeding in quite the wrong way. Their action is like that of a man who, when he hears somebody praising cheese as a good food, at once starts to disparage it, without having learnt either its effects or its mode of administration, in what form it should be administered, and by whom, and with what accompaniments, and in what condition, and to people in what condition. This, as it seems to me, is exactly what we are now doing in our discourse. At the first mention of the mere name of drunkenness, straightway we fall, some of us blaming it, others to praising it, which is absurd. Each party relies on the aid of witnesses. And while the one party claims that its statement is convincing on the ground of a large number of witnesses produced, the other does so on the ground that those who abstain from wine are seen to be victorious in battle. And then this point also gives rise to dispute.
Because in some cases it's not even sure who won the war, or rather who won that battle, and if he won the battle, did they win the war, and all these kind of things. Yes.
Now it would not be at all to my taste to go through all the rest of the legal arrangements in this fashion, and about our present subject, drunkenness, I desire to speak in quite another fashion, in my opinion, the right fashion. And I shall endeavor, if possible, to exhibit the correct method for dealing with all such subjects, for indeed the view of them adopted by your two states would be assailed and controverted by thousands upon thousands of nations.
Yeah, the correct method, that is in a way the literal translation of the Greek term, only method has not yet this strictly technical meaning, and least of all in such a dialogue as the laws, say for a manner of inquiry or something of this kind. But it is meant to be a universal inquiry, applying to all institutions and not merely to drinking. Yes. And now?
McGillis.
Yes.
Assuredly, if we know of a right method of investigating these matters, we are bound to give it a ready hearing. Athenian. Let us adopt some such method as this. Suppose a man were to praise the rearing of goats, and the goat itself as a fine thing to own, and suppose also that another man, who had seen goats grazing without a herd and doing damage on cultivated land, were to run them down and find fault equally with every animal he saw that was without a master or under a bad master. Would such a man's censure about any object whatsoever be of the smallest value? McGillis. Certainly not.
So now let us see how the argument proceeded. The mere name, so to speak, is wholly insufficient for judgment. That goes without saying. We must consider in each case the particular circumstances in which it is to be well, in which it is well applied. And if it is bad, then it is truly bad, otherwise not. Now, these circumstances are now here in this example of the goat reduced to a single one, being ruled well. And that would, of course, then will apply to symposia in particular. If they are ruled well, regulated well, they are good. If they are not ruled well, they are, of course, bad. This causes a difficulty. I note also the expression, if someone were to blame the breeding of goats and would praise the beast itself, that it is desirable or so. The beast itself in contradistinction to its being ruled or not being ruled. Now, the man who praises the goats means, whether he knows it or not, goats were ruled. We will see how this will develop in the sequel.
Athenian. Do we call the man who possesses only nautical science, whether or not he suffers from seasickness, a good commander on a ship or what? McGillis. By no means good, if along with his skill he suffers in the way you say.
So here we get a first inkling of what ruling means. Two ingredients. First, knowledge, and then immunity to seasickness in this particular case. More generally, immunity to the specific disturbances arising in connection with activity in questions. Yes?
Athenian. And how about the army commander? Is a man fit for command provided that he has military science, even though he be a coward and seasick with a kind of tipsy terror when danger comes? McGillis. Certainly not. Athenian. And suppose he has no military skill besides being a coward? McGillis. You are describing an utterly worthless fellow, not a commander of men at all, but the most womanish of women.
Yes. Now we have here the command of army. Here the military knowledge is obviously the knowledge or science required. But as for the specific disturbance corresponding to seasickness in the case of the pilot, that is fear, the control of fear, let us say courage, is something very different from military science. We must keep this in mind. Whether that is, as Socrates seems to assert, itself a kind of science or knowledge, that we do not have sufficient basis for this here to determine that. Yes?
Athenian. Now take the case of any social institution whatsoever, which naturally has a commander, and which under its commander is beneficial. And suppose that someone who had never seen the conduct of the institution under its commander, but seen it only when with no commander or bad commanders, were to commend the institution or censure it. Do we imagine that either the praise or the blame of such an observer of such an institution is of any value?
You see, one would expect him to speak now of banquets, of symposium, but he speaks of a man who praises or blames any association whatever which by its nature requires a ruler. Now here this man must obviously have knowledge if he is to praise or blame correctly. But according to the analogy of the two preceding examples, must he not have also an equivalent of immunity to seasickness? And what is that analogon in the case of the praiser or blamer of institutions? Are there specific disturbances caused by institutions comparable to seasickness caused by the sea? Well, we have already seen something of this. For example, the Athenian praised or blamed the Spartan code in regard to its provisions for promoting moderation. And that was resented by the Spartans. So these passions engendered by love of one's own, they are the analogon to seasickness in the case of travel over the sea. And this immunity is as indispensable as knowledge.
Mr. Strauss,
Yes.
isn't the analogy also possible between seasickness and the sickness or the desire of power?
Sure. Yeah, sure, but this is not, I believe, he is not speaking now of someone who tries to change institutions and thus to come to power, but someone who limits himself to praising or blaming. In other words, the observer, the judge, the critic. Sure, it would apply to that. This will come out, that is clear, that all these political emotions are a kind of seasickness or of drunkenness, as he will say more specifically later, which the ruler of the banquet, i.e. the ruler of the city, has to control. That will come out very soon, yes. You must also observe that he does not say that all associations require a ruler, only those which are by nature in need of a ruler. We will come back to this later, very shortly. Now, go on, please.
McGillis. Certainly not. When the man has never seen nor shared in an institution of the kind that was properly conducted. Athenian. Now, stay a moment. Shall we lay it down that of the numerous kinds of social institutions, that of banqueters and banquetings forms one? McGillis. Most certainly. Athenian. Now, has anyone ever yet beheld this institution rightly conducted? Both of you can easily make answer, never yet at all. For with you, this institution is neither customary nor legal. But I have come across many modes of banqueting in many places, and have also inquired into nearly all of them, and have scarcely seen or heard of a single one that was in all points rightly conducted. For if there were any, if any were right at all, it was only in a few details, and most of them were almost entirely on the wrong lines.
So this causes a difficulty, doesn't it? Who can judge of a symposium if even the Athenian, who has seen so many and has investigated, so to speak, all of them, has hardly found a single one which was well conducted? And would this not be a proof that he is wrong in recommending symposia? And therefore would it not justify his interlocutors in rejecting his proposal altogether? For some reasons which are not yet clear, the Dorians are extremely interested in hearing what the Athene has to say, and therefore they do not take this way out. Perhaps because they have a secret desire for this kind of enjoyment allegedly forbidden to them by their legislators. But so there is no experience of any perfect symposium. How does one then know of a perfect symposium? That is a question which will be answered in a way in the sequel. Now the Cretan takes over.
Clinias. What do you mean by that, stranger? Explain yourself more clearly. For since we are, as you observed, without any experience of such institutions, even if we did come across them, we would probably fail to see at once what was right in them and what wrong.
Because they lack experience of the model, and they cannot know what is good and at the same time possible.
Athenian. That is very probable. Try, however, to learn from my description. This you understand, that in all gatherings and associations, for any purpose whatsoever,
Not for any purpose whatsoever, any actions whatsoever.
in all gatherings and associations for any action whatsoever, it is right that each group should always have a commander. Clinias. Of course. Athenian.
Wait a moment. Is it true that all human associations need a ruler? Example?
Only the ones that are for action.
Yeah, and what is an association not?
Philosophy.
You can put it this way. There is a discussion of this subject in another Platonic dialogue, the Protagoras, where there is an impasse caused by the fact that Socrates and Protagoras cannot reach agreement. And then someone proposes that there should be an arbiter, a ruler. And then Socrates, by an argument which is perhaps not altogether flawless, it says that it is altogether impossible to have such an arbiter on such occasions. In the simple sense of the term, we can say there is no ruler in a Platonic dialogue, that there is some superior there. In all cases, that's another matter, but he is not a ruler who will simply lay down the law. This is perhaps most the case, that there is someone who lays down the law in the laws, where the Athenian stranger acts in a way as a legislator and therefore as a kind of ruler. No, but we can disregard this extreme possibility. Yes.
Athenian. Moreover, we have recently said that the commander of fighting men must be courageous. Plinius, of course. Athenian. The courageous man is less perturbed by alarms than the coward. Plinius. That is true too. Athenian. Now, if there had existed any device for putting an army in charge of a general who was absolutely impervious, in the charge of a general who was absolutely impervious to fear or perturbation, should we not have made every effort to do so? Plinius. Most certainly. Athenian. But what we are now discussing is not the man who is to command an army in time of war, in meetings of foe with foe, but the man who is to command friends in friendly associations with friends in time of peace. Plinius. Quite so. Athenian. Such a gathering, if accompanied by drunkenness, is not free from disturbance, is it? Plinius. Certainly not. Quite the reverse, I imagine. Athenian. So those people also need, in the first place, a commander. Plinius. Undoubtedly. They above all.
He speaks for the first time of the commander or ruler of the symposium, whereas formerly you may record he had spoken of the praiser or blamer of any institution, which was a very different subject. Yes?
Athenian. Should we, if possible, provide them with a commander who is imperturbable? Plinius. Certainly. Athenian. Naturally, also, he should be wise about social gatherings, for he has both to preserve the friendliness which already exists among the company, and to see that the present gathering promotes it still further. Plinius. Very true.
So, you see, so he must, the ruler of a banquet must be sober, must be immune to drunkenness, and he must have knowledge. But the knowledge is now no longer called knowledge or science, episteme, as it was done before, but good sense, phronesis. Yes.
Athenian. Then the commander we set over drunken men should be sober and wise rather than the opposite. For a commander of drunkards who was himself drunken, young, and foolish would be very lucky if he escaped doing some serious mischief.
Yes, he adds here now, complicates matters a little, doesn't he? So he must under no circumstances be drunk, that goes without saying, nor say foolish, but he adds a third point.
Must not be young.
Yes. Now let us assume that he is sober, wise, and young. What would happen in that case?
Insufficient experience?
That does not come up here, but surely, the possibility could exist that someone, say, 30 years old, sober and wise, as a commander of banquets,
Oh, his passions might be so strong because...
and then he wouldn't be wise. But he adds young precisely because what happened before, and especially in the law of laws, was simple identification of old and wise. And the whole venerable tradition is based on that identification, that the old are wise.
Yeah, isn't that also tied to the fact that when men become old, their passions subside and they're not as much the slave of their passions?
Yeah, but there are also other aspects to old age apart from that. At any rate, I remind you only of the fact that in the law of laws, the only condition for criticizing the laws was oldness, not wisdom, nothing else. That is now in an important manner qualified. Oldness is not a sufficient condition. Perhaps it is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. Yes?
Plinius, uncommonly lucky. Athenian, suppose then that a man were to find fault with such institutions in states where they are managed in the best possible way, having an objection to the institution in itself. He might perhaps be right in doing so. But if a man abuses such an institution, when he sees it managed in the worst way possible, it is plain that he is ignorant, first of the fact that it is badly conducted, and secondly, that every institution will appear similarly bad when it is carried on without a sober ruler and commander. For surely you perceive that a sea captain and every commander of anything, if drunk, upsets everything, whether it be a ship or a chariot or an army or anything else that is under his captaincy.
Yes, obviously that this refers, although that is not mentioned explicitly, to the city as well. There must be a sober captain or ruler of the city. But now he uses this term, which was prepared by quite a few remarks, the thing itself. The thing itself is in this particular case a well-regulated banquet. A banquet which is not well regulated is not a true banquet, as we say, is not the banquet itself. Does this remind you of something which you know from Plato? The whole discussion of the quest for the perfect banquet, of which there is not a single example, or probably not a single example, does this not remind us of the quest for the best city in the Republic? Where also traces of this were found here and there, but never together. And so the perfect city, yes, the perfect symposium is an analog to the perfect city. Now, whether this can be done, whether this means the same as it means in the Republic, that remains to be seen. But we can see one point we can perhaps make clear at right away. You doubtless have heard the expression, the idea of a thing. For example, the idea of justice, which in the Platonic sense of the word, which is something purely just, as no institution, no human being can be just. The idea, the perfect city, the city itself, as one would say, is this an idea from Plato's point of view? It is surely never called so. An idea is something which is not made, surely not made by men. But what about the best city or the perfect city of the Republic? Is this not made by men? I think that is made very clear in the Republic. Looking at, say, at the idea of justice, but then mixing that with something else, they produce this picture or image, the term which was later on coined, a utopia, in the sense of a blueprint. This is something which is essentially man-made. That corresponds much more to what Plato, and by the way also Aristotle, understand by the perfect city than idea in the Platonic sense. And the same would apply to the perfect symposium. What they are looking for, we can say, is a blueprint of the well-regulated symposium. Yes, now the Athenian has now made clear that in all cases of an association that calls for rule, there must be a sober ruler. What does Cleinias say to that?
Cleinias. What you say, stranger, is perfectly true. In the next place, then, tell us this. Suppose this institution of drinking were rightly conducted. Of what possible benefit would it be to us? Take the case of an army, which we mentioned just now. There, given a right leader, his men will win victory in war, which is no small benefit. And so, too, with the other cases. But what solid advantage would accrue either to individuals or to a state from the right regulation of a wine party?
Yeah, the term which he uses at the end for well-regulated is paidagogeten, a derivative from the Greek word for a pedagogue, leader, a chaperone of boys going to school, from which our word pedagogy and similar words are derived. So Cleinias is very much interested in this utopian symposium. But he must know one more thing before he's satisfied, naturally. What good would he do? And by this word, paidagogiten, he gives the Athenian a clue to what he's going to say. Yes.
Athenian. Well, what great gain should we say would accrue to the state from the right control of one single child, or even of one band of children? To the question thus put to us, we should reply that the state would benefit but a little from one. If, however, you are putting a general question as to what solid advantage the state gains from the education of the educated, then it is quite simple to reply that well-educated men will prove good men, and being good, they will conquer their foes in battle, besides acting nobly in other ways. Thus, while education brings also victory, victory sometimes brings lack of education, for men have often grown more insolent because of victory in war, and through their insolence they have become filled with countless other vices, and whereas education has never yet proved to be Cadmean, the victories which men win in war have often been and will be Cadmean.
I suppose he makes clear in a note that is something like a Pyrrhic victory. Yeah? But the answer which Athenian gives then is this. Symposia are helpful for education. Education is in Greek paideia, and that word is suggested, unconsciously suggested by the Cretan when he spoke of Paedagogan. Yes. And now, what happens now?
Plinius, you are implying, my friend, as it seems to us, that the convivial gathering, when rightly conducted, is an important element in education. Athenian.
Yeah, but that's the Plinius calls the Athenian now for the first time friend. Albeit called him before stranger. Stranger is not a nasty word by any means, but it is of course not friend. So the Athenians, the Cretans seems to have become more friendly to the Athenian. And perhaps this has something to do with the fact that he would like to hear a vindication of symposia because he craves for them. And we naturally regard people who fulfill our desires as our friends. Yes.
Athenian. Assuredly.
Yeah, of course, as if there were no question. Yeah? Yes.
Plinius. Could you then show us, in the next place, how this statement is true? Athenian. The truth of my statement, which is disputed by many, is for God to assert. But I am quite ready to give, if required, my own opinion. Now that we have, in fact, embarked on a discussion of laws and constitutions.
Yes, so they could easily, the Cretan and the Spartan could easily have rejected the whole notion of symposia because the Athenians himself is not sure that this is a sound proposal. But they, and especially the Cretan, are very eager to hear it, as is indicated, among other things, by the Cretan calling him here in this context for the first time a friend. Yes?
Mr. Strauss?
Yes.
In that passage in the Greek, it has, in the Athenians reply, "Xene," stranger, I mean.
Here the Athenian continues.
Well, but it wasn't translated where he says, where he replies to Plinius, stranger. I believe that's included in the Greek. I mean.
Yeah, but I'm not responsible for Bury's translation. Or what do you mean?
Well, you just made a point of saying that Dorians are.
At least the Cretan. It says for the first time friend. I believe that is correct. I double-checked it, but maybe I should check it a third time.
I think he means that just a moment later, the Athenian calls him stranger.
That is not the first time, I believe.
No, not the first time.
Pardon? It's not the first time.
No, not the first.
Pardon?
Not the first.
Not the first time, yeah. And therefore, that is not such a clear case. The usual way in which they talk to each other is stranger. And the cases in which the cases which need explanation, if we can give it, is where they do not say to one another stranger, but something else. And the most, this is I found particularly striking, when the Cretan suddenly speaks of friend.
The way this is the Athenian rejecting this overture of friendship, he hasn't referred to either of them as Xene for quite a while, in fact, 15 days or so. And then he does it in immediate response to being called Phile, which suggests that he's not accepting that overture.
I'm very sorry. It is entirely my fault that I do not hear you.
The fact that he responds to this Phile by calling him Xene at this point, which he hasn't done for some time, would suggest that he's rejecting this suggestion of friendship.
Yeah, that could be. Yes, that he senses the strangeness, as it were. Yeah, and that could very well be. Yes, and and I believe that is confirmed to some extent by the immediate sequel. Now, yes.
How much of the interest
by the Cretan and the Spartan, do you think is due to the Athenians mentioning victory in connection with, wine parties are really sort of education, which means victory. And so now this is, by explaining these wine parties, he will tell us more about how victory is obtained.
No, but victory, you mean that he says that wine drinking is conducive to military victory?
Yeah, education, he says.
Yeah, education, that's another matter. But education does not necessarily lead to victory. If you have a small, highly educated city, it can easily be overrun by very powerful barbarian tribes. And that, of course, is no proof that the small civilized society was uncivilized. Yeah? No, victory is no proof, but he says only that the victory of a civilized people, if I may use this modern word, that is something good because they are civilized. But they can also easily be corrupted by the victory, and then they lose their civilization.
Yeah, I thought
By this.
I thought the implication was that education bore victory with it. In other words, as a direct result.
No, not so, but there are no pyrrhic victories. Education is always sound for the right kind of people and the right kind of education. That goes without saying. That is not yet stated here. Yes.
Cleinias. Well, it is precisely your opinion about the questions now in dispute that we are trying to learn. Athenian. Thus then we must do. You must brace yourself in the effort to learn the argument, and I to expound it as best I can. But first of all, I have a preliminary observation to make. Our city, Athens, is, in the general opinion of the Greeks, both fond of talk and full of talk. But Lacedaemon is scant of talk, while Crete is more witty than wordy. So I'm afraid
more rich in thought than rich in speech.
While Crete is more rich in thought than rich in speech. So I am afraid of making you think that I am a great talker about a small matter, if I spin out a great discourse of prodigious length about the small matter of drunkenness. But the fact is that the right ordering of this could never be treated adequately and clearly in our discourse apart from rightness in music, nor could music apart from education as a whole. And these require lengthy discussions. Consider, then, what we are to do. Suppose we leave these matters over for the present and take up some other legal topic instead.
So the Athenian builds them a golden bridge if they do not wish to hear of this foreign institution, the symposium. This is an Athenian affair, of course, not only in Athens, but especially in Athens. And now the Athenian gives here a more detailed justification. Symposia are not possible without singing and instruments, without music. And this in its turn is not possible without the whole of education. Therefore, one cannot vindicate symposia without giving a complete account of education. And that means to make very long speech about a seemingly very little subject, symposium. Now, to make long speeches and many speeches was supposed to be, as we learn here, characteristic of the Athenians. And the Athenian defending an Athenian institution defends it in an Athenian manner by extensive speech. And therefore his foreignness must become particularly sensitive to the listeners. And that is a kind of an attempt to captivate their benevolence by stating frankly what the great difference between the Athenians and the Dorians is. There is other evidence in other writers, for instance in Pericles' funeral speech, about this difference between Athens and Sparta in particular. So now how do the Dorians react?
Megillus. O stranger of Athens, you are not perhaps aware that our family is, in fact, a proxenos of your state.
A proxenos is a kind of consul. Yeah? They did not have the institution of consuls as we have it in modern times, but some citizen of the other city took care of citizens of city A in distress or so when they were in the city B. Yeah, he was called proxenos.
It is probably true of all children that when once they've been told that they are proxeni of a certain state, they conceive an affection for that state even from infancy, and each of them regards it as a second motherland, next after his own country. That is precisely the feeling I now experience. For through hearing mere children crying out, whenever they, being the Lacedaemonians, were blaming the Athenians for anything or praising them, your state, Megillus, has done us a bad turn or a good one. Through hearing such remarks, I say, and constantly fighting your battles against those who were thus descrying your state, I acquired a deep affection for it, so that now, not only do I delight in your accent, but I regard it as absolutely true the common saying that good Athenians are always incomparably good. For they alone are good, not by outward compulsion, but by inner disposition. Thus, so far as I am concerned, you may speak without fear and say all you please.
You know, that is first a few things we must consider. You see, obviously Athens was more commonly blamed in Sparta than praised, because if Athens was praised, Megillus didn't have to do anything, but he had to fight all the time because there was constant blame. But that is not the most important point. There are two things. First, he is the main point from his childhood on, that he fought in his way for Athens and thus became a friend of Athens. He does not say anything, not even in the second argument, how Athens had benefited him or Sparta, but rather how he had benefited Athens. And that is the reason why he is benevolent to Athens. Does this remind you of a thought you have heard, that benefits one has made rather than received make one friendly? Well, that is, according to Aristotle, one of the characteristics of the magnanimous man. He does not like to be reminded of the benefits which he received, because this shows him from the side of his weakness, but from the benefits he has given to others. And he gives then all kinds of examples for that. That is, this magnanimity, in this Aristotelian sense, is characteristic of Megillus, and as we shall see soon also of Cleinias. But there is a second argument of Megillus. Apart from this, his benefiting Athens from his childhood on, the Athenians are outstanding, because those among the Athenians who are good are exceptionally good. for they alone are good by nature, by their inner nature, by divine allotment, genuinely and not fictitiously. That is the most Athenians, that is the implications, are of course bad. But those who are good are exceptionally good. And in Sparta, there is no such exceptional goodness. The Spartans are not good without compulsion, because their compulsion regulates everything. That is the theme going through Thucydides when he confronts the Athenians and the Spartans. These are the two reasons why Megillus is favorably disposed towards the Athenians and therefore perfectly willing to hear a defense of an Athenian institution stated in the Athenian manner. Yes?
Why is he here persuaded that the stranger is in fact, the exception of the Athenians?
I beg your pardon?
Why is the Spartan persuaded that the Athenian stranger is in fact one of the good Athenians?
That he does not say. That he does not explicitly say, but but perhaps he has already received a deep impression of him. But he does not say this explicitly. But what he probably has in mind is a fact which must strike anyone, say, reading Thucydides' history. There is a galaxy of outstanding Athenians, and perhaps one outstanding Spartan. And this outstanding Spartan was disliked by the Spartans, Brasidas. And all the great men from Themistocles on were Athenians, not Spartans. And that they won the Peloponnesian War, that is not necessarily the consequence of the exceptional goodness of Lysander or such people. Athens was relatively little, that was the impression, of social discipline, as it would be called today. Relatively little. And in Sparta there was very, very much of it. And therefore only the Athenians are, if they are good, genuinely good, without any compulsion, and there is no conventional, fictitious element in their goodness.
My story too, stranger, when you hear it, will show you that you may boldly say all you wish. You have probably heard how that inspired man Epimenides, who was a family connection of ours, was born in Crete, and how 10 years before the Persian War, in obedience to the oracle of the god, he went to Athens and offered certain sacrifices which the god had ordained. And how, moreover, when the Athenians were alarmed at the Persians' expeditionary force, he made this prophecy: "They will not come for 10 years, and when they do come, they will return back again, with all their hopes frustrated, and after suffering more woes than they inflict." Then our forefathers became guest friends of yours, and ever since both my fathers and I myself have cherished an affection for Athens.
You see this again, a benefit conferred, not received, which causes sympathy for Athens. In this case, an entirely different one. Epimenides, I have mentioned him before, a Cretan prophet. That belongs to a much older stratum of Greece than what Megillus says, as you see from the examples. So it is now clear that the Athenian has found out that his interlocutors are perfectly willing to listen to him and are favorably disposed to his long speech about a seemingly trivial subject. No?
Athenian. Evidently then, You are both ready to play your part as listeners. But as for my part, though the will is there, to compass the task is hard. Still I must try. In the first place, then, our argument requires that we should define education and describe its effects, that is, the path on which our present discourse must proceed until it finally arrives at the god of wine.
Yeah, the of wine is not there. That is an interpretation which I question. They walk from Knossos, the Cretan city, to the cave of Zeus, and they arrive eventually at the god. But the god is then Zeus. And if this is so, the whole laws would deal with education. This makes perfect sense, it seems to me. But if you say, one can say that only the first two books, and probably also book 7, deal with education thematically, but then one forgets one thing. The primary objects of education in this dialogue, namely Klanias and Megillos. The whole work, the whole conversation from beginning to an end is an education of these two old men. Which consequences will have, we do not know. Here he raises the question, the famous Socratic question, what in the world is education? And which power does it have? He had not raised this question regarding the virtues, of course. He raises this Socratic question, what is education? And how does he answer it? Let us read the first next three speeches.
Cleinias, by all means let us do so, since it is your wish. Athenian, then, while I am stating how education ought to be defined, you must be considering whether you are satisfied with my statement. Cleinias, proceed with your statement.
So he raises Socratic question, what is education? But is it treated in the Socratic manner? How does Socrates ordinarily treat such questions?
By eliciting answers from someone who claims to know.
If I may use a term very much in vogue, by dialogue. Yeah? Good. And there is nothing of a dialogue here, but the Athenians simply tell them. And he will do that in the sequel too. So we can, this makes it very clear that this dialogue is in a very emphatic sense, the laws, sub-Socratic. At some points it raises a Socratic question, but it never treats it in the Socratic manner. And that is inevitable given the fact that the interlocutors are these two old non-Athenians. So now the Athenian will say what education is.
Athenian, I will. What I assert is that every man who is going to be good at any pursuit must practice that special pursuit from infancy, by using all the implements of his pursuit, both in his play and in his work. For example, the man who is to make a good builder must play at building toy houses.
Does he omit farmer?
No, it's coming.
No, first farmer, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The man who is to make a good farmer must play at tilling land. The man who is to make a good builder must play at building houses. And those who are rearing them must provide each child with toy tools modeled on real ones. Besides this, they ought to have elementary instruction in all the necessary subjects. The carpenter, for instance, being taught in play the use of rule and measure, the soldier taught riding or some similar accomplishment. So by means of their games, we should endeavor to turn the tastes and desires of the children in the direction of that object which forms their ultimate goal. First and foremost, education, we say, consists in that right nurture which most strongly draws the soul of the child when at play to a love for that pursuit of which, when he becomes a man, he must possess a perfect mastery. Now consider, as I said before, whether up to this point you are satisfied with this statement of mine.
Now let us first see. He has the two examples of a farmer and house builder, and then he replaces the farmer by the horseman, the man on horse, which makes perfect sense. The wealthier farmers, the gentlemen farmers, were of course serving as in the cavalry. Now, what must they do? They must have toys imitating the instruments which they need later. And then they must learn already seriously, going beyond the play, some preliminary knowledge. But one can easily see, for example, in many games, one has to count. And this counting, while used entirely for play, is nevertheless a serious preliminary knowledge. But then he generalizes what he had said about education, speaking no longer about the two different kinds of men, the farmers and the house builders, and says the purpose of education is to produce in the soul of the playing child a passionate desire of that in which he must, after having become a man, be perfect. This would apply, of course, also to these two examples, but refers also to other examples, to an other example, which he will specify in the immediate sequel. Yes?
Cleinias, certainly we are. Athenian, but we must not allow our description of education to remain indefinite. For at present, when censuring or commending a man's upbringing, we describe one man as educated and another as uneducated, though the latter may often be uncommonly well educated in the trade of a peddler or a skipper or some other similar occupation. But we, naturally, in our present discourse, are not taking the view that such things as these make up education. The education we speak of is training from childhood in goodness, which makes a man eagerly desirous of becoming a perfect citizen, understanding how both to rule and to be ruled righteously. This is the special form of nurture to which, as I suppose, our present argument would confine the term education. And whereas an upbringing which aims only at money-making or physical strength, or even some mental accomplishment devoid of reason and justice, it would term vulgar and illiberal, and utterly unworthy of the name education. Let us not, however, quarrel over a name, but let us abide in the statement we agreed upon just now, that those who are rightly educated become, as a rule, good, and that one should in no case disparage education, since it stands among the finest gifts that are given to the best men. And if ever it errs from the right path, but can be put straight again, to this task every man, so long as he lives, must address himself with all his might.
Yes. Now that is all he says for the time being about education. And we must keep in mind that he will have to show that education thus understood requires symposia. That will come in the sequel. Is there any point you would like to take up regarding education? I gather that this is a favorite subject of discussion in this college. Yes.
How does he know, how would they know what is the best craft for an infant at an early age? How do they determine whether he should become a builder or a farmer, something like that?
Well, partly, I'm afraid, from the profession of the parents. I mean, you know, in the Republic, the rulers are supposed to be of an uncommon sagacity and to be able, so to speak, to recognize whether a newborn child is to be a ruler or will belong to the class that is only ruled. These expectations you do not find in the laws. Here you will have to assume that they proceed by such standards. I mean that there is a gentlemanly class and a non-gentlemanly class, and the education par excellence is that of gentlemen, and the other is a Banausik education in quotation marks. You know, the education for money making, life adjustment, or however you might call it. But the main point that is made very clear, learning how to rule and to be ruled, to command and to obey with righteousness. That's to say, not the art of a tyrant, for example, who also possesses the art to rule, but not with righteousness. And perhaps acquires his tyranny even by unrighteous obedience. Mr. Goldwyn?
Is this meant to exclude a kind of education that might transcend political considerations beyond citizenship?
Yeah, that is a very, that seems to be the case. But I believe that is one of the implications of the discussion of symposia, that through the symposia, something of a higher order will come in. But on the face of it, it is strictly a citizen's education. Yes.
If one takes your answer, it sounds as if it's saying that if there is to be an education that transcends the political, it has to justify itself and present itself as first being sound and fullest.
Yes, sure. Now, well, this, I believe, would always be true in one way or the other.
Would it then be a right understanding of this to say that there cannot be an education of a good man that does not at least include education to be a good citizen?
Yes, that one can safely say. Although, as will become clear very soon, there is some subtle difference between the good man and the good citizen. But this difference does not become the theme in the laws. That has to do with the following fact, as we will see very soon, that the citizen is a man simply subject to the law, who may have some influence on legislation, of course, but he's guided primarily by the law. But there are also a few men who are not primarily guided by the law, which does not mean that they transgress the law, but that is not that by which they take their bearings. That will be made clear very soon. But it will not be made clear to Klanyas and Megillos. You see, that is, of course, the important point. They don't hear everything we can hear, for the simple reason that we can read and reread and reread. But when you converse, you cannot say all the time, repeat that sentence, dissolve it perhaps into its subordinate clauses, repeat each subordinate clause, and so that you cannot do. And so they hear only, understand only a small part of it. But it is as it were that, as if the Athenian speaks through these old men, through young people of the future in their respective cities. You know? So that the young would understand, some young people would understand the important things which Klanias and Megillus do not understand. They do understand what it means to be a good citizen, a perfect citizen, who knows how to command and how to obey. And they understand, of course.
One last question, Mrs. Strauss. In 642D, where
642.
yes, going back,
Yeah, in Klein's speech.
rereading, is this some reference to what we've been talking about, that good Athenians are good not by outward compulsion, but by inner disposition? That is a goodness that is somehow not compelled by citizenship.
And that is a very good point to make, yes. Yes. I hadn't thought of that, but that is quite true.
But it's in a speech by Megillus.
Yes, but he censored that. But he would say that you have to pay a terrific price for that. Then you get also these great criminals like Alcibiades, and who corrupted a Spartan queen and did other terrible things. That is the price you get for this permissiveness, as it would be called today. And the Athenian stranger takes as a rule this strict view of the Dorians, you know, that the book is called Laws. It's a law-ruled state. And the laws are very incisive, of course, much more going into details than modern laws would. I mean, of course, without having a social legislation, which accounts for so much of modern legislation. Yeah? But this gentleman, Dr. Casa, yeah.
I don't know if this is importing foreign, I don't know if I'm introducing a foreign kind of distinction into the discussion of education here, but would you say that the passages that we just read treat really the development of character and the moral virtues simply, or do you see in here the cultivation of certain of what Aristotle would call intellectual virtues?
Yeah, but there is nothing said of that distinction. In the foreground, I would assume in the foreground of what the hearers, the two hearers understand, there would be, as you call them, the moral virtues.
So that the
Formation of character rather than of the intellect.
if this understanding of how to rule would probably imply some kind of knowledge in addition to character.
Yeah, it requires also other things which are not properly speaking knowledge. I mean, that someone, I suppose, certain qualities of the body, of the voice, and what have you, are eminently conducive to command. Yeah.
This might be way off base, but in your remarks that the Athenian stranger is talking through Plinius and Megillus to some young men in the future, does that imply that the laws have a kind of practical character that the poet doesn't have? Is this programmatic?
Yeah, that is in a way true of all dialogues. In an external sense, the laws are much more practical than the Republic, because, as will appear later on, Klanias belongs to a commission supposed to draw up a code for a colony, a new colony, founded by Knossos, you know? And in this, and Athene, as it were, gives the outlines of that code, which Cleinias will propose a commission, and which may, for all we know, may be accepted by the commission. That's very practical, is it not? In the Republic, there is nothing of the kind. Yeah?
But even that, I mean, there might be something infeasible about the scheme that would still divide that. But when you suggest that there's an audience beyond realism, I guess that speaks somehow to Plato's intention beyond the
Yeah, but would this not be also true that the Republic may tell us things which Glaucon and Adeimantos did not grasp?
They wouldn't necessarily be programmatic. They wouldn't follow the led us to a kind of political program anyway.
Yeah, but let us assume that this code is elaborated by Cleinias in accordance with the Athenians' suggestion, and the code is adopted by the new city. Then this code would transmit in a very indirect and diluted way the notions of the Athenian stranger, would it not? This closeness to action doesn't exist in any other dialogue. One thing, and what is characteristic of this dialogue is that it is so far away from Athens that he talks here to people who have never heard, so to speak, of philosophy. When he talks to Athenians, even if they are a kind of old Colonel Blimps de Laches, in the Laches, he has, of course, heard of this kind of thing, you know, and he doesn't like it, but he has heard of it. But these people cannot even dislike it. That is unique. It's holy, and therefore also these reflections on Athenianism, if we can say that, to which you find no parallel in the other dialogues. Unless you take, there are some parallels in perhaps in what the Persian, what the old Egyptian priest is said to have said to Solon. Yeah? But he doesn't speak of the Athenians. He says, you Greeks are always just. Yes?
I'm still a bit puzzled about the question of whether this education is simply the moral virtues, character, or the intellectual virtues at all. Because it is said in that speech that he has to learn to be ruled and to rule with justice. It doesn't say simply according to law, but with justice, which would seem to demand some knowledge of what is just and what is unjust. And in terms of the earlier analogies of the commander, sea captain, he may be a man of great character and strength and leadership, but if he doesn't know his job, if he doesn't know how to be a commander, what's involved in being a general, what's involved in any kind of occupation, any kind of leadership, he's going to be very unsuccessful. Here, justice would seem to be the skill, or justice would seem to be that about which one must have knowledge.
Yeah, but you see, when he spoke of the various virtues in this, in the section on the natural order of the good things, he did not, no question arose as to the intellectual ingredient also. It was simply said there must be an ultimate reference to nous, but what that is and how this reference works, that was left wholly obscure. And there is, in the 7th book of the laws, which explicitly deals with education, and where you find certain parallels to what is done in the Republic, you see that the highest or last part of education, which in the Republic is, as you know, dialectics, is in the laws hunting. Hunting is an image of dialectics. but an image through which one cannot always recognize the image. You know, you can take hunting quite literally. Later in the 10th book, that is perhaps the most theoretical part of the laws, when he comes to deals with the penal law, and the question arises, what should be done about impiety? The Athenian is compelled to explain what impiety is. And in this connection, he speaks also naturally of what impiety is. And in the strict form, in the extreme form, where it's straight atheism, it is wholly unknown to these people. And the Athenian tells them of what these physiologists, you know, the Greek early philosophers, said about the whole. And there he gives them, that's the earliest demonstration of the existence of gods which exists, is given there. But that is, the laws are on their surface the least, quote, philosophic, the most sub-Socratic Platonic work, and therefore perhaps particularly interesting. Yes?
Does the laws apply only to states that claim that their laws were given by God, or at least by a Greek God, more so by a Greek God? Or does the law of laws apply to any state that they can conceive to be?
Yeah, well, that is a starting point of the conversation. These people say that their laws are God-given. But later on, when the Athenian speaks of the law of laws, he makes it rather clear that they do not seriously believe that. That this is simply the way in which every criticism of the laws is silenced, except strictly private criticism among old men. So, but I suppose that Plato would have said that in every city which is to be good, there must be belief in gods, a civil religion, and a positive religion. And this is an established religion. That is clear. I mean, that there could be individuals who did not believe in that religion, if we use this term. That is of no importance if these people are sensible people and don't say what they think. If they create fuss, well, then of course something must be done about them. There was a kind of institution described in Book 10 of the laws, where they would come not exactly in insane asylum, but as in other more recent countries, but a kind of sanatorium, so to speak, where they would have to listen to sensible people. And after they have done this for a while, they might again be permitted to circulate. And what we call a toleration, complete toleration, is a very recent thing. I mean, not of today, of course, but it's a modern thing, the last few centuries. The first man who said in so many words that an atheistic society is possible was Pierre Bayle. Did you ever hear of him? Late 17th century. A born Frenchman, lived in Holland. And he made this point in a polemical context, but still he said that. And now, the thought was not alien to men like Hobbes, of course, but Hobbes never said it. If in ancient times it was understood, no gods, no polis. I mean, no bishop, no crown. That was not at that time the issue. But no gods, no polis. That's clear. There's no question about that.
I guess you've answered my question really, but I was.
I'm sorry.
I think you've answered my question. I wasn't really sure how seriously the speakers were taking the fact of God givenness of their individual qualities, or whether it's just that if one thing that is important is that if they have any doubts about it, they keep the doubts to themselves, even in a conversation with one
Well, and that is, the kind of, how shall I say, of half clarity, half obscurity, the many kinds of half clarity, half obscurity, which is possible in such matters, where the greatest human interests are at stake. One cannot say. Surely there was not, there was no dogma in the sense of the Christian church at that time, of course. But if someone said these gods do not exist, as we know at least from one comedy, that this might be possible that someone said it, that was in itself a capital crime. The psychology, especially of old men, regarding these things is described by Plato in the Laws at rather great length in the 10th book. Yeah? There, if anywhere, you would find an answer to your question. Mr. Burns?
I was wondering if there was any significance to the fact that he uses the word decay rather than dikaiosune here.
Yeah, there is surely something to that. But what he has in mind in particular, I do not at the moment know. Let me see. Where was this passage again?
On 643b and 644a.
Anna nu kai dikes, yeah? When he speaks of this kind of education.
And earlier too, right at the end of 643, to know to rule and to be ruled.
Yeah. Sometimes decay implies a stronger emphasis on vindictive justice. I do not know whether that is the case here.
There would also seem to be the suggestion from that passage you just read, without nous and that nous and decay go together.
Here this seems to show that they can go together easily. But it does not necessarily mean that where there is decay, there is nous. Otherwise the distinction would not make sense. Yeah? Yeah, I think we must now stop here. And we continue next time if everything goes well. I would like to repeat a few points which came out last time or even before, since they are indispensable for our understanding of the rest of the first book. The dialogue, you recall, opens with a question regarding the origin of the Dorian laws. After a very perfunctory discussion of this subject, they turn to a apparently unrelated question, the question of the end or purpose of the Dorian legislation. And the question of the origin came up again from time to time, but it was no longer the theme. Now, as to that end or purpose, you remember the first answer was victory in war. This was questioned, must the city not first have the right kind of inner structure before it can think of defeating its enemies? From war we were led to the virtue of war, two different subjects, courage. And this was then said to be the aim or end of the Dorian legislation. But as Athenian asserts, it is the lowest of the four virtues. And the Dorian codes have provided only for courage. Courage is a right posture toward fear and pain. Must it not also include the right posture toward pleasure? In other words, is not moderation or temperance a part, if the better part, of courage? The Dorian codes fail to provide for moderation. After having made this clear, the Athenian returns again to the distinction between courage and moderation, to the separation of moderation from courage. The question arises, why did he present moderation as a part of courage in the first place? Why did he subordinate moderation to courage, if only for a short while? Did he wish to indicate that the Dorians, lacking moderation, could not possess true courage? We shall leave this question open for the time being. Perhaps we find an answer to it in the rest of the first book. The Dorians, in particular the Spartan Megillus, claimed that the Dorian codes had provided properly for both courage and moderation by the institution of common meals, syssitia. The Athenian questions the soundness of that institution, and he opposes to the syssitia the Athenian institution of symposia, common drinking. And the Athenian defends that it is symposia, of course, of the right kind of symposia, that's to say, of well-regulated symposia. But, as was made clear, there is no experience of such well-regulated symposia. Nevertheless, the Athenian asserted that symposia are indispensable for education, that's to say, for education to virtue, to the virtue of the perfect citizen. This strange assertion is now being discussed. Now, in order to prove this point, the Athenian must first make clear what education is. He answers that question, but not, as we have seen, through the procedure of question and answer, as used by Socrates, through discussion. The Athenian rather teaches, and we have concluded that the discussion in the laws, as compared with that in the other dialogues, is sub-Socratic. We can illustrate this by the following consideration. In the laws, education is introduced for the sake of a vindication of symposia. This is parallel to what is being done in the Republic, where philosophy is introduced for the sake of the actualization of the good city. You will probably remember that those who have read the Republic. That philosophy comes up and the question is raised, how can we get this wonderful city with absolute communism and perfect equality of the two sexes? And then the answer is, well, the philosophers must be kings, become kings of the king's philosophers. And that leads to the discussion of philosophy. But there is, of course, nothing of philosophy in the laws. The term philosophy or philosophizing occurs, if my counting is correct, twice in the whole work, perhaps a few times more, but only in a very casual manner and a very subdued manner. Now, if we compare the laws with the Republic in particular, we see in the Republic the three discussants in books 2 to 10 are Glaucon and Adimantus, and they have at least heard of philosophy. In the laws, the two discussants are the two old Dorians who have never heard of such things and could not be led anymore to philosophy given their advanced years. So we continue at 644 B6, and that is on which page of the translation? 67 of the translation. Now, the Athenian had just praised and defined the right kind of education as a preparation for his proof that symposia are a sound institution. And now how does he continue?
Further, we agreed long ago that if men are capable of ruling themselves, they are good, but if incapable, bad. Clinias. Quite true. Athenian. Let us then restate more clearly what we meant by this. With your permission, I will make use of an illustration in the hope of explaining the matter. Clinias. Go ahead.
No, we have seen other cases of this kind, but just as it occurs to me, why does the author do such things? That he makes such makes the interlocutor giving this answer. Do speak, say only, speak only. Why does he do that? Could the Athenian not have continued and given his simile, which he's going to introduce, without this interruption or confirmation on the part of the Cretan? We would have to think, when do we in conversing wait for such a reply like say, speak? Under what conditions do we do that? There is a variety of answers, but perhaps we may assume that the Athenian is waiting for approval by the Cretan. Now, the question is, what is self-control, being ruler of oneself, being superior to oneself? Yes?
Athenian. May we assume that each of us by himself is a single unit?
It's one, yeah. Because if we say he has self-control, we assume a duality at least. Yeah? He controls something else in himself. But nevertheless, every one of us is one. And it makes this clear in the second.
Plinius. Yes, Athenian. And that each possesses within himself two antagonistic and foolish counselors, whom we call by the names of pleasure and pain. Plinius. That is so. Athenian. And that besides these two, each man possesses opinions about the future, which go by the general name of expectations. And of these, that which precedes pain bears the special name of fear, and that which precedes pleasure, the special name of confidence. And in addition to these, there is calculation, pronouncing which of them is good and which bad. And calculation, when it has become the public decree of the state, is named law. Plinius. I have some difficulty in keeping pace with you. Assume, however, that I do so, and proceed. Megillus. I'm in exactly the same predicament.
Yes. Why is this so very difficult for the Athenians? That both have such great, as if they were climbing a very high hill and cannot follow. That is more or less the situation in which they are. That we have all kinds of emotions and which must, and we must not be guided simply by these emotions, but there must be something in us, there is something in us, telling us what to choose and what to reject, calculation, which, when it has become the common decree of the city, has been called law.
All these verbs, expectation, fear, confidence, consolation, and law are carrying thoughts into the kingdom of the treatment with another.
Yes. There is, one can say, there is perhaps in Hobbes no calculation proper. Do you know what he says about deliberation? Yeah, well, if you take a dog, and who is attracted by a steak, let us say, and then on the other hand there is his master with a whip, which keeps him back, and therefore he deliberates, should he or should he not? And then eventually, one of the two, or perhaps even a third, is victorious. That is the end of the deliberation. Yeah. Mr. Burns?
Well, this notion of law simply contradicts the presupposition that the laws are divine in origin from the beginning, and sort of puts it all on the humans who make the law.
Yeah, that is true. Whether that is true, and whether that is the sole reason why the old Dorians are so hard put to it, to accept it, that's another matter. In a way, he seems to identify calculation or logos with law. Only, of course, this difference. The calculation must have been accepted by the city. This distinction between law and logos is somehow necessary for vindicating the soundness of symposia, and therefore that is of great importance for the seeker. And now the Athenian continues his exposition because I have not understood him.
Let us conceive the matter in this way. Let us suppose that each of us living creatures is an ingenious puppet of the gods. Whether
Living beings, that means in itself, of course, not merely human beings, but all animals. Yeah?
Whether contrived by way of a toy of theirs, or for some serious purpose. For as to that we know nothing. But this we do know.
Wait a moment. Similar expressions occurred before. For example, when he told the story of Ganymede, when he made a distinction, that is a myth, and this, we are not concerned now with myth, but with the soundness of laws. And here makes a similar distinction between something which we do not know and that which we know, or at least can know. We do not know whether we are playthings of the gods or have been made by them with some seriousness. Or does the doubt also refer to the fact that we are marvelous, that we are, how does he translate that, the first one? Come on that speech of the king.
Ingenious puppet of the gods? Yeah.
Puppets, yeah. Does it refer to the question whether we are playthings, or does it also refer to whether we are puppets? Yeah. That is not clear. But let us continue.
But this we do know, that these inward affections of ours, like sinews or cords, drag us along and, being opposed to each other, pull one against the other to opposite actions. And herein lies the dividing line between goodness and badness.
Herein meaning in this sphere. Yeah? Yes.
For, as our argument declares, there is one of these pulling forces which every man should always follow and know how leave hold of, counteracting thereby the pull of the other sinews. It is the leading string, golden and holy, of calculation, entitled the public law of the state. And whereas the other cords are hard and steely, and of every possible shape and semblance, this one is flexible and uniform, since it is of gold.
Yeah, so we are, the gods, as it were, drag us in all kinds of directions by these cords. But there is one, there is one kind of cords which is especially important, and that is here called golden and holy or sacred. And that is the guidance through calculation called the common law of the city. This golden cord, precisely because it is golden, is soft or weak and needs support by tougher cords. This seems to be clear up to this point. Yes.
With that most excellent leading string of the law, we must needs cooperate always. For since calculation is excellent, but
is noble, let us translate this more literally. We must follow the most noble guidance of the nomos, always. For since calculation is noble, yes,
but gentle rather than forceful, its leading string needs helpers to ensure that the golden kind within us may vanquish the other kinds.
Yes, so you see here there is a noble guidance and a most noble guidance. The noble one is calculation or reason, The most noble one is the law. Why is the law superior in dignity to the to reasoning? The one being noble and the other being most noble. No, yeah, yes, it is not strong enough. So the admixture of these lower things makes it more effective and therefore makes it more noble. So here we see that there is a difference between the calculation and the law, which is clearer than the distinction made earlier when Cleinias and Megillus could not follow. Yes?
In this way, our story comparing ourselves to puppets will not fall flat, and the meaning of the terms self-superior and self-inferior will become somewhat more clear. And also how necessary it is for the individual man to grasp the true account of these inward pulling forces and to live in accordance therewith, and how necessary for the state, when it has received such an account, either from a god or from a man who knows, to make this into a law for itself and be guided thereby in its intercourse both with itself and with all other states.
Yeah, let us stop here for a moment. Now here he makes now the clearest distinction. And this is done after he has completed the myth of puppets. Now, what do we learn now?
Thus,
no, wait. He makes here a distinction between the city and the private man. The private citizens, the private man. In Greek, idiotes, who is precisely not a citizen in the full sense. Now, this private man, what does he do? He must take hold of the true logos in himself about these urges and must live following that true logos. But the city must not take hold of, but take over, either from one of the gods or from him who has known, has acquired knowledge regarding these matters, and makes it a law, and in this way lives with itself, converses with itself, and with the other cities. This distinction between self and the others is not made in the case of the private citizen. It is only made in the case of the city. The radical privacy which is possible for the individual and which is impossible in the case of the polis. So the individual or the private citizen must take the true laws. The city must take hold of any law. The true laws, the individual can, in the best case, live according to the true laws. This is not to be expected in the case of the polis. Because even if it takes it that logos from some god, that logos is not called a true logos here. Yes?
thus both badness and goodness would be differentiated for us more clearly, and these having become more evident, Probably education also and the other institutions will appear less obscure. And about the institution of wine party in particular, it may be very likely to be shown that it is by no means, as might be thought, a paltry matter, which it is absurd to discuss at great length, but rather a matter which fully merits prolonged discussion. Plinius. Quite right. Let us go through with every topic that seems important for the present discussion.
Yeah, now let us stop here for a moment. So you see, Cleinias does no longer say anything as to whether he can follow what the Athenians said about the relation between reason and law. This is, that does not necessarily mean that he has understood, but that he may have given up the attempt to understand. And there is one little thing which does not come out in the translation, but which I am sure is intended. Toward the end of the Athenians speech, he mentions the spending one's time in wine drinking. And then Cleinias, in his short speech, speaks of the present spending of time. Spending of time, that became very soon a term for conversation and even for schools and lectures, diatribe. But this parallel is very striking, that spending one's time in wine and our present spending our time. Let us see whether this has anything to do.
Athenian. Tell me now, if we give strong drink to this puppet of ours, what effect will it have on its character? Plinius. In reference to what particular do you ask this question? Athenian. To no particular. For the moment, I am putting the question in general terms. When this shares in that, what sort of thing does it become in consequence? I will try to convey my meaning still more clearly. What I ask is this. Does the drinking of wine intensify pleasures and pains and passions and lusts? Plinius. Yes, greatly.
You see, in passing, he mentions not all passions. He mentions, of course, pleasure and pain, and then tumoi, forms of spiritedness, and passion desire. He does not mention fear, because, as will be made clear later on, a wine does not increase fear. This is the first effect mentioned of wine drinking, the strengthening of a certain kind of the passions. Yes?
Athenian. And how about sensations and recollections and opinions and thoughts? Does it make them likewise more intense? Or rather, do not these quit a man entirely if he becomes surfeited with drink? Plinius. Yes, they quit him entirely.
You see, in the second case, the Athenian's question is leading, whereas in the first case it was not. Apparently, the Athenian thought that the Cretan would know somehow that how wine affects the passions, but is not likely to know how it affects the perceptions on various levels. Yes?
Athenian. He then arrives at the same condition of soul as when he was a young child. Plinius. He does. Athenian. So at that moment, he will have very little control of himself. Plinius. Very little. Athenian. And such a man is, we say, very bad. Plinius. Yes, indeed, very indeed. Athenian. It appears then that not the graybeard only may be in his second childhood, but the drunkard as well. Plinius. An admirable observation, stranger.
Note here a seemingly casual reflection on old age. Yeah. Old age may lead, and in many cases does lead, to childishness rather than wisdom. Yes?
Athenian. Is there any argument which will undertake to persuade us that this is a practice we ought to indulge in, instead of shunning it with all our might, so far as we possibly can? Plinius. It appears that there is. At any rate, you assert this, and you were ready just now to argue it.
How does he say? Repeat.
It appears that there is, and at any rate, you assert this, and you were ready just now to argue it.
Yeah, eager. You are very eager to hear it. We have seen signs of that before, that the Dorians are eager to hear a vindication of that forbidden institution of wine drinking. Yes.
Athenian. You are right in your reminder, and I am still ready to do so, now that you and Megillus have both expressed your willingness to listen to me. Plinius. Of course we shall listen, if only on account of the surprising paradox that of his own free will a man ought to plunge into the depths of depravity. Athenian. Depravity of soul, you mean, do you not? Plinius. Yes. Athenian. And how about plunging into a bad state of body, such as leanness or ugliness or impotence? Should we be surprised if a man of his own free will ever got into such a state? Plinius. Of course we should. Athenian. Well then, do you suppose that persons who go themselves to dispensaries to drink medicines are not aware that soon afterwards, and for many days to come, they will find themselves in a bodily condition such as would make life intolerable if it were to last forever? And we know, do we not, that men who go to the gymnasia for hard training commence by becoming weaker? Plinius. All this we know. Athenian. We know also that they go there voluntarily for the sake of the subsequent benefit. Plinius. Quite true. Athenian. Should one not take the same view with other institutions also? Plinius. Certainly. Athenian. Then one must also take the same view of the practice of wine drinking, if one can rightly class it amongst the others. Plinius. Of course one must. Athenian.
So let us not forget the paradoxy. Wine drinking is said here to lead to the utmost degradation. And yet that is admitted by the Athenians. And yet, in spite of it, it is beneficial. And this is compared to what men do regarding their bodies in gymnastic training, where they also in a way degrade the body, make it weak and distort it in various ways in order for the sake of its improvement. And the same is said to be true correspondingly of wine drinking. Yes?
Athenian. If then this practice should be shown to be quite as beneficial for us as bodily training, certainly at the outset superior to it insofar as it is not, like bodily training, accompanied by pain.
So in other words, this speaks in favor of symposia. Wine drinking is in itself, surely not in its early stages, a painful thing, as bodily training is. Yes?
Plinius. That is true, but I should be surprised if we succeeded in discovering in it any benefit. Athenian. That is precisely the point we must at once try to make plain. Tell me now, can we discern two kinds of fear, of which the one is nearly the opposite of the other? Plinius. What kinds do you mean?
So this discussion of the two kinds of fear will supply the answer as to why wine drinking is beneficial in spite of the degradation which it produces. Now let us listen to that carefully.
Athenian. These then, when we expect evil to occur, we fear them. Plinius. Yes. Athenian. And often we fear reputation, when we think that we shall gain a bad repute for doing or saying something base. And this fear, like everybody else, I imagine, calls shame. Plinius. Of course. Athenian. These are the two fears I was meaning, and of these the second is opposed to pains and to all other objects of fear, and opposed also to the greatest and most numerous pleasures.
So, shame is opposed to pain as well as to all interesting pleasures. Yeah? So it has a larger range than the other kind of fear, which is limited only to pains. Yes?
Plinius. Very true. Athenian. Does not then the lawgiver and every man who is worth anything hold this kind of fear in the highest honor and name it modesty? And to the contrary...
Yeah, that is not sufficiently strong. The Greek word is eidos, something like reverence or awe would be a better assertion.
Hold this kind of fear in the highest honor and name it awe. And to the confidence which is opposed to it, does he not give the name irreverence, and pronounce it to be, for all, both publicly and privately, a very great evil? Plinius. Quite right. Athenian. And does not this fear, besides saving us in many other important respects, prove more effective than anything else in ensuring for us victory in war and security? For victory is, in fact, ensured by two things, of which the one is confidence towards enemies, the other fear of the shame or cowardice in the eyes of friends. Plinius. That is so. Athenian. Thus, each one of us ought to become both fearless and fearful, and that for the several reasons we have now explained. Plinius. Certainly.
Now let us stop here for a moment. This is now a new theme. Eidos, reverence or awe. And this has the same, covers all the pleasures and all the pains. It has the same range, same broad range, as for a short while courage had. You remember when courage was said to be not limited to the right posture toward pain and fear, but also toward pleasure. The sense of shame or reverence takes the place of courage or menace for a while. Now what does that mean? What does that mean? At the beginning of the dialogue, he raised the question of the origin of the laws. And then he turned to the end or purpose of the laws, completely forgetting, as it were, about the origin of the laws. And now he remembers it, that beginning. For what is the law of laws? Reverence for the whole law. To say with one mouth and with one voice that all the laws are good because gods have given them. This is more fundamental than the specific provisions of the law, which may or may not be limited to the promotion of warlike virtue. And this all, that is now somehow involved in the discussion of banquets. Yes?
There is, occurs to me that there might be another difference between this sense of shame referenced here and the broader understanding of here you speak now about something which depends upon the opinions of others, whereas the original broader notion of courage, including moderation, could be said to be dependent simply upon the virtue of the individual. So this seems to be perhaps instead of a higher, perhaps somewhat of a lower.
Yeah, but if you look at the Dorian laws themselves and examine them, as the Dorians understand them, then you arrive at the divine character laws and everything that implies as the fundamental presupposition. In that sense, whether awe or reverence is a virtue comparable to courage and moderation, or whether even it is virtue at all, that is that is a perfectly open question. You know that Aristotle denies that it is a virtue, but he understands it using this term eidos in a very limited sense, a sense of shame. And he says it is something which befits only immature people, because a mature, well-bred man will not make any mistakes and therefore has no reason ever for being ashamed. Whereas for young people who are still under the influence of the passions and life experience, that cannot be expected, that they should not make mistakes, and therefore it is befitting for them to feel shame from time to time. But nothing of this kind is said or suggested here. Here I believe we have to say that the ultimate foundation in the minds of men for these codes is awe or reverence, and not the estimation of courage. That comes in secondarily, since it was a God who gave these laws, and this God prescribed all laws with view to victory in war. Therefore, victory in war is the proper aim. I mean, I try to be as orthodox as I can from the point of view of the Cretans, otherwise one doesn't understand them. Yes? Context is what has awe or reverence to do with wine drinking, because that is the context in which the question is raised. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Strauss, but this reverence is a reverence to the foundation, a reverence with regard to the axioms which should be questioned. I mean, the reverence to the gods who gave us the law, or the reverence to the law, is a reverence to this origin of the law, is a reverence to the law, and or let me put it this way, it is a reverence to the fundamental axiom of the law.
Yeah, but is not everything else based on that fundamental?
Yes, that's what I mean. I meant to distinguish this kind of reverence from any other kind.
Yeah, sure.
Because this is a reverence like as Aristotle put it, you grasp it immediately that it is true and you shouldn't question it. When you question the fundamental axiom, you question the gods.
Yeah, but there is, of course, other questions would also arise, although not for the Dorians, namely, was this law in fact given by Zeus or, say, by Apollo? Or even, do they exist, Zeus and Apollo? This question comes up in the laws, not unnaturally, but much later in Book 10. But I'm speaking only of how the subject appears within the purview of these people. Now, there is something quite remarkable. We cannot help speaking from time to time, and sometimes even frequently, of the difference between the Greeks and the Bible. And many things can be said about it, but one thing is especially important in our connection, and that is the notion of humility. Humility has, as a rule, negative meaning in classical Greek and in pagan Greek literature altogether. There is only one little, it has simply meaning one baseness, lowness, baseness. But there is one exception, and as far as I know, only one exception. Both Plato and Xenophon, when they speak of Sparta, and Sparta and Crete are practically the same, ascribe to them humility, tapainotes, in a positive sense. These are very archaic societies, and therefore I believe it is not surprising that here the question of idols, awe or reverence, in connection with their whole order of life should come up. Now, this could give occasion for all kinds of very far-reaching and interesting discussions. And if you would like to have such discussions, by all means.
But you didn't finish the parallel with the Bible.
In the Bible, of course, humility is highly praised. The man Moses was very humble, to say nothing of other passages. Yeah, whether that was a consequence of his humility or not, that is the question. But he surely is this legislator, is distinguished by his humility. And that is, of course, not said of Minos or of Lycurgus. But in their societies, there was a much higher degree of reverence for authority. In the first place, of course, for the magistracies, but also beyond, for that what is behind the magistracies, and gives them their ultimate support. Mr. Burns?
I was wondering what do you think is behind the linking of humility or lowness with being archaic?
Nothing. Forget about that. I only said that this is, quite superficially speaking, if there is both the Old Testament church and these Dorian societies belong to an older stratum than the Athens and the world of Socrates. And look again in modern times, where the reverence for authority, submission to authority, become weakened with the progress of illumination by reason.
Illumination
By reason. I mean, if there are such people who can take hold of the true logos and take their bearings by that, they do not have, by this very fact, they are not subject to any authority. Yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking though of things like you also find in modern times the conception of man. I mean, we find reason leading to a conception of man as equal or just about equal to the beasts. The kind of lowness that seems to be arrived at through reason.
Yeah, but is this not a way of getting rid of authority also? Beasts don't have authority unless you would say that posture of horses to the horseman or of a dog to his owner can be called submission to authority, which I think would be very unfair to authority. But on the other hand, if you understand man in terms of his beastly ingredients, and then to that extent you liberate men. Yeah? How much of the emancipation movements of modern times had this character, an emancipation of the lower person.
Are you suggesting that this reduction of man to the bestial really has as its aim to reduce the authorities to just another kind of beast?
No, not only, but it is an agreement with it. You want to think?
Yeah, I would just wanted to make a question about the division between the kind of humility which involves being humble to another person and the kind of humility which involves being humble to the gods. Because I think the Greeks, I think specifically of Agamemnon's walking on the purple carpet as an example of the Greeks putting forth the notion of humility to the gods and putting it forth in very positive terms and not thinking of it as being something low, but thinking of it as something that even befits a great hero coming back from the war.
Yeah, sure, but on the other hand, they just did not happen to call it humility.
What did they call it?
I do not know, a sense of shame, reverence, for example. And as far as I know, the passages in classical literature where humility, or the Greek word for humility, is used in the positive sense are two passages in Plato and in Xenophon when they speak of Sparta. One or two are in the laws, which we come later. And that is of some importance, I believe.
So the same word that's used to describe the quality that Agamemnon did not have is the word that is here being used to describe reverence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was wondering about the section on the laws that should be formed from men who had discovered the logos, and it says whether it came from a god or from a man who had a human discovery of this logos. And I was wondering if the reverence was really for if those are the same kind of laws as we ran into at the very beginning of the dialogue, but the reverence is for the fact that the gods gave the law, or that the law is based on logos.
I believe you did not quote this passage quite correctly. He speaks of the private man who takes hold of the true logos. Yeah, in the passage which we have read today. And then of the city which takes over a logos from some god or from some knowing man. And the city demands, of course, subjection to its authority, regardless of whether the individual is convinced of the truth or soundness of its thought.
But the laws that the city takes, do the citizens hold reverence for those laws, if they come from humanist government, also as laws of the government? In other words, if the citizen in the city that takes over these laws, do they also reference those laws?
At least according to what Plato teaches in the laws as a whole, yes.
So my point, and maybe
because that is behind these laws of the polis, the decisions of the citizen body. There is some in these decisions. There is some divination of what is truly reasonable and sound. And even if it is only an image of it, the law is only an image of wisdom, just as old age is only an image of wisdom. But this image of wisdom is better than of undisguised folly. Therefore it deserves respect. It surely could not have the respect which a law would find that is believed to be divinely given. No? Because if the mere fact that you say it is an image of reason, which can be replaced whenever we have better insight by a better image, takes away this halo. Yeah, there is it. Asune has a much narrower and lower meaning. You are ashamed of doing all kinds of things which may, clearly which one shouldn't do, but which may be in themselves rather trivial. You may be ashamed of doing things, for example, of being a poor ball player, and other things. And that is not, that has nothing to do with that phenomenon indicated by idols. One would not call such a man that he is filled with awe and reverence, but he is ashamed of. A man may be ashamed to be of low or obscure origin. Yeah? That had nothing to do with has nothing to do with awe or reverence.
Does that just deal with human institutions? Does that just deal with human institutions? I mean, or is it only directed towards the gods?
That is too sweeping. That is too sweeping. There can also be awe or reverence vis-à-vis human beings and vis-à-vis human institutions. It can be. But awe and reverence go much deeper in man. Thought to go much deeper in man than mere shame. A little child may easily be ashamed, but would he feel awe or reverence? That's another question. Yes?
I'm just wondering if there isn't a large element of humility or lowness in idos also. I mean, insofar as there's a certain fear of the gods implicit in idos.
Yes, but still, is it not, since these men were all very good quote, verbalizers, unquote. Is it not quite remarkable that it never occurred to them, or very rarely occurred to them, to use the word which they had, humility, which then in the New Testament is used, of course, without, in the Old Testament sense, without any hesitation. Look only up at dictionary, and regarding tabernotes, and so on, and where what its meaning is, and you will find that the positive meaning is overwhelming in the New Testament, or in the Septuagint, and extremely rare in classical Dutch.
I think it's even more striking when one thinks of the great theme of tragedies, which could be thought of as the opposite of loneliness, hubris, but somehow evidently, what is it, tapenotes, or
No, that
not
is
the opposite.
no. The opposite to hubris rather is sophrosyne, which is something very different from humility. Soundness of mind, sobriety, something very different. The great gulf which separates Jerusalem from Athens shows itself in most various forms, shows itself also in this particular point. Yes?
Were they only reverence of ethos, the word I would use, because of fear of punishment by the gods, or a fear of punishment by other people, or was there a deeper reason for their being reverent?
Yeah, that would be, if it were only fear, that is not the same as awe or reverence. Yeah? And so the ingredient of fear is probably there. It is also the being overwhelmed by the grandeur of the beings whom one reveres. So now let us see what he sets out to do now.
Athenian. Moreover, when we desire to make a person fearless in respect of a number of fears, it is by drawing him, with the help of the law, into fear, that we make him such.
Is this clear? We make him undergo all kinds of exercise, all kinds of trainings, in which he's exposed to fear, and by this exposure he learns to overcome the fear. Yeah? Huh?
Plinius. Apparently. Athenian. And how about the opposite case? When we attempt with the aid of justice to make a man fearful, is it not by...
Yeah, that means also the other kind of fear, namely fear together with righteousness. That he is now speaking of the other kind of fear, not a fear of bodily harm or something of this kind. It will become clear.
Is it not by pitting him against shamelessness and exercising him against it that we must make him victorious in the fight against his own pleasures? Or shall we say that whereas in the case of courage, it is only by fighting and conquering his innate cowardice that a man can become perfect, and no one unversed and unpracticed in the contest of this sort can attain even half the excellence of which he is capable. In the case of temperance, on the other hand, a man may attain perfection without a stubborn fight against hordes of pleasures and lusts which entice towards shamelessness and wrongdoing, and without conquering them by the aid of speech and act and skill, alike in play and at work, and in fact without undergoing any of these experiences. Plinius. It would not be reasonable to suppose so.
So in a way we return to an earlier argument. We must become, just as Formula said, we must become exposed to pleasures, learning to overcome them, and then we become temperate or moderate. And now it is said of a kindred, but nevertheless different phenomenon, namely shamelessness. We must become exposed to shamelessness, and nevertheless, and then, and be exposed to it, but not to succumb to it. And then we will have acquire true or true shame. This can easily be misunderstood, and especially with a view to the present discussion about smut literature. Say, well, is it not much better to expose people to all these kind of things that they learn truly to detest it? I believe John Milton almost said such a thing in his Areopagitica. No cloistered virtue, he called it, but a virtue which is exposed to all temptations and degradations of non-cloistered life, and yet survive. Yes?
Athenian. Well then, in the case of fear, does there exist any specific given by God to men, such that the more a man likes to drink of it, the more at every draught he fancies himself plunged in misfortune, and dreads alike things present and things to come, till finally, though he be the bravest of men, he arrives at the state of abject terror, whereas when he has once got relieved of the potion and slept it off, he becomes his normal self again. Clinias. What potion of the kind can we mention, stranger, as existing anywhere? Athenian. There is none. Supposing, however, that there had been one, would it have been of any service to the lawgiver for promoting courage? For instance, we might quite well have addressed him concerning it in this wise. Come now, O lawgiver, whether it be Cretans you are legislating for, or anyone else, would not your first desire be to have a test of courage and of cowardice, which you might apply to your citizens? Clinias. Obviously, every one of them would say yes.
You see, so let us keep this in mind. The Athenian is now addressing every legislator. And the answer is given not by the absent legislator, of course, but by Clinias. We will see that happens in the sequel also, yes?
Athenian. And would you desire a test that was safe and free from serious risks, or the reverse? Clinias. All will agree also that the test must be safe. Athenian.
But this is also said by the legislator, the agreement. Everyone would agree with, yes?
And would you utilize the test by bringing men into these spheres and proving them while thus effective, so as to compel them to become fearless, employing exhortations, admonitions, and rewards, but degradation for all those who refuse to conform wholly to the character you prescribe? And would you acquit without penalty everyone who had trained himself manfully and well, but impose a penalty on everyone who had done so badly? Or would you totally refuse to employ the potion as a test, although you had no objection to it on other grounds? Clinias. Of course he would employ it, stranger.
You see, he answers again in the name of the legislator. Yes?
Athenian. At any rate, my friend, the training involved would be wonderfully simple as compared with our present methods, whether it were applied to individuals singly, or to small groups, or to groups ever so large. Suppose then that a man, actuated by his feeling of shame and loth to show himself in public before he was in the best of condition, should remain alone by himself while undergoing this training against fears and relying on the potion alone for his solitary equipment instead of endless exercises. He would be acting quite rightly. So, too, he who, trusting in himself that by nature and practice he is already well equipped, should have no hesitation in training in company with a number of drinking companions, and showing off how for speed and strength he is superior to the potency of the draughts he is obliged to drink, with the result that because of his excellence he neither commits any grave impropriety nor loses his head, and who, before they came to the last round, should quit the company through fear of the defeat inflicted on all men by the wine cup.
Not the wine cup, by the cup. That is a complete misunderstanding of the translator. It is precisely not wine, but the fear drink of which he speaks. Yes, he discusses a non-existing possibility. Let us assume that there were a fear drink which could bring us into all stages of fear, and we would then learn by resisting to the fears thus aroused to become brave. Would this not make completely superfluous the infinite variety of institutions people have devised for making men courageous or brave? It is a fantastic drink, and one can imagine all kinds of things by it. There are such drinks. In a commentator, I read a suggestion. Someone asked a chemist, I suppose, 50 years ago, and he knew only bromine as a possible thing which exists now. But at any rate, it is here presented as something which doesn't exist. The main point, as far as I understand it, is let us imagine a fear drink by the use of which we would make superfluous all other devices for making men courageous. And now let us have an expectation. There is no fear drink, but there is wine. And wine has, of course, the opposite effect. Would then not the proper use of wine make superfluous all other devices for making men filled with awe and reverence? Well, that's not likely to be the case, I suppose. Now, well, he continues his fictitious conversation with the legislator.
Plinius. Yes, stranger, this man too would be acting temperately. Athenian. Once more, let us address the lawgiver and say, be it so, O lawgiver, that for producing fear, no such drug apparently has been given to men by God, nor have we devised such ourselves, for quacks I count not of our company. But does there exist a potion for inducing fearlessness and excessive, untimely confidence? Or what shall we say about this? Plinius. Presumably, he will assert that there is one, namely wine. Athenian. And is not this exactly the opposite of the potion described just now? For first, it makes the person who drinks it more jovial than he was before, and the more he imbibes it, the more he becomes filled with high hopes and a sense of power, till finally, puffed up with conceit, he abounds in every kind of license of speech and action, and every kind of audacity, without a scruple as to what he says or what he does. Everyone, I imagine, would agree that this is so. Plinius. Undoubtedly. Athenian. Let us recall our previous statement, that we must cultivate in our souls two things, namely the greatest possible confidence and its opposite, the greatest possible fear. Plinius. Which you called, I think, the marks of modesty. Athenian.
Yeah, of reverence.
Reverence.
Yeah.
Athenian. Your memory serves you well.
Yeah, then the nice point is that he speaks here to Cranius in the plural. You both remember well. Megillus hasn't said anything, but he has shown his ideals by not speaking, by silence. Yes?
Athenian. Your memory serves you well, since courage and fearlessness ought to be practiced amidst fears. we have to consider whether the opposite quality ought to be cultivated amidst conditions of the opposite kind. Cleinias. It certainly seems probable. Athenian. It appears then that we ought to be placed amongst those conditions which naturally tend to make us exceptionally confident and audacious when we are practicing how to be as free as possible from shamelessness and excessive audacity, and fearful of ever daring to say or suffer to do anything shameful. Cleinias. So it appears.
Let us stop here for a moment. So this is a very strange experiment which Plato proposes. Through shamelessness becoming filled with shame. And of course the means is wine. One of the consequences of wine is called in Greek parrhesia, meaning the ability and willingness to say everything which no decent man would ever say. And it means, of course, also to say it in public. Now, from this, I believe we could draw one inference, that a society without wine drinking, a well-regulated society without wine drinking, would lack that ability or willingness to say everything, that parrhesia. And this is, of course, the case of the Dorian societies, of which the law of laws, as we have seen, is one must not, no one is permitted to say that anything of their laws is wrong, but all must say with one voice that all the laws are right, since they have been given by the gods. But the lawgiver there made one exception in favor of old men. These old men may, in strict privacy, examine and criticize the ancient God-given laws. The question is this legal authorization sufficient for enabling them to examine the laws? This is sufficient. They have been brought up in a strict social discipline. Their habits of doing, thinking and saying have become ingrained, deeply ingrained, inveterate. Will they be able to make any use of that legal freedom they have to examine their divine laws? Is there no need in their case for a counterpoison to that sense of shame? Do they not need a rejuvenation in order to examine the laws? One can state the difficulty as follows. In such a society, only the preservers and transmitters of the tradition can possibly make a responsible change in the laws. But these responsible transmitters are, on the other hand, the least able or willing to make any changes. How can one induce them to do so? Then, if this is possible, then a change of laws, a very cautious change, is possible. Now here, of course, Cleinias and Megillus are not given any wine, let alone brandy, in order to become rejuvenated. But they are spending their time in a conversation about wine. Now, such a conversation about wine may have an effect resembling the effect of the drinking of wine. That applies also, I believe, to other subjects, where the conversation about them, as it were, borrows something from these subjects and is affected by it. To that extent, the wine drinking, or rather the vicarious wine drinking through conversing about wine, is justified. Whether more is justified, that remains to be seen. So the big promise which the Athenians held out regarding, when speaking of the soundness of the institution of symposia leading up to drunkenness, this big promise will not be kept, that we can already see. But it enables him to make clear some other things. And one of the things, I believe, is the one I just mentioned. Yes?
Could it be proposed that there might be an alternate system for bringing about in the minds of the old conservative men the freedom of ideas that would be necessary to examine the laws without getting them drunk? Maybe the young men could get together and decide how, or maybe one young man could think about how he would criticize the laws, and he could, instead of putting on the mask of drunkenness, put on the mask of comedy, and he could write comedies, and the people could go to those comedies, and the ones who understood what in those comedies was the criticism of the laws, the old men, could then, without any wine, be shown how to loosen up their thinking so that they could make the changes in the laws that were required.
The question is, will comedies be permitted in such a city?
Could they be a substitute for wine?
But one could think of other non-artificial means. For example, crises, foreign war, defeat, and so on, which can easily induce a change of laws. But this is precisely what Plato is trying to do in the laws, to show a way of changing the laws which is not made in a piecemeal manner, as occasion arises or forces, but in a coherent, well thought out manner. I think we should finish book one before we, yes.
Athenian. And are not these the conditions in which we are of the character described? Anger, lust, insolence, ignorance, covetousness, and extravagance, and these also, wealth, beauty, strength, and everything which intoxicates a man with pleasure and turns his head. And for the purpose first of providing a cheap and comparatively harmless test of these conditions, and secondly of affording practice in them, what more suitable device can we mention than wine, with its playful testing, provided that it is employed at all carefully? For consider, in the case of a man whose disposition is morose and savage, whence spring numberless iniquities, is it not more dangerous to test him by entering into money transactions with him at one's own personal risk than by associating with him with the help of Dionysus and his festive insight? And when a man is a slave to the pleasures of sex, is it not a more dangerous test to entrust to him one's own daughters and wives and sons and wife, and thus imperil one's own interests, one's own nearest and dearest, in order to discover the disposition of his soul? In fact, one might quote innumerable instances in a vain endeavor to show the full superiority of this playful method of inspection, which is without either serious consequence or costly damage. Indeed, so far as that is concerned, neither the Cretans, I imagine, nor any other people would dispute the fact that herein we have a fair test of man by man, and that for cheapness, security, and speed it is superior to all other tests. Plinius. That certainly is true. Athenian. This, then, the discovery of the natures and conditions of men's souls will prove one of the things most useful to that art whose task it is to treat them. And that art is, as I presume to say, the art of politics. Is it not so? Plinius. Undoubtedly.
So that's it. So the first undeniable usefulness of wine drinking is to learn to know people's character. In vino veritas. They reveal their true nature and dispositions. But that is of course not enough. He will have to show that it's useful also for treating the souls or natures after one has known them. And that he will try to do by hook and by crook in the next book. Yes?
Is it fair to say that the motion of the argument in the first book hasn't really been to encourage the temperance, but the whole time has been to attempt to get these older men to give up the laws and some other to live under them? And if there really is no intimate connection between idols, this discussion of idols and temperance, is there?
No, except in this way that the old laws, the Dorian laws, are said not to have provided for the training in temperance, in moderation. And
The reason given is that they are too ascetic.
too ascetic. Turn to the Platonic text, we might for one moment look at political life as we know it. After all, that would be the ultimate test for judging whether what Plato says or suggests makes sense. Now, I think if one looks at the political scene, one sees various groupings, parties, each of which is guided by a notion of what is a good society. One could also say each of these groups is guided by a notion of what is the rational society. Understanding by a rational society one with which no reasonable human being could be dissatisfied, or to which he could not make serious objections. One could easily give examples for that. For example, is it rational, does it have a sufficient reason, that's to say, to treat people differently on account of the difference of color? Or is it rational to punish homosexual acts and so on? Now, the one question comes up almost immediately. Must a rational society be the work of reason? Or is reason impotent to produce it? Can it be made at all? Or can it come into being only by growth? And that would mean more or less by what the ancients called nature. Now Aristotle, as you know, says the polis comes into being by nature. It grows. But, and that is sometimes overlooked, the polis is not by nature good or well ordered or rational. Aristotle makes a distinction between the city, the polis, and the politeia, the regime. And the city is in good order only if the regime is the correct one. Accordingly, Aristotle's political science deals with how the various regimes, and in particular the best regime, can be constructed and established. The polis comes into being by nature, by growth, but the regimes are established. And here is the difference between Aristotle and the doctrines of social contract, according to which the polis itself is constructed or ought to be constructed. Now, how Plato thinks about this question, we shall see when we come to the third book of the Laws, where he discusses the beginnings of political life. To speak now only of what we have read hitherto in the Laws, we may say that a rational society is a society in which the true logos, the aletheis logos, is the nomos, the law, or vice versa, in which the law is identical with the true logos. The question is this: is a rational society, thus defined, possible according to Plato? And if not, why not? Now, if a rational society is not possible, every society that was or is or will be would suffer from contradictions, or no society would be possible without oppression. Oppression is not the same as coercion. No sensible man would call it oppression if murderers are prevented from murdering. But oppression is something else. There are today people who believe that there can be a society without contradictions and hence without oppressions. The best known individual who holds this view is, of course, Karl Marx. But experience seems to show that such a society is not possible. And the very history of Marxist society would seem to corroborate that. Yet experience cannot show this, because experience can only show what was hitherto. It can never show what must always be. Now, what the Athenian stranger intimates regarding the complexity of the relation between the true logos and the law concerns the necessity of oppression. If they can never coincide, then some oppression is necessary. Now, let us take the Dorian law of laws as a good example. You know that all have to say with one voice, the laws are good since they have been given by gods. And it is not tolerated that someone says something else, even if he has good reason for thinking differently. But an old man, however, may voice his criticism when speaking to another old man. This seems to be a certain guarantee that reason gets a hearing. But will that critical old man be listened to when he talks to the other old man. That, of course, is in no way guaranteed. Now we have a similar case in Plato's Criton, where Socrates justifies his submission to the Athenian laws by the consideration that the Athenian laws permit him to persuade them that what they stipulate is wrong, and therefore there is no oppression. Socrates has the right to criticize the laws, to persuade the laws. But of course, if Socrates does not persuade the laws, he must obey, or else. In Socrates' case, there is this additional difficulty, because trying to persuade the laws means to go into politics. But Socrates, as you know, was prevented by his daimonion from going into politics. Therefore, this right to persuade the laws was nugatory in the case of Socrates. And therefore, here you have a situation which is ultimately the same as that of someone subject to the Dorian laws. Now, this only as a general reminder of the subject with which we are dealing in terms which are perhaps more immediately intelligible to us than the terms used by Plato. Yes?
You describe the rational society as one in which no rational man could disagree. But it is the case, of course, that most political questions are questions about which rational men do disagree.
Well, but the question is here this. Let us take a normal liberal and a normal conservative in this country who disagree considerably in all political matters. But they agree that the whole political order is all right, don't they? And that the ways in which controversies are settled, say about war, about the priorities of what have you, is the right way. So there is truly an amazing agreement. I know, and you know it probably better than I, that there are people who question the whole social order as established. Yeah? And that is another matter. And here, therefore, but they would say the whole order as established is not rational. And therefore one must make revolution.
And so this certainly makes room for disagreement of policies and principles within the framework of constitutional allowance for settling those agreements.
Yeah, but if there is a constitutional order, as you call it, effective and accepted, then the political problems are relatively simple. But the question is if when this order itself is questioned. But the point which I was trying to make only is that in all these cases, whether intra-constitutional or extra-constitutional, the people are guided by a certain notion of the rational society, and they have different views of what constitutes a rational society. The simple answer would be, as Plato suggests, a society in which the law, and that means everything, constitutional law as well as the civil and penal law and so on, in which the law is the true logos. All laws are reasonable. And that is, however, a question. Now, yes?
You suggested that what's the Athenian stranger brings up as to the relationship between the true logos and the laws is to point out the problem of coercion or injustice in some way. Is that identical to abstraction or forgetting about philosophy?
With abstraction from what?
From philosophy. In fact, philosophy is not been talked about.
Yeah, well, in what way? If, let us assume the whole problem is solved, of the Russian society, is solved if the most rational men are in complete control. In Platonic language, if the philosophers are kings.
But they're still compelled to rule, aren't they? I mean, the courage,
If they are compelled, yes, and they compel the others.
just like that doesn't seem to do with coercion, does it?
Yeah, but the question is, we would have to make a distinction. We would have to say, is there compulsion or is there oppression or coercion? For example, well, the coercion of ordinary criminals is no problem. The coercion of ordinary disturbers of the public order is no problem. But oppression is something else. Now, Plato will develop this in the third book especially, but the foundations are laid in the first two books. So these two books, dealing with an apparently frivolous subject, symposia, are political nevertheless, even in the most visible sense of the word, political. Yes?
I was wondering, could the difference between the coercion and oppression of an unrational society and a one based on reason would be that the coercion was not, or the oppression did not come directly from the desires of human beings, but the coercion is directed by something which is beyond that. Somewhat.
I cannot quite follow you. It was not clear to me what you said.
When I think of an oppressive society, I think of the rulers oppressing people for what they want, the rulers themselves.
In the ruler's own interest, yeah?
Yes, and in an oppressive society, the rule does not go beyond immediate self-interest.
Of the ruler.
It's kind of an immediate self-interest. I mean, the interests of what is needed now to satisfy a group or myself that we're keeping in power. And that in a society ruled by reason, or by reasonable men, the coercion would come not from immediate self-interests, but from something more stable and a little bit something which had less of an identity. Like if you couldn't, like if
Example, we have to pay taxes, right? That's not the self-interest anyway.
Is this oppression in your opinion?
well, if we paid, and that part of it is that it cannot be identified with someone. It's like we can't identify. No one identifies paying taxes with President Nixon because.
But say with the building of roads, of schools, and all other kinds of other things?
Because this seems to be a more reasonable coercion, but we do identify.
No, I would not call this coercion. I would call it coercion and legitimate coercion if someone who does not pay his taxes or cheats taxes is punished.
Yes, but he could not identify this punishment with one individual because.
Yeah, but the question is whether he does so from a whim or on good reasons. You know, that would make the difference.
But when someone attacks something that is unreasonable and one's self-interest, he can attack the person. Like when one attacks
the war in Vietnam, they also attacked the leaders involved in it directly because of they see a lack of reasoning.
Yeah, but to some extent this is perfectly legal and legitimate, isn't it? I mean, regardless of whether that is war in Vietnam is sound or unsound, it is legal to question the soundness of that war. But it is also legal to uphold the soundness of the war. And then one would have to go into all kinds of details and would probably have to study a lot of things, a geography of Southeast Asia, the whole policy of the Soviet Union and China, and quite a few other things in order to arrive at a sensible judgment. I mean, and mere photos of people killed by bombs in Vietnam somewhere cannot by themselves settle that issue. That would be emotional, not rational.
Isn't what you're saying the fact that coercion is an action which is taken for the good of all, or that's the reason behind it, and we call those acts
well, I give you simple examples. If someone is criminally insane and tries to murder, he is put away. That's an act of coercion, and no one would question that this is reasonable. Yeah? But on the basis of the Declaration of Independence, slavery in this country was from the very beginning oppression. Yeah? If all men are created equal, and so on, and have these rights, then to deprive men of the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is an unjust act. That would be, I take deliberately the simple case. Does this make sense?
That I might have lost the distinction between coercion and oppression.
The latter is oppression, because it has no rational ground. Yeah, the first has. Now, whether one can solve the difficulties by making a distinction between the common good and the private good, that is a long question. But because the common good is confronted by all kinds of sectional interests, and some of these sectional interests may be more conducive to the common good. I do not think of the extreme case of the man who said what is good for the General Motors is good for the United States. But some similar identifications are made all the time without being as funny. Now let us return to the context. The context is the bank symposium. How this came up and why it came up, you remember. And the justification of banquets was that they are good for education. And therefore the question, what is education? In the first place, arousing passionate desire for becoming a perfect citizen. The ruling activity within man must be reasoning, calculation, logismos, which, when it has become the common degree of the city, is called law. This is now specified immediately afterward by the image of men as puppets. Where it is said one must always follow the noble guidance of reasoning, logismos, but that guidance is gentle, not tough. It needs, therefore, tough helpers. And that, therefore, the law provides the most noble guidance, because the law is not merely gentle, but also tough. And that is what is meant when people speak of coercion as an ingredient of law. The private citizen, is said there, must take hold of the true logos. But the city must take over a logos from some god or from someone who has acquired the pertinent knowledge. Now, this statement clearly implies logos and law are two different things. One can say law is an image of logos or a reflection of logos. And just as old age is an image of wisdom, but not identical with wisdom. Then the question was raised, how does drunkenness affect that puppet man? It was said it leads, among other things, this refers to phenomena which you all know, at least from the literature, that leads to a willingness and ability to say everything, however indecent, to shamelessness. And the proposal is made, which is quite fantastic, that through exposing people to shamelessness, they will learn to resist that. You will remember that. And the conclusion of this whole argument at the end of the first book was this, that precisely because wine makes people, frees people from inhibitions, it enables us to know the natures and dispositions of our fellow citizens. And that is much less dangerous and expensive than to learn, acquire knowledge of their characters by entrusting their money, for example, and other hazardous things. This was what we have read last time. And now we come to the second book. Or is there any point from the first book which you would still like to take up?
Is there any connection between the Dorians' lack of moderation? Is there any connection between the Dorians' lack of moderation and their too great reverence that has to be somehow subdued?
Only this, that the law for which they have such reverence is a law concerned above all with courage and not with moderation. So then let us begin to read Book 2.
Athenian. In the next place, we probably ought to inquire regarding this subject, whether the discerning of men's natural dispositions is the only gain to be derived from the right use of wine parties, or whether it entails benefits so great as to be worthy of serious consideration. What do we say about this? Our argument evidently tends to indicate that it does entail such benefits. So how and wherein it does, so let us now hear, and that with minds attentive, lest happily we be led astray by it.
Yeah. So in other words, that is of course not sufficient for legitimating symposia, that we come to learn men's natures by it, but it must have an additional great usefulness. Is there such usefulness? Now, and then he says, there is such a usefulness as the Logos seems to wish to hint. But how and in what manner? That let us listen attentively, lest we be entrapped by the Logos. So the Logos is not the Athenians' theory or something of this kind. The Logos is somewhere above the Athenian. You remember perhaps a passage, an earlier passage where he said he could not vouch for the goodness and the value of symposia, only a God could do that. So that is somehow superhuman. And the Logos too has this superhuman character. But this Logos is very elusive. It seems to wish to hint, and therefore one must listen very carefully. If one does not listen, one is likely to be ensnared by that Logos. It's a mysterious Logos. And what does Cleinias say?
Say on.
So in other words, Cleinias doesn't have any particular fear that he might be entrapped. Yes?
Athenian. I want us to call to mind again our definition of right education. For the safekeeping of this depends, as I now conjecture, upon the correct establishment of the institution mentioned.
What is the institution mentioned?
Institution mentioned.
What is the institution mentioned?
The wine?
Yes, sure. Yes. So now we get here a provisional answer. Safeguarding of education, in addition to knowing the natures of it. That is the great advantage of a symposium. The Athenian feels compelled, therefore, to say again what education is. Now, that's a long speech.
Cleinias. That is a strong statement. Athenian. What I state is this, that in children, the first childish sensations are pleasure and pain, and that it is in these first that goodness and badness come to the soul. But as to wisdom and settled true opinions, a man is lucky if they come to him even in old age. And he that is possessed of these blessings and all that they comprise is indeed a perfect man.
Yeah, no, that must be, doesn't come out in translation. He's a perfect human being. Anthropos.
Is indeed a perfect human being. I term then the goodness that first comes to children education. When pleasure and love and pain and hatred spring up rightly in the souls of those who are unable as yet to grasp a rational account, and when after grasping the rational account they consent thereunto, through having been trained rightly in fitting practices, this consent, viewed as a whole, is goodness, while the part of it that is rightly trained in respect of pleasures and pains, so as to hate what ought to be hated, right from the beginning up to the very end, and to love what ought to be loved, if you were to mark this part off in your definition and call it education, you would be giving it, in my opinion, its right name.
Yes. Now, how does this differ or agree from or with the previous definition of education?
Well,
Yes.
In the first book, part of the education, I think, is exposing yourself to shameless pleasure, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon?
Well, exposing the person to shameless pleasures.
Yeah, but this was not the general definition of education.
Seems to differ
And that wouldn't necessarily contradict that, but that was not the first definition of education. It was said that the end of the education is the perfect citizen who knows how to rule and to be ruled with justice. Here is a perfect human being, something different from the perfect citizen. And the wording is different. And it may also be that this has great implication. In addition, it is here made more clear than before that education proper is what one does to children, the habituation of children. So to try to understand the whole of Plato in terms of education, or perhaps the whole of Greek culture in terms of paideia, as Werner Jäger tried to do, is, I think, difficult to reconcile with this, The habituation of children, likes and dislikes, pleasures and pains, that is education proper. And if the child has been trained in the right way, has acquired what Aristotle would call the moral virtues, then if he is grown up and he lays hold on the principle and affirms the goodness of these habits by having seen that they are intrinsically good, then he is a perfectly just man, a perfect man, a perfect human being. Yes, this, I believe, is a key difference. Education of the human being, education of the citizen. Whether they are identical or not is a question. Those who know Aristotle's politics know that this is a true question discussed by Aristotle at some length, whether good man and good citizen are the same thing. Now, what was Cleinias?
Cleinias, you are quite right, stranger, as it seems to us, both in what you said before and in what you say now about education. Athenian. Very good.
Now, yeah, that we should translate a bit more exactly. Cleinias says that both things which he had said about education now and in the first book have been said correctly. And the Athenian says nobly. They've been said nobly. And that, I think, means they are both are noble if you do not consider the difference. But correct can only be one of the two, and which remains to be seen. Yes?
To my mind, it seems as if the second is a more general statement of the first. One of the purposes of the education of the child would be to implant in him the desire or the love to become the perfect citizen.
Yeah, but according to this statement, it would be to implant on him, if possible, a desire for becoming a perfect human being. And that is perhaps not identical. It would depend a bit on both status of political life.
But I don't see them as two equal and different alternatives. They may be different, but one seems to grow out of the other, to be subordinate to the other.
That may very well be, and you are perfectly entitled to do so, but we also would like to know what the Athenian stranger has to say about it. Yeah?
Doesn't the definition in the first book say that a perfect citizen would be someone who knows how to rule and be ruled with justice? Which would mean that somehow one could only be a perfect citizen of a rational state. If you were in an irrational state, if you tried to rule or be ruled with justice, you would be going contrary to what the state itself was doing. So in that respect, it seems to me that there wouldn't be a sharp difference between the definition in the first book and the second. That is, only a perfectly good man would be able to rule and be ruled with justice.
And the point is not that they are incompatible, the two views, but only that they are different.
Well, I mean, isn't the definition in the second book the way necessary preconditions of the definition in the first? Unless you are a good man, how will you know how to rule and be ruled with justice?
Well, that perhaps, and that depends on a more precise understanding of what a good man is, and then is given here.
To hate what should be hated and to love what should be loved.
Pardon?
To hate what should be hated and to love what should be loved is what we're told here.
Yes, yes. Well, and but not only that, but also have the logos of that. What should be hate and what should be wrong. Well, let us see. If the difference is minor, it will prove to be in the sequel. Yes?
Athenian, very good. Now these forms of child training, which consist in right discipline in pleasures and pains, grow slack and weaken to a great extent in the course of men's lives. So the gods, in pity for the human race thus born to misery, have ordained the feasts of thanksgiving as periods of respite from their troubles, and they have granted them as companions in their feasts the Muses and Apollo, the master of music, and Dionysus, that they may at least set right again their modes of discipline by association in their feast with God.
So it's in, with the gods. Now, or with gods, rather. So it seems that the safeguarding of education is supplied by these festivals, these holidays, which men are supposed to celebrate together with the Muses, Apollo, and Dionysus. But from the sequel it will appear that the Muses and Apollo, what they teach, is education itself and not the safeguard of education. Whereas Dionysus, the god of wine, comes in only when the safeguarding of education is explicitly discussed later. Yes?
We must consider, then, whether the account that is harped on nowadays is true to nature. What it says is that almost without exception, every young creature is incapable of keeping either its body or its tongue quiet, and is always striving to move and to cry, leaping and skipping and delighting in dances and games, and uttering also noises of every description. Now, whereas all other creatures are devoid of any perception of the various kinds of order and disorder in movement, which we term rhythm and harmony, to us men, the very gods, who were given, as we said, to be our fellows in the dance, have granted the pleasurable perception of rhythm and harmony, whereby they cause us to move and lead our choirs, linking us one with another by means of songs and dances. And to the choir they have given its name from the cheer implanted therein.
So that's a pun, yeah? Charos, chara in Greek. Yes?
Shall we accept this account to begin with and postulate that education owes its origin to Apollo and the Muses?
The first education, the initial education, is through Muses and Apollo. Song and dance.
Cleinias, yes. Athenian, shall we assume that the uneducated man is without choir training and that the educated man fully choir trained? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian.
So these things are now identified. Education and choral discipline. Education, you remember, is what is being done to the children. And this is in the first place choral discipline. The discipline is perhaps too harsh a word, choral training. And so it is not punishments and rewards and coercion of any kind, but rather the pleasure deriving from singing and dancing, and from singing well and dancing well. Yes?
Athenian, choir training as a whole embraces, of course, both dancing and song. Cleinias, undoubtedly. Athenian, so the well-educated man will be able both to sing and dance well. Cleinias, evidently. Athenian, let us now consider what this last statement of ours implies. Cleinias, which statement? Athenian, our words are, he sings well and dances well. Ought we or ought we not to add, provided that he sings good songs and dances good dances?
Yeah, well, and he, a little bit more literal, he sings finely and dances finely. Must we not also add, if he sings fine things and dances fine things. What is the most well-known case where the two things do not go together? Where there is a fine singing and dancing, and yet what is sung and danced is not fine.
In the parades in Germany, when the young students were all trained to sing and to dance in the marching for the purpose of showing the greatness of the Führer in his
I
military
have never
marches.
seen that. I suppose no. I was thinking of something of which Plato could know. Well, I believe comedy. The Aristophanean comedy has this character that this is finely sung, finely danced, and yet what is sung and the content of the songs, the content of the dances is not fine, but rather can be very ugly. But both things are needed. The form as well as the content must be fine. Yes?
Cleinias, we ought to add this, Athene. How then, if a man takes the good for good and the bad
Yeah, but it means always the fine. This is important, or the noble. It's the same, or the beautiful. It's the same thing. Never, not the good. Yeah.
If a man takes the noble for noble and the bad for bad,
No, the base, the base, yeah?
and the base for base, and treats them accordingly, shall we regard such a man as better trained in choristry and music, when he is always able both with gesture and voice to represent adequately that which he conceives to be good?
Noble, yeah.
That which he knows to be good? Though he feels neither delight in the good nor hatred of the bad, or when, though not wholly able to represent his conception rightly by voice and gesture, he yet keeps right in his feelings of pain and pleasure, welcoming everything good and abhorring everything not good. Cleinias, there is a vast difference between the two cases, stranger, point of education.
Now, what are there are altogether three cases. First, a man may finely sing fine things and enjoy the fine things and be disgusted at the ugly things. And then there is a man who sings finely but does not enjoy them, the fine things, and is not repelled by the ugly ones. And the third case is a man who sings not too well, but he enjoys only the fine things and is disgusted by the ugly thing. Do you recognize phenomena which you know from your own experience? Well, in our language, I believe the second case would be the good artist of bad character, and the third, the poor artist of a good character. Now, there is a great difference between the two on both counts. And the most desirable would, of course, be the good artist of a good character, yeah? If we can get it. And we must at least seek for him. Yes?
Athenian, if then we three understand what constitutes goodness in respect of dance and song, we also know who is and who is not rightly educated. But without this knowledge, we shall never be able to discern whether there exists any safeguard for education, or where it is to be found. Is not that so? Cleinias, it is. Athenian, what we have next to track down, like hounds on the trail, is goodness of posture and tunes in relation to song and dance. If this eludes our pursuit, it will be in vain for us to discourse further concerning right education, whether of Greeks or of barbarians.
Yeah, is this not strange that correct education may be barbarian? does not have to be Greek. Perhaps the reference to human being as distinguished from man with all its implications has to do something with that. With the fact that he is now is concerned with the correct education regardless of Greek or barbarian.
Cleinias, yes. Athenian, well then, however shall we define goodness of posture or of tune? Come.
Yeah, but I cannot always correct it, but it is always the noble or fine or beautiful, not the good in this case. Yes?
Come, consider. When a manly soul is beset by troubles, and a cowardly soul by troubles identical and equal, are the postures and utterances that result in the two cases similar? Cleinias, how could they be, even when their complexions differ in color? Athenian, well said, my friend.
So not then comrade. Comrade would be a more literal translation. That is has a certain political implication, because a certain oligarchic, aristocratic groups in Athens as well as elsewhere, and taking their bearings by Sparta, and their ruddy outdoor complexion was regarded as a sign of the right kind of mind, and therefore the collar. There is a reference to this collar question also in the Meno, I believe. Am I not correct? Yes.
Well said, my friend. But in fact, while postures and tunes do exist in music, which deals with rhythm and harmony, so that one can rightly speak of a tune or posture being rhythmical or harmonious, one cannot rightly apply the choir master's metaphor, well-colored, to tune and posture. But one can use this language about the posture and tune of the brave man and the coward, and one is right in calling those of the brave man good and those of the coward bad. To avoid a tediously long disquisition, let us sum up the whole matter by saying that the postures and tunes which attach to goodness of soul or body, or to some image thereof, are universally good, while those which attach to badness are exactly the reverse.
Now wait. Now that is crucial, this general formulation. And everything depends. We have been looking all the time for good songs and dances, or rather for fine songs and dances, and so on. And now we get the principle of it. That which presents or expresses the virtue of body or soul, that is noble or fine. So that which presents virtue is noble or fine, and vice versa. So, and the same is true of that which presents vice, that is repulsive in the presentation. He says here, as it were in passing, regardless of whether it is virtue or some image of virtue, or some image of virtue. This complicates matters, doesn't it? We seek for the standard of excellence in the imitative arts. And then we are referred to human excellence, virtue, as the standard. That which imitates virtue is beautiful, and that which imitates vice is ugly and repulsive. And that is clear. But now things become complicated, because an image of virtue might be sufficient for the purpose. Now, I have used the term image before without having been formally authorized by the text, but I think this passage supplies a retroactive legitimation. When I said that the law is an image of the Logos, or old age is an image of wisdom. But an image is not the thing itself. And therefore, for all practical purposes, we will find legislators guided by images of virtue, and therefore not by virtue itself, and therefore there will be all kinds of effects in their legislations. No reason is given why this is necessarily so.
Plinius, your pronouncement is correct, and we now formally endorse it. Athenian, another point. Do we all delight equally in choral dancing, or far from equally? Plinius, very far indeed. Athenian, then what are we to suppose it is that misleads us?
Yeah, that confuses us, and has confused or perplexed us. In other words, this straightforward, simple, unambiguous relation of virtue and beautiful presentations, a one-to-one relation, that is confused. We know already one reason, because the an image of virtue might have the same effect as virtue. But the Athenian tries to now to give another explanation. Yes?
Is the fact that we do not all regard as good the same things, or is it that...
As beautiful.
As beautiful, the same things? Or is it that, although they are the same, they are thought not to be the same? For surely...
So this, yes. And that could very well be applied to the question of the image of virtue. That there are many images of virtue, as is indicated in the passages where he spoke of virtue, and therefore many opinions as to what constitutes goodness and excellence, and therefore correspondingly a very great variety of what pleases in imitations. Yes?
For surely no one will maintain that the choric performances of vice are better than those of virtue, or that he himself enjoys the postures of turpitude while all others delight in music of the opposite kind. Most people, however, assert that the value of music consists in its power of affording pleasure to the soul. But such an assertion is quite intolerable, and it is blasphemy even to utter it. The fact which misleads us is more probably the following.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, So in other words, some people have the nerve, as it were to say. The only thing for which I care in art is pleasure. But that is an unbearable and unholy view. That must be dismissed. Now here before he said, no one will say that the presentations of vice are more beautiful than those of virtue. And he uses the word saying also later. But perhaps someone will feel it, because you will feel it, and there will be they don't dare to say it, because it is not decent to say it. But the feeling might very well be. And education, of course, will have to affect not only what people say, but also what they feel. Yes?
Athenian, inasmuch as choric performances are representations of character exhibited in actions and circumstances of every kind, in which the several performers enact their parts by habit and imitative art, whenever the choric performances are congenial to them in point of diction, tune, or other features, whether from natural bent or from habit or from both of these causes combined, Then these performers invariably delight in such performances and extol them as excellent, whereas those who find them repugnant to their nature, disposition, or habits cannot possibly delight in them or praise them, but call them bad. And when men are right in their natural tastes, but wrong in those acquired by habituation, or right in the latter, but wrong in the former, then by their expressions of praise they convey the opposite of their real sentiments. For whereas they say of a performance that it is pleasant but bad, and feel ashamed to indulge in such bodily motions before men whose wisdom they respect, or to sing such songs as though they seriously approved of them, they really take a delight in them in private.
Yeah, within themselves. You know, they might not say it to anybody else, but they enjoy it. Now here he brings up another point, which was implied in what went before, but not in these terms. And that is a distinction between nature and habit or habituation. Now, if a man is well educated, then his nature, and only a man who has a good nature, and to use a Greek term, can be well educated. And so there is perfect harmony between nature and habituation. But in many cases, nature and habituation are at variance. And his nature might approve of something, but his habituation might disapprove, or vice versa. And then this confusion, this perplexity of which he spoke arises. And because, and that is also said here, no one can help to enjoy what is in conformity with his nature or his habit. It is necessary for him to praise it and to call it beautiful. He can prevent himself from uttering it, because utterance is regarded as indecent, but he cannot help feeling it. Now, and the case may arise, as made clear in this speech, that someone might say, these performances are pleasant, enjoyable, amusing, but wicked. Does this make sense? That one may form this judgment, say, on a picture, on a play, or on a poem, that it is pleasant or beautiful, but wicked.
What do you mean useful, though? You included useful last time you did that enumeration.
Pardon?
You presented the enumeration twice. The first time was with useful, pleasant, and beautiful. And the second time, you just included beautiful and pleasant, but you didn't include useful. So
I don't
understand.
I don't remember what you're referring.
I don't understand your question. Does your question include the idea?
No. It is not necessary to bring this in here, because the wicked could very well include the harmful. That's not the point here. What I translated here by wicked could very well mean also the harmful.
But are the plays in any sense useful? That's the thing that...
No, that of course is denied. They are not useful.
They're just beautiful and pleasant.
Yeah, pleasant. Yeah, enjoyable.
Then they could be wicked.
Pardon?
Then they could be wicked.
Sure.
But if they were useful...
Who said useful?
Okay.
Wicked means harmful.
Okay.
And you see this distinction between pleasant and wicked reminds of the distinction made in Plato's Gorgias by Polus when he says doing injustice, that is good. But suffering injustice, but suffering injustice is bad. But inflicting injustice is noble. I believe that's the distinction which he made.
He says,
Pardon?
he says to inflict harm on other people is shameful.
Yeah, it's shameful, but good, doesn't it?
But it's, and he says to suffer it is bad. And then Socrates goes on to show him what the consequences of this. I don't think he says it's better to do, yeah, he does say it's better to do wrong than to suffer.
Yeah, but he uses here the distinction between the good and the base, yes, the shameful. Yeah. Something of this distinction is also underlying here. The man could be, as it were, torn into different directions. Yeah? They regard as good the one thing and as noble the other. And here it is a distinction between the pleasant and the good, or the opposite, the wicked. Yes?
This discussion and the discussion before about the education of children sort of assume that the kinds of songs we sing and the emotions they arouse, the feelings, and the way we dance and consequently the emotions that are aroused in the dancer tend to make that, at least in the case of children, and maybe also adults, make that dancer, that singer, be like what he's presenting, become what he's presenting, if only in the emotions he's feeling. So that if you were to allow children to perform some sort of a play where they were a bad man doing bad things and enjoying it, that the children might, and the children receive pleasure from this, the only antidote would be somehow making them feel shame or fear that they were going to be shamed by the adults who would look down on this and say that this was bad and this was shameful to enjoy this kind of play.
Yeah, well, according to Plato's notions, such plays would simply, or such choruses would simply not be tolerated. The children would not learn to dance and sing in such a way.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if a child started to sing or dance in a grotesque way, he immediately stopped. Even if the child, it's possible the child could be enjoying it, but you would try to enforce on him this kind of enjoyment.
No, he would simply say that's the wrong step you take. He would only be told that that's the wrong step or that's the wrong tone. And then he would gradually sing correctly and dance correctly, and this correctness would consist in imitating a virtue or how virtue appears.
Isn't that somewhat of a contradiction?
Pardon?
If he says that, like, using the symposium to show your, the Spartan and the Cretans, their whole lives are a model, or an attempted model of virtue. I mean, they learn how to suffer pains, well and everything. But they don't. But the Athenian says that this is wrong. You should also learn how to do the unvirtuous things, so as not to be bothered by them. So would it be just as well? Couldn't you bring the argument to the same fact that if you're going to learn to dance well, you should also sometimes dance badly?
You mean in order to overcome this habit? Yeah, but to begin with, all men would not dance well. And this is the presupposition of the whole enterprise, that they should learn to dance well, or to sing well.
well good dances.
Yes, sure, in both senses. Yeah.
For instance, square dances only.
Yes, I believe they would be better than some other dances. Yeah. From this point of view, yes. Yes.
I wonder if this can be confirmed in another way, Gorgias, by the fact that Callicles says that Polis makes the distinction between the noble and the good because he feels one thing and says another.
Yes, so that Callicles' position is simpler because there is not this tension between the noble and the good. For him, inflicting injustice is both good and noble. You know, and he can do it because he says what Polos understands by noble is merely conventional, and Callicles dismisses the convention. Mr. Burns?
Isn't there a problem for a statement in Plato of someone who by nature desires what is bad or wicked? Doesn't that involve, if one thinks of the Republic, for instance? Doesn't it mean that the word nature is at least ambiguous if it is possible for someone by nature to desire what is bad?
Yeah, I think that it's possible. A bad nature, a rotten apple, is possible. A rotten apple is possible. And from Plato's point of view, I suppose there would be more than we would assume.
Yeah. But, sometimes one has the impression that in Plato, the natural means the rational.
Yes, but then is that it means, but look, a man who has a cancer is a natural phenomenon, and yet that is against the nature of the body. It destroys the body. That is two meanings of nature, related but different. That causes no difficulty. Yes?
Yes, I wonder to what extent the observation about the distinction between habituation and nature applies specifically to Plinius in this context, whereas earlier we saw that Plinius made no attempt to harbor his interest in the discussion about symposia and pleasures. And he interrupts while the Athenian is speaking, apparently in surprise that the Athenian has said that it is blasphemous to judge art according to pleasure, whereas if he were familiar with this view, one would suspect that he wouldn't have interrupted. And therefore, it seems to me that it would suggest that Plinius, by habit, has this contradiction between his nature and his habit, and that he sort of takes a secret delight in certain kinds of pleasures that are prohibited.
Yeah, perhaps all men take a secret delight in forbidden things. At least that is what Plato occasionally suggests. But the point is, if this, as long as it remains only hidden and ineffective, it is all right. But nevertheless, it could show itself in so-called artistic tastes, that people would like pictures and so on, presenting things which they would never consider doing because they satisfy some forbidden desire. At any rate, the question which Plato discusses here is, in modern language, the relation of morality and art. And needless to say that Plato takes absolutely the side of morality, but not without indicating the complexity of the issue. Yes?
What do you think is the influence of the present form of dancing on the character of the young?
I have not made any empirical studies, any field work, and you know, without having done this kind of thing, no one is entitled anymore to say anything. I can only say quite how it affects me, and I find it absolutely ugly.
Mr. Strauss, aren't you hiding behind the method of your opponents?
Why? No, honestly, I have never given it serious thought. But what I have seen repelled me. That's all I can say. And I know only I saw occasionally dances war dances of Central African Negroes, and that was also very barbaric. But it had a dignity and a meaning different from what I see here. That's all I can say. I have not engaged in any study. It did not impress me as worthy of a very serious study. Yes?
Well, I'm still somewhat bothered by this problem of rotten apples and or bad nature. What it would seem to suggest, then, is that to insist that the rational is the natural is a kind of sophistry.
That's a natural?
That if it is the case that one can by nature desire the wicked, the problem of rotten apples, then that would seem to suggest that the identification of the natural with the rational is a sophistry.
No, if it is, if one can show that it is a morbid nature which craves for these things, then on the contrary one would confirm it. If something is wrong with people who by nature desire these things. Is this not understandable?
Isn't that the thing that is so objectionable, though, about psychoanalysis, is the attempt to say that those who are rotten apples are sick, in the sense that they're simply beyond their own ability to control their rottenness. I think that it's important that even rotten apples be held responsible for their rottenness, in the sense that those who, because of their stupidity, can't know the good, could at least learn to follow those who did, and thus not be so rotten.
Yeah. Well, I believe Freud had nothing against penal justice.
Yeah, but he undermined it.
Perhaps his successors more than he himself. And in addition, the notion which you suggest was developed prior to Freud by this British satirical utopist. How was it called? Erewhon. Butler? Yes, and Butler. Where he has this beautiful idea that in Erewhon, sick people are punished. Yeah? But criminal people are sent into hospitals. If you never should read it, it's very topical. Yes.
Cleinias, very true. Athenian, Does the man who delights in bad postures and tunes suffer any damage thereby? Or do those who take pleasure in the opposite gain therefrom any benefit? Cleinias, probably. Athenian, is it not probable, or rather inevitable, that the result here will be exactly the same as what takes place when a man who is living amongst the bad habits of wicked men, though he does not really abhor, but rather accepts and delights in those habits, yet censures them casually as though dimly aware of his own turpitude? In such a case, it is to be sure inevitable that the man thus delighted becomes assimilated to those habits, good or bad, in which he delights, even though he is ashamed to praise them. Yet what blessing could we name, or what curse, greater than that of assimilation, which befalls us so inevitably?
But the main point, there are all kinds of great difficulties in that section, but the main point, I believe, is clear, that bad art has the same effect as bad company. That if you live with bad people, especially if this is true of young people, then that corrupts you. You may resist it as well as you may, but in the long run you will adjust yourself. I believe today they call it identify. Yeah. And yes, and that's all there is to be said about it. It is bad company, bad. Yes, and good. And the conclusion. After it is understood that the good art must be moral, he draws the conclusion. And after having indicated the great difficulties implied in this demand, he goes on as follows.
Cleinias, there is none, I believe. Athenian, now where laws are, or will be in the future, rightly laid down regarding musical education and recreation, do we imagine that poets will be granted such license that they may teach whatever form of rhythm or tune or words they best like themselves to the children of law-abiding citizens and the young men in the choirs, no matter what the result may be in the way of virtue or depravity? Cleinias, that would be unreasonable, most certainly. Athenian, but at present this license is allowed in practically every state with the exception of Egypt.
You see the reference to the barbarians is here now illustrated. Yes.
Cleinias, how then does the law stand in Egypt? Athenian, it is marvelous, even in the telling. It appears that long ago they determined on the rule of which we are now speaking, that the youth of a state should practice in their rehearsal postures and tunes that are good. These are prescribed in detail and posted up in the temples, and outside this official list it was and still is forbidden to painters and all other producers of postures and representations to introduce any innovation or invention, whether in such productions or in any other branch of music, over and above the traditional forms.
The ancestral, yes.
The ancestral forms. And if you look there, you will find that the things depicted or graven there are 10,000 there, that the things depicted or graven there 10,000 years ago, I mean what I say, not loosely, but literally 10,000, are no whit better or worse than the productions of today, but wrought with the same art. Cleinias, a marvelous state of affairs.
Yeah, now, what is the reasoning here? Since art must be moral, the poets cannot be given license, but they must be supervised. And that is being done with marvelous success in Egypt, where 10,000 years ago, a very long time ago, certain forms of presentation of music and poetic and so have been consecrated and frozen, and they are strictly preserved. No one is permitted to innovate. One term which he uses here for innovating, epinoein, in E3, occurs especially in Thucydides as a term describing the Athenians. The Athenians with their lively, innovating minds, contrasted especially with the Spartans. But of course it is not clear, are these Egyptian things good? I mean, that they have been consecrated and they have lasted for such a long time is amazing. But if this is not good art itself, what about that? Now he tries to answer that question in the sequel.
Athenian, say rather, worthy in the highest degree, a statesman and a legislator.
But he should have followed the text, at least to that extent, to say that it is fitting the legislator and the statesman. Yeah? One could say it is more, corresponds more with the requirements of the legislative art than with those of the political art. That freezing and concentration. Yes?
Still, you would find in Egypt other things that are bad. This, however, is a true and noteworthy fact, that as regards music, it has proved possible for the tunes which possess a natural correctness to be enacted by law and permanently consecrated. To effect this would be the task of a god or a godlike man, even as in Egypt they say that the tunes preserved throughout all this lapse of time are the compositions of Isis. Hence, as I said, if one could by any means succeed in grasping the principle of correctness in tune, one might then with confidence reduce them to legal form and prescription, since the tendency of pleasure and pain to indulge constantly in fresh music has, after all, no very great power to corrupt choric forms that are consecrated, but merely scoffing at them as antiquated. In Egypt, at any rate, it seems to have had no such power of corrupting. In fact, quite the reverse.
Yes. So it is not a question the goodness of the Egyptian institutions in this respect, but they are traced by the Egyptians themselves to a goddess, to Isis. And this would, of course, explain why these things are perfect. The Athenian stranger does not require the help of a god. He says, a god, this would be the work of a god or of some divine. That is all. That is the reading of the manuscripts. The editors ordinarily add of some divine man. I believe it can, that was not said by Plato, but it was left open. It could also be divine woman. I mean, like, as it were, a human Isis who could have made these things. But however this may be, as soon as the right tones and stanzas have been found, one must consecrate them, and therewith think we can begin now. Now, let me remind you of the context where we stand in the second book. The question is, of course, the value of symposia. And the first value was said to be at the beginning of the second book. They are useful for knowing the natures of one's fellow citizens. In the preceding reference to it, at the end of book 1, he had spoken of natures and habits. Now he drops habits. Does this make sense? How does wine, or hard liquor for that matter, work on us? Does it bring out our nature or our habits to a higher degree. As I have read in the literature on that subject, which is immense, it is more our natures which are revealed when we are drunk than our habits, because our habits recede into a state of dormancy. But this is only the first point. The main value of symposia was said to be the safeguard of education. And not education, but the safeguard of education. The Athenian raises, therefore, again the question, what is education? And redefines it. The goal of the education is a perfect human being, he says now. He does no longer say the perfect man, in Greek, aner. Now these two words, human being, anthropos in Greek, and aner, are in a somewhat complicated relation. From one point of view, a man, an hombre, is of course by far superior to a mere human being. That is, a mere human being is just a member of one animal species among others, and there is nothing to be particularly proud of. But an hombre, that is something impressive. The simplest and the statement on this difference you would find, if you are interested, in Xenophon's dialogue Hero, chapter 7. But from another point of view, a human being, anthropos, is more than an aner, a man. For example, Socrates is called occasionally at a symposium kalos kakatos anthropos, and not kalos kakatos aner, a noble and good human being, not a noble and good man. And the Greek word, which we already translate by courage, andrea, means primarily manliness. And we have observed in Xenophon that manliness is never ascribed to Socrates as a virtue. Aner, we can say, is the outgoing fellow, the outgoing gentleman farmer who rides to his fields to oversee his field hands and his bailiffs. And above all, of course, he goes out to war. He goes out, doesn't stay at home. But such fellows as Socrates stay not exactly at home, but stay in, if the weather is not altogether good, in a covered place, sit there and talk like women. That was thought in the olden times. Today I know that is a wrong distinction. So that in this respect, an individual like Socrates has more to do with a woman than with a man. And therefore, the expression aner, a man, cannot be easily applied to him. Now, to follow now the argument, the Athenian has redefined education and has to specify what education is. The main point was simple. Education consists primarily in music education, in singing, in dancing. Singing and dancing beautifully, of course. But, as is added, singing and dancing beautifully, beautiful things. The term which I translate by beautiful means in Greek also fine and noble. And these connotations must always be considered. The view behind that is this. The beautiful or fine or noble presentations are presentations of virtue or of an image of virtue, or of an image of virtue. It still is sufficient to make the presentations beautiful or fine. Now, of course, if you can speak of virtue or an image of virtue, you permit considerable ambiguity and therefore perplexity. How to overcome that perplexity? The Athenian gives the example of Egypt, not of the Dorians. In Egypt, where they consecrated what they regarded as fine songs and dances, and they were never changed and lasted for 10,000 years. But there is a difficulty. Before the songs and dances can be consecrated, one must know them, because otherwise one might consecrate the wrong things. The implication is the Egyptians did not know it. So one has to engage in a somewhat broader investigation. The investigation begins as follows. Music presentations have something to do with pleasure or enjoyment. But the view that their excellence is sufficiently determined by pleasure or enjoyment is, as the Athenian says, unbearable and unholy. Now we must see what the more precise criterion for excellent artistic performances is. I propose that we reread the paragraph, the speech of the Athenian, which we have already read last time, in 657e. Or is there any point of the things mentioned or alluded to in my summary which you would like to take up?
Athenian, it is marvelous even in the telling. It appears that long...
No. See, DE, later.
Say rather, worthy...
No, give me your book. I'm sorry. Here.
Okay.
That is page 105 in the Loeb translation.
Thus we shall not dismiss as entirely groundless the opinion now commonly expressed among merrymakers, namely, that he who best succeeds in giving us joy and pleasure should be counted the most skillful and be awarded the prize. For, seeing that we give ourselves up on such occasions to recreation, surely the highest honor and the prize of victory, as I said just now, should be awarded to the performer who affords the greatest enjoyment to the greatest number. Is not this the right view and the right mode of action too, supposing it were carried out? Possibly.
I think that is clear, this song. If enjoyment is the purpose of artistic performances, he who enjoys most men to the highest degree is the best artist. Yes?
Possibly. Athenian. But, my dear sir, we must not decide this matter hastily. Rather, we must analyze it thoroughly and examine it in some fashion such as this. Suppose a man were to organize a competition without qualifying or limiting it to gymnastic, musical, or equestrian sports. And suppose that he should assemble the whole population of the state and proclaiming that this is purely a pleasure contest in which anyone who chooses may compete, should offer a prize to the competitor who gives the greatest amusement to the spectators, without any restrictions as to the methods employed, and who excels all others just in doing this in the highest possible degree, and is adjudged the most pleasure-giving of the competitors.
That is a necessary consequence of what was said before. If pleasure producing the only criterion, The competition is wide open for any pleasure maker. And we don't have to define the activity. It may be racing with cars or with horses or what have you. He says here, gymnic, the gymnastic, or music, or equestrian. But you will see soon that only music is preserved, because in the two other cases, the other two things are dropped, for the simple reason that in a race, say, you don't give the prize to him who affords the greatest pleasure, but to him who runs fastest, as a different criterion. Or in a boxing match, he who boxes down the other. But only in the music arts can it be, in the widest sense, can it be said that pleasure making is the sole goal of the contestants. Yes?
What do we suppose would be the effect of such a proclamation? Cleinias. In what respect do you mean? Athenian. The natural result would be that one man would, like Homer, show up a rhapsody, another a harp song, one a tragedy, and another a comedy. Nor should we be surprised if someone were even to fancy that he had the best chance of winning with a puppet show. So where such as these and thousands of others enter the competition, can we say who will deserve to win the prize?
Yeah. So you see here there are only music performances, and puppet shows could also be understood in a very wide sense of the word as music performances, imitative. And there are 5 things mentioned. Tragedy is in the center, just as music was in the center in the preceding speech. Now we will see, this is a simple case, it will be explained in the sequel why tragedy is central.
Cleinias. An absurd question, for who could possibly pretend to know the answer before he had himself actually heard each of the competitors? Athenian.
No, wait. What does this mean? What does Cleinias mean by questioning the reasonableness of the Athenians' question? Does he mean perhaps that it could be that the exhibitor of an excellent puppet show would deserve to win over the exhibitor of a poor tragedy? Would make sense. So we would have to know what puppet show, what tragedy, and so on. But this is apparently not the case, as appears from what the Athenian is going to say now.
Athenian. Very well then. Do you wish me to supply you with the answer to this absurd question?
So, yes.
Cleinias. By all means. Athenian. If the tiniest children are to be the judges, they will award the prize to the showman of puppets, will they not? Cleinias. Certainly they will. Athenian. And older lads to the exhibitor of comedy, while the educated women and young men and the mass of people in general will award it to the shower of tragedies. Cleinias. Most probably. Athenian. And we old men would very likely take most delight in listening to a rhapsode giving a fine recitation of the Iliad or the Odyssey, or of a piece from Hesiod, and declare that he is easily the winner. Who then?
Yes, no, let us stop here for one moment. So that makes sense. But what then did the Athenian mean with his seemingly absurd questions, which Cleinias did not understand? I think he did not consider that there are some generalities, some typical things here involved, which do permit to answer that question. And that is probably characteristic of Cleinias. You see, by the way, here also the answer why tragedy was in the center. It is obviously the most popular exhibition among all who are no longer children, and especially the educated women are mentioned here, so that that is a sufficient justification for that. Now, so we see then the whole community consists of 5 groups, or let me see, of 4 groups, and each enjoys most a different kind of performance. And so the question arises, as Athenian restates it, at the end of the speech you began to read.
Who then will rightly be the winner of the prize? That is the next question, is it not?
Yeah, who will it, and what does this question imply? Obviously, which of these 4 groups is the most competent to judge? And no one would say, naturally, that the little children are the best judges simply. They may be good judges enough of what pleases them, but pleasure is not the only criterion. And there are other pleasurable performances which the small children wouldn't understand at all, and yet are preferable to what the children enjoy.
Cleinias, yes. Athenian, evidently, we 3 cannot avoid saying that those who are adjudged the winners by our own contemporaries would win rightly. For in our opinion, epic poetry is by far the best to be found nowadays, anywhere in any state in the world.
This in all cities and everywhere is a strange expression. In all cities and everywhere. Is not in all cities the same as everywhere? No?
How about country?
Yeah, yes, but the Greeks used a different expression. The distinguish between the polis and the ethne, the tribes or nations. That is, ethne has the same meaning, kindred to what goyim means in Hebrew. So there are non-Greeks. And there was an earlier passage where he had said they seek for the correct education, Greek or barbarian. But to come back to the Athenians' decision, there are 4 different groups of people. Which is most competent to judge? Answer: we old men think, of course, that we old men are most competent to judge. And that seems to beg all questions, doesn't it? With what right can these old fogies claim a higher competence than younger people? Is this not a reasonable objection?
Only if in the course of becoming old, they forget all of the stages that came before, such that when they're old, they're unable to make a comparison.
So otherwise you mean they know everything the others know, and they know something in addition. Yeah. That is a good point. But since it depends not only on experience, but also on judgment, the question arises, are the old men as old men superior in judgment to the less old?
They would not be, only if there was such a thing as the judgment of an old man.
There are such things as judgment of old men.
But is it not the judgment of a man?
Yeah, but still, you see here, this judgment, for example, which the Athenian gave, was explicitly the judgment of an old man, wasn't it?
What I mean is there an old judgment?
No, but there is a judgment of old men. If an old man makes a certain judgment, say a young man makes a different judgment, then you have to consider the fact, at least you may have to consider the fact, that they differ because the one is old and the other is young.
But then there is an old judgment.
Not the judgment is old, but the judger is old.
Old city. City old.
Yeah.
This was clearly mentioned.
No, but I'm just thinking of the non-silly old men.
Yeah, all right, let us forget the fact.
I'm asking if their judgment has to be dated by the fact that it's the judgment of an old man, or whether it can't be simply the reflection of a man, whether young or old, perhaps more experienced.
That could be. In that case, the reflection on age wouldn't arise.
Yeah.
But since we are here confronted, we must not try to be wiser than Cleinias. Or at least we must try to become wiser. But to begin with, we must understand Cleinias as he understands it.
Oh, yeah.
And there the situation is that we are confronted with a controversy between these four groups of human beings. And the question arises, which is most competent? And the Athenian decides, and he is apparently speaking pro domo, you know what that expression means? For his own home, in his own interest. Well, we old men are the best judges. And needless to say, the two Dorians have no objection to that. Although, as Mr. Klein reminded you, and as we have read before, in old age, old age may be a second childhood, where all these advantages of old age, which you so rightly pointed out, lose much of their importance. So now let us continue.
Cleinias, of course, Athenian. Thus much I myself am willing to concede to the majority of men, that the criterion of music should be pleasure, not, however, the pleasure of any chance person. Rather, I should regard that music which pleases the best men and the highly educated as about the best, and as quite the best if it pleases the one man who excels all others in virtue and education.
You see, he drops now the reference to the old man, and he uses an expression which will occur later on, and which has not been brought out by the translator, that will be the finest or most noble muse which pleases the best and those who are adequately educated. But to the highest degree, that the one which pleases the one man who excels by virtue as well as education. Yes, so and that is a different proposition. That not the old man as old, but the best as best should judge. And it is a matter of further inquiry whether the old as old have some superiority in this respect and to what extent. But we are no longer concerned with the old as old. Yes? And you see, a single man maybe, this single man excelling in virtue and education, and who is concerned with the most noble use, he is by far the most preferable judge. Yes?
And we say that the judges of these matters need virtue for the reason that they need to possess not only wisdom in general, but especially courage.
The color is the word phronesis, the sense, good sense, that's in it, and especially we can say also courage, right?
For the true judge should not take his verdicts from the dictation of the audience, nor yield weakly to the uproar of the crowd or his own lack of education, nor again, when he knows the truth, should he give his verdict carelessly through cowardice and lack of spirit, thus swearing falsely out of the same mouth with which he invoked heaven when he first took the seat as judge.
He invoked the gods, namely because the judges had to swear that they will give the award fairly, truthfully, in 8 refers to it. Yes?
For rightly speaking, the judge sits not as a pupil, but rather as a teacher of the spectators, being ready to oppose those who offer them pleasure in a way that is unseemly or wrong, and that is what the present law of Sicily and Italy actually does. By entrusting the decision to the spectators, who award the prize by show of hands, not only has it corrupted the poets, since they adapt their works to the poor standard of pleasure of the judges, which means that the spectators are the teachers of the poets, but it has corrupted also the pleasures of the audience. For whereas they ought to be improving their standard of pleasure by listening to the characters superior to their own, what they now do has just the opposite effect. What then is the conclusion to be drawn from this survey? Is it this, do you suppose?
Let us stop for a moment. Now, first, this is clear. The judge, and in the best case, is one man of excellence, is a teacher of the poets as well as of the public. And if it is the other way around, if the poets unsupervised teach by what they present, and to say nothing of the public teaching itself, this is complete corruption. And that is so as if the drunken members of a symposium were given free rein, and the sole sober ruler would be condemned to silence. Yes?
I was wondering about where it mentions here that the spectators ought to be improving their standards of pleasure.
What it says is, that is, this point especially, that the present custom where the public gives its applause, and this applause is decisive, this has corrupted the pleasures of the public. The public enjoys these dirty things, to take an extreme case. There's no question about that. But this is a corruption to enjoy such things instead of the fine ones.
My question, or what I had in my mind was, do they enjoy these things because of bad natures, or because they've fallen into bad habits?
Truly, the most obvious reason is that they're lacking guidance. They have acquired bad habits. They would need some guide or guides who would keep them on the right way. And this they lack in the present condition. I mean, of course, the present of Sicily and Italy, not any other country. Yes?
By saying that they need good guidance,
I beg your pardon?
by saying that guidance is what improves taste, are you implying that they have a good nature that needs to be led up with, or are you saying that they can improve upon a bad nature?
Does not all education presuppose the educability of those undergoing the educational process, to use a very common expression. I mean, well, there are always marginal cases of completely uneducable ones. We may assume that. But most people are to some degree educable. Is it not true? And now the question is, of course, they must get the right educators. And they must also, that is at least Plato's view, be protected against corruptors. You know, if the good educator tells them to enjoy noble songs, and then the corrupter entices them by wicked songs, and they listen to the corrupter too much, then the effect of the educator would be considerably reduced. Does this not make sense? I believe this question is always with us, and today, and particularly only we, in the newspapers at least, it is not longer discussed in Platonic terms. But the problem is here. And some relics of what Plato means are even noticeable in that discussion. But it's not clear, not strong enough. Yeah?
Of the five examples that Plato speaks of in terms of the competition, only four are represented in terms of having people within the general population who listen to them or appreciate them, and the harp song is dropped. Do you attach any significance to that fact that the harp song was mentioned and then just dropped in the later discussion?
I cannot explain the dropping of the harp song. It is possible that it was brought in only in order to bring tragedy into the center. That is the best I can do. Such things do happen. Yes.
Cleinias.
Or is there any other point? I don't wish, because these are very grave issues. Yes?
It seems that the beginning of this discussion was the discussion of the education of young children offer quite a thing. Yet what is talking about here seems to be more the activities of adults.
Yes. That is doubtless true. But is there not a connection between the two things? Will there not... Let us assume there is a very noble education of the small children, but from the city, on the part of the city. But the homes are very corrupting from the point of view of what the city declares to be fine. The education of the small children wouldn't work. So you have also to educate the older ones. The city has to think of that too. So it is that the whole education is an affair of the city. And the city, of course, addresses more directly the grown-ups than the children, especially than the small children. Is so?
Well, it's not unreasonable or unclear, but it seems a rather different way to approach the subject than is normally done.
But he never said that he will limit himself only to the question of what he calls the first education, the education given to children. He only said he will speak of it first, and that he does. And then he gradually enlarges the subject, and and in addition, he will return rather soon. We will not be able to read that today, to the subject with which he is concerned, especially, and that is a safeguard of education. The discussion of education is only here in the service of the discussion of the safeguard of education. And that is where the symposia will come in. You must never forget this overall context. Hitherto, the children and even the grown-ups, as hitherto discussed, have nothing to do with wine drinking. But this is a context in which the whole discussion takes place. Yes?
Should the judge not also be the best of the poets, on the analogy with the judge of physicians being the physician who knows most about medicine, or the judge of good carpentry being the carpenter who knows most about carpentry? That is, I'm puzzled about the connection between poetry and virtue and education, as it's stated here.
You mean the question of the truth of what the poets say regarding charioteering and or strategy or whatever else it may be? Do you mean that?
No, I mean if we're to consider poetry as an art, the way that medicine is an art, or charioteering is an art,
Yeah.
shouldn't the judge of that art also be the best practitioner?
Yeah, but that is a very long question which will be taken up later on in this book. Namely, to what extent is knowledge or truth, or knowledge of the truth about the things spoken about, say charioteering, or whatever it may be, essential for the judge of poets. It will be taken up. But we have to proceed step by step, and you must not forget Cleinias, and to say nothing of Megillus, has not read a single Platonic dialogue, not even one of the smallest Xenophontic Socratic dialogues. So in a way we are all way up, higher than Cleinias. But there is also great danger in this certainty that we are so much wiser than Cleinias, because we have to check on that, on our claim to greater knowledge. You see, that will come, they are wholly unprepared for this kind of question. And for them that is in the first place a sensational assertion. Getting drunk should be conducive to education in sense of shame. But then this proves to be, although they are not fully aware of it, a bait. This extraordinary proposal, a bait to induce them to listen to a disquisition on education. And they are now engaged in it. But with what degree of attention and what degree of understanding, that is hard to say. That Megillus doesn't say a word in the whole second book. But whether Cleinias, when he says yes or something of this kind, that doesn't prove that he has understood what the Athenian has said. So at any rate, the question is now, in a way, the question which Dr. Kast raised concerning the mature citizens, that they are the theme now, that comes out in the immediate sequence. Will you read that?
Cleinias, what? Athenian. This is, I imagine, the third or fourth time that our discourse has described a circle and come back to the same point, namely, that education is the process of drawing and guiding children towards that principle which is pronounced right by the law and confirmed as truly right by the experience of the oldest and the most just. So in order that the soul of the child...
Let us wait here for one second. So the speech, the logos, has now, in its turning around, returned for the third or fourth time to the same point, Now, this is no loose language. There are two passages in which education has been discussed, so it would be the third. But if we are a bit more intelligent and know that the whole discussion of law and logos, even if not explicitly connected with the question of education, concerns education very much, if he takes this further step, then it is the fourth time that he takes up now the question of education. So, and now it is said, it's a drawing and guidance of the children to that logos which is declared, has been declared correct by the law, and which has been agreed upon by the most respectable and oldest men, owing to their experience that the logos is truly correct. Now, this is a grave step. Now the possibility of a conflict between the logos and the law has been excluded, because what is a correct logos is declared to be such by the law. And there is no way here, it seems, to appeal from the law to the logos who might conceivably qualify the law. Yes?
So, in order that the soul of the child may not become habituated to having pains and pleasures in contradiction to the law, and those who obey the law,
Yeah, and those who have been persuaded by the law, yes?
but in conformity thereto, being pleased and pained at the same things as the old man.
You see, now he is simply, every qualification of the old man is forgotten. We have now the identification of the logos and the law, and of the reasonable man with the old man. And to that extent we are back to the starting point of the whole discussion. But as the sequel will show, that is not simply the case.
For this reason, we have what we call chants, which evidently are in reality incantations seriously designed to produce in souls that conformity and harmony of which we speak. But inasmuch as the souls of the young are unable to endure serious study, we term these plays and chants and use them as such, just as when people suffer from bodily ailments and infirmities, those whose office it is to try to administer to them nutriment that is wholesome in meats and drinks, those whose office it is try to administer to them nutriment that is wholesome in meats and drinks that are pleasant, but unwholesome nutriment in the opposite, so that they may form the right habit of approving the one kind and detesting the other. Similarly, in dealing with the poet, the good legislator will persuade him or compel him with his fine and choice language to portray by his rhythms and gestures and by his harmonies and tunes of men who are temperate, courageous, and good in all respects, and thereby to compose poems aright.
So the practical conclusion is the one which we already know. The representative or imitative artists must represent virtuous characters. That goes without saying. There is a qualification. The legislator will persuade them, but if this doesn't work, because the poetic men are not so easily persuaded by the legislator, then they must be compelled to do. But there are some points he had mentioned before in this speech. The chants, the songs, the chants are called enchantments. That is a play with words in Greek, or incantations, as he says. They should enchant the soul in the direction of the noble, fine, or beautiful things. And this is compared with what the physicians do. It is not explicitly said, but almost suggested, that the children, the little children surely, would enjoy all kinds of base things, of improper things. In our corrupted age, I have only to mention the name of Freud, who has restored certain verities which Plato in principle knew. Or in other words, we can also say that the gods, as Hesiod said, the gods have put sweat in front of virtue. So that requires a very great effort. And to that extent, for the untrained men, the noble things are a kind of bitter medicine. And this bitter medicine must be sweetened. And this sweetening is done by the chants or songs which enchant the children and make them love the beautiful or fine. Yes?
It seems that there are two metaphors that are back to back, which are completely opposite to each other. The first metaphor is as you describe, where the thing that is good is sweetened so that it would be swallowed. And the second metaphor, exactly the opposite happens. The thing that is good is placed with good food so that it would be swallowed.
Yeah, no, must distinguish this. Sarah says that salutary food is made sweet, attractive.
Yeah, more salutary.
All right. And the unwholesome food
is made more disgusting.
I read in a commentator that an example of the latter is to put mustard on a thumb of little children so that they don't suck. You see, assuming that sucking the thumb is bad, then you add something unpleasant to the thumb, and then you get the child away from it. Yes.
He talks that the poet should exemplify good people for the readers who like well. These examples in front of them. Well, does that include the opposite sort of characteristic? Evil people meaning evil ends, certain examples. Just like before the dialogue, men should be tested through facing fear in order to overcome it. Should people be exposed to evil? Show the evil ends that evil people come to.
You mean you cannot properly present the virtue of Matt Dillon, if you know who that is, without presenting some bad man whom he arrests? Yeah? Yeah, but the question is, what happens? That bad man must be imitated by a citizen. Now, if he imitates a robber and killer, will this not affect his character? So it is to be, hitherto we don't know yet anything about what should be done, whether bad characters, even if they are presented on the stage as deservedly punished, whether they should be imitated at all. Whether as the Republic says finally, in the best city, there would only be hymns to the gods and praises of the virtues. There is nothing said here of a representation, in reproduction, imitation of the wicked. But that we must wait until he comes to the drama, explicitly. You mean this, it is rather narrow, the selection which he permits? Yes, one could say that, but insipid. Yes, but we have perhaps been corrupted by not only modern novels and dramas, but by the whole history of drama. But Plato opposes, as you know, the poets altogether and wants to bring them back under proper supervision. We must see how he truly means it. For the time being, we know only this. Now, here is an incision of the argument, and that is indicated by the following fact. At the beginning of the next speech of Cleinias, he says, he uses an oath, which we shall translate by Zeus. But the important thing is that is the first oath occurring in the laws. Now, I think we have read quite a bit, haven't we? But that is, unfortunately, I do not have a statistic of the law, of the oaths in the laws. Such things are helpful. But they are obviously very rare. And therefore, one should consider where they occur and why they occur where they occur. Now, I will give this provisional suggestion. He has spoken hitherto of songs and melodies and all kinds of things. But he has avoided one term as a content of what the imitative men produce. And that is a term logos. He has not spoken of any speeches, logoi, which the poets produce. What he is beginning here, and this will go until about until 66.4b2, is a discussion of the right kind of speeches, of logoi, which the legislator should promote and should demand from the poets. In other words, this section, which now beginning, is the equivalent of what in the Republic is called the theologia, the speeches about the gods. And I think this is indicated by this first oath. But we have to take a few steps until we have reached that point.
Simons, in heaven's name, stranger, do you believe that that is the way poetry is composed nowadays in other states? So far as my own observation goes, I know of no practices such as you describe except in my own country and in Lacedaemon. But I do know that novelties are always being introduced in dancing and all other forms of music, which changes are due not to the laws, but to disorderly tastes. And these are so far from being constantly uniform and stable, like the Egyptian ones you describe, that they are never for a moment uniform.
Yeah, the legislator should lay down rules for the poets. Cleinias says there is nothing of this kind except in Sparta and Crete. Everywhere else there is lawless liberty. The poets produce whatever they please or whatever pleases the public. He uses the expression, that this, what the poets now do, these pleasures, they are very far from being of the same things and in the same respects as you have said they are in Egypt. These are favorite expressions of Plato when he speaks of the ideas, the unchangeability of the arrangements for which Egypt is used as a model, is a reflection, a very dim reflection of the immutability of the ideas. But even the Crinius does not say that this immutability is to be found in Sparta or Crete. That is found only in Egypt. So he is aware that Crete and Sparta does not live up to the standard proposed by the Athenians.
Athenian, nobly spoken, O Cleinias. If, however, I seem to you to say that the practices you refer to are in use now, very likely your mistake arose from my own failure to express my meaning clearly. Probably I stated my own desires with regard to music in such a way that you imagined me to be stating present facts. To denounce things that are beyond remedy and far gone in error is a task that is by no means pleasant, but at times it is unavoidable. And now that you hold the same opinion on this subject, come, tell me, do you assert that such practices are more general among the Cretans and the Lacedaemonians than among the other Greeks? Cleinias, certainly. Athenian, suppose now that they were to become general among the rest also. Should we say that the method of procedure then would be better than it is now? Cleinias, the improvement would be immense if things were done as they are in my country and in that of your friends here, and as, moreover, you yourself said just now they ought to be done. Athenian.
Yeah, but this means, of course, that refers to something which is not done in Crete and Sparta, but what the Athenians propose. And the difference is shown by the fact that Sparta and Crete do not have this strict supervision which the Athenian said to have found in Egypt.
Come now, let us come to an understanding on this matter. In all education and music in your countries, is not this your teaching? You oblige the poets to teach the...
You compel. They don't persuade them. They compel. That would mean almost as impossible as to say Brezhnev persuades. Yes, no?
You compel the poets to teach that the good man, since he is temperate and just, is fortunate and happy.
Blessed, so weak.
Is fortunate and blessed, whether he be great or small, strong or weak, rich or poor. Whereas, though he be richer even than Cinyras or Midas, if he be unjust, he is a wretched man and lives a miserable life. Your poet says, if he speaks the truth, I would spend no word on the man and hold him in no esteem, who without justice performs or acquires all the things accounted good. And again,
I didn't hear. All the things?
All the things accounted good.
Yeah, called good. Called noble.
Called noble.
Yeah.
And again, he describes how the just man drives his spear against the foe at close quarters, whereas the unjust man dares not to look upon the face of bloody death, nor does he outpace in speed of foot the north wind out of Thrace, nor acquire any other of the things called noble.
Good. They are here, he speaks of good. Yeah. Yes, now 1 second. Your poet, that is the same Tarteaus. with whom he had taken issue near the beginning of the dialogue, and some of the verses or parts of the verses are the same as he had quoted there. Now Tarteaus, we have seen, praised not the just man, but the excellent warrior. And now by a manifest falsehood, the Athenian makes him a praiser of the perfectly virtuous and especially the perfectly just. That is only the beginning. Yes.
For the things which most men call good are wrongly so described. Men say that the chief good is health, beauty the second, wealth the third, and they call countless other things goods, such as sharpness of sight and hearing, and quickness in perceiving all the objects of sense, being a king too, and
King, a tyrant.
being a tyrant.
And be to do as a tyrannical ruler whatever one desires, yeah?
And doing exactly as you please, and to possess the whole of these goods and become on the spot an immortal, that, as they say, is the crown and top of all felicity.
Yeah, this reminds you of an enumeration of what he called the human goods in an earlier passage, 631. And it is in the main the old story, the old thing, but some things are added, especially this ruling as a tyrant, as you must have noticed. Now, this is said by the generality of men, to have the maximum of power, that means to be a tyrant, to have the maximum of power and have all these other advantages, and in addition, never to die, so not to have to fear death. This is bliss. And of course, the Spartans and Cretans do not say these things. Their poet rejects this view. Yes?
But what you and I say is this, that all these things are very good as possessions for men who are just and holy, but for the unjust they are, one and all from health downward, very bad. And we say too that sight and hearing and sensation and even life itself are very great evils for the man endowed with all the so-called goods, but lacking in justice and all virtue. If he is immortal forever, but a lesser evil for such a man if he survives but a short time.
Because then he can do the minimum of mischief. Huh?
This, I imagine, is what you, like myself, will persuade or compel your poets to teach, and compel them also to educate your youth by furnishing them with rhythms and harmonies in consonance with this teaching. Am I not right?
Now, let us stop here again from it's a very long speech. Now, these things called good are good for the just and holy, and bad for the unjust and unholy. Apply to any of these good things, health, wealth, and so on. But even tyrannical rule is good is good for the just and holy, because they would never use it for unjust and unholy purposes. Yeah? Therefore, it can be understood. Yes?
I have a question about that.
Yes?
Isn't there certain benefit to be gained by the private citizen in the exercise of certain kind of self-government, which benefit he would not get if he was ruled by a tyrant, even by a good tyrant?
Yeah, that depends a bit on circumstances, you know.
Yeah.
Well, later on it is said somewhere in this dialogue, when they speak of the optimal conditions for establishing the best political order, as it, to the extent to which that is considered in the laws, then the optimal condition would be that the wise man elaborating a code is supported by a young tyrant. You know, if he is truly obedient to that wise man, then all the obstacles, all the vested interests, as this would be called today, yeah, can be disposed of very easily if someone has complete power. This is not...
Yeah, I was just thinking that maybe men could learn something and could become better by partaking in the guidance of the state. That is, maybe the most perfect state, in theory, is not the best state for making citizens more capable of being citizens.
But you must first have a state, as you call it, in which it is possible to improve oneself. And that is a question with which Plato is concerned. How do you get such a state? And then his answer in this passage, which we will read later in this year, the answer is the wise legislator, the wise elaborator of a code, helped by a tyrant. That is a parallel in the laws to the rule of the philosophers in the Republic. Mr. Lyons.
Why is piety as necessary as justice for the enjoyment of these goods?
Yeah, holiness, is, I believe, a better translation. Well, this cannot be answered separately from another question. He mentions here especially justice and holiness, and to some extent also moderation. According to that famous strategic principle, hit them where they ain't. One must also, the reader must also say, observe what is not there. Now, which virtues are not here in this passage?
Justice was being used in its broadest sense here. It included all the virtues.
Yes, well, you must not, he doesn't always stick like a professor or a writer of a textbook to the definition given on page 50 when he's on page 102. But he always returns to the ordinary understanding as the understanding of men like Cleinias and Megillus. But to come back to the question, which virtues are not mentioned in this context?
Wisdom.
Pardon?
Wisdom.
Yeah. Phronesis, good sense, to say nothing of wisdom. To use the Aristotelian expression, the intellectual virtues are not mentioned. And this lack is supplied by the introduction of holiness. Does this not make sense? That a saint is more than a wise man, I mean, to use now a language more familiar to us. At any rate, well, you are not satisfied with that suggestion.
You mean in some way following the law of God supplies a
Yeah, more. Who is completely permeated by it, and loves it, and so on and so on. Is this not more than, from a certain point of view, to make it simpler for you, than the intellectual virtues? But we don't have to settle that question. We only note that the intellectual virtues are here absent, and their place is supplied by holiness. whether you can say that is a long question, whether that is a wise exchange. And I believe Plato would want you to think about that, but not to settle it on the basis of prejudices. Yeah? Yes.
Just consider, what I assert is that what are called evils are good for the unjust, but evil for the just, while the so-called goods are really good for the good, but bad for the bad. Are you in accord with me then? That was my question. Or how stands the matter? Finally.
You means here in Greek, one can distinguish it, both of you, you and Megillus. And Plinius answers for both of them.
We are apparently partly in accord, but partly quite the reverse.
Yes, so here the issue is joined. This is the logos, which the logos of logoi, we can say, which the legislator must establish, and which, according to the Athenian, means the good things are good for the just and bad for the unjust. So why is Cleinias not satisfied with that? Is it not true that a completely wicked man is better if he is paralyzed so that he cannot shoot and cannot strangle and all the other things wicked people are doing? And also if he is repulsive, yeah, so that no one will be attracted by him.
Yeah, but the other side may not be true. That a perfectly good man is made better by being attractive and by being strong.
Yeah, that he says.
Yeah, but that's the part that might not be true. That's the
No,
part
but very simply, but it would be good, say for a man like Socrates, it wouldn't do any harm to him if he were very handsome. It would not do any harm to him, no. It so happened that he was ugly, but he would not be for one moment induced to become a wicked man, a philanderer or whatever.
I was just thinking of in the symposium, Agathon's inability to become Socratic might be due to his beauty, his physical beauty, and that might serve as an impediment for some people, maybe
Yeah,
not
sure,
Socrates.
that would prove that Agathon is of questionable goodness, because he becomes a prisoner of his own handsome face. Yeah? That would not disprove what he says here. But let us understand this issue, which is absolutely, the discussion of which is now begun. Whether there is a one-to-one relation, that's ultimately what it's about, between virtue and happiness on the one hand, and vice and misery on the other. That is what the Athenian is driving at. And that would, of course, simplify matters greatly, if that were so. And let us see what he says more about it.
Athenian. Take the case of a man who has health and wealth and absolute power in perpetuity, in addition to which I bestow on him, if you like, matchless strength and courage, together with immortality and freedom from all other evils so-called. But a man who has within him nothing but injustice and insolence. Probably I fail to convince you that the man who lives such a life is obviously not happy, but wretched. Plinius. Quite true. Athenian. Well then, what ought I to say next? Do you not think that if a man who is courageous, strong, beautiful, and rich, and who does exactly as he likes all his life long, is really unjust and insolent, he must necessarily be living a base life? Probably you will agree at any rate to call it base. Cleinias, certainly. Athenian. And also a bad life. Cleinias. We would not go so far as to admit that. Athenian. Well, would you admit the epithets unpleasant and unprofitable to himself? Cleinias. How could we agree to such further descriptions?
So, you see here that courage is counted among the many morally indifferent things, which are good for good man and bad for bad man. In plain English, courage is not a virtue. But we have seen intimations to this effect before, and I think it comes out quite clearly in the passage toward the end of the work, which I read to you at an earlier meeting. So courage is, I mention this because that goes through the whole book, the status of courage. Sometimes it is treated as the morally indifferent, and if it is regarded as a virtue, it is said to be the lowest, and sometimes it has a higher status. We must watch these changes and must see what we can find about it, if we can find out about them. But here, what is the key difference between Cleinias and the Athenian? Now, that a crooked man lives basely, he gladly grants, but that he lives wretchedly or miserably, he denies, because this crook may, say, a member of, say, a mafioso, wires big banks and becomes a director of a bank, and perhaps he might become a United States senator with his enormous amount of money, so he would, and perhaps more, so he would be admired by all people as a terrific fellow. They know that he is crooked, but he has everything which the heart desires. Can you call such a man, and can you say of the life of such a man that it is wretched? This is the difficulty which Cleinias has. It is exactly the same position which Polus takes in the Gorgias, in case you have read the Gorgias, that the life of an abominable tyrant like this fellow in Thessaly, Archelaus, who has committed all kinds of crimes, but is a successful tyrant. Is this not a wonderful thing? It is true. It is disgraceful. But is he not nevertheless happy, blessed, being in the possession of all these good things which life affords? Now, what you see now with the task which the Athenian has. He has to prove that such a life is not only base or disgraceful, but also miserable. And this thesis is the key assertion of the Logos, the wise legislator, would impose on the poets. The poets, that is perhaps somewhat more acceptable to this young man, that the poets must never present vice as attractive. Would you admit that? Spirit. Yeah? So if someone, that's all right. And if they show that that the vicious are wretched and come to ruin, as in such classical works of art as Gunsmoke. Yeah? This is sound and helpful. Yeah? And it can also be done on a much higher level without any question. but we do not always have to go to the highest level. Yes. And now we must see how this issue will be settled on the next 2 pages. And you must not forget that the discussion cannot be as extensive as it is in the Gorgias, because they are not, the Cleinias and Megillus are not rhetoricians or dialecticians, nor as the discussion in the Republic. It must be done very briefly, and but still to the satisfaction of Cleinias, and that is done on the next 2 pages. Now, I think it is of no use to read on, because we haven't read very much today. Yes?
I just have one short question.
Yeah, sure.
Is it the case that courage is considered to be the lowest of the virtues because it is, in a sense, indifferent to the result? That is, when you speak about the mafioso who becomes a senator, it might be that if...
That has never happened. But it could happen in a novel, for example.
It could happen, yeah. If such a thing were to happen, and he were to be a candidate for some one of the virtues, I couldn't think of any other virtues that he would be a candidate for, maybe, than courage. Because at least he would have courage, perhaps, to have become a top dog in the mafioso.
Courage and cleverness.
But that's not a virtue, cleverness, is it?
Yeah, but popularly understood, the cleverness is in Greek the same, or can be called wise. So, courageous and wise, these are the words which Callicles chooses in order to describe his hero. You know, the man who breaks through all the conventions, and through whom what is by nature right shines through, as distinguished from what is merely right by convention. He calls him courageous and wise. And that is also in the Protagoras, by the way, also the question. And the problematic virtues in such a discussion are justice, especially, and moderation. Because moderation in one sense, yes, if you overeat, even the cleverest mafioso might get all kinds, well, there's Alka-Seltzer, I know that, but this wouldn't do for more extreme cases of overeating, I suppose. Yeah? But especially justice, that's the clear case. The justice which becomes a subject of discussion in the debate is justice. And that is here the case too. Is there any other one you wanted to bring up? But regarding courage, and you must be careful. These are all little sparks. For example, that virtue, courage is not a virtue at all, or is the lowest virtue. You must think about that and see how this fits together with the more noble things we mean by courage. Or differently said, and that is true of all virtues, that they have a very large periphery. And what we most mean when speaking of them is something peripheral. And we must go deeper than that. And so usually we are in between the periphery and a very small way towards the center. You know, not very high towards the center. Now, is there any other point you would like to bring up? If not, then we meet next time. Hmm? 4:15, yeah. And those of you who wish to come should be punctual. Now, a brief reminder of the context. As you will see very soon, the laws are devoted to the elaboration of a code of laws. But this elaboration of a code is animated by questions which are not necessarily raised by students of law or even legislators. The question, one could say, they are animated by a philosophy of law if this were not a very ambiguous expression. It is simpler to say these conversations are animated by the question of what is law. This question amounts to a questioning of law as such. Now, this has been done by Plato in his dialogue called Statesman. But in the Statesman, a stranger from Elea converses with two young Athenian mathematicians. But in the Laws, a stranger from Athens converses with two old Dorian political men, and therefore the whole discussion has a radically different character. Now, this problem of law, which is the fundamental premise of the whole discussion, although this premise is not stated as clearly as it is in the Statesman, is this, that law, nomos, is something different from true logos. One can illustrate this question by some remarks of Aristotle, which taken together amount to the same. Toward the end of his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle says, the law, being a logos, coming from some good sense and intellect, has coercive power. So the law is a logos coming from some phronesis and intellect. He does not say which good sense, but he probably means the good sense of a man who has a legislative faculty. Now, since this is a case, it follows, as Aristotle says elsewhere in the Ethics, that all things established by law are just in a sense, not simply just, because of the difference between law and true logos. Yet in his Politics, he says that the law has no power of being obeyed against habit or outside of habit, which seems to imply that law has no evidence by itself and owes its entire efficacy to habituation. The Aristotelian as well as the Platonic reflections on law move between these two extreme positions. One in which law is almost identified with logos, and in the other where logos has almost disappeared. Now, this much as to the general question. The immediate context, as you remember, is the banquets, the symposia, which are said to be indispensable for education. The problem of law, as I stated it before, affects the question of education in this way, that the end of education is stated on one occasion to be the perfect citizen, and on another occasion, the perfect human being. That is also a question discussed by Aristotle in the third book of the Politics. Is a good man and the good citizens the same? And Aristotle says, generally speaking, no. Only under some very favorable conditions. And that is exactly what is here also underlined. Education, we have seen, is primarily choral education. Education through song and dance. But through song and dance, or beyond song and dance, a logos is transmitted. And this logos says that the just man alone is blessed. For the just men alone are the good things good. The good things, such things as health, wealth, and so on. And now Cleinias, as we have seen, does not believe that this logos is true. The utmost he is willing to grant is that the unjust man lives disgracefully, but may very well live pleasantly and happily. This point we have reached in our last session. And now the Athenian must try to convince, persuade, whatever we might call it, Cleinias, of the truth of the logos which he had stated. And I think we should begin at this point, that is 662 B1. No, we don't, yes, B1, that's correct. Or is there any point you would like to bring up in connection with my introductory remark?
I have only one question about Aristotle. The Greek word for good sense, which is
Phronesis, prudentia in Latin.
in this text.
No, well, I translated by good sense for a change. I mean, yeah, phronesis, yeah. So, no.
Athenian. How, you ask? Only as it seems, my friend, if some god were to grant us concord, since at present we are fairly at discord one with another.
Now wait. Only, that this agreement can only be brought about by a god or some god. And he calls them here, the two men, of course, friends. This is, I believe, not brought out in the translation. The term friend occurs in this section more frequently than before. Yes. Now, how can the god or some god bring about that agreement? Yes.
In my opinion, these facts are quite indisputable, even more plainly so, my dear Cleinias, than the fact that Crete is an island.
Yeah, that is, perhaps one should understand this as follows. For me, these things, which he has said, are so necessary as not even Crete's being an island appears to me as evidence. Yes.
And were I a legislator, I should endeavor to compel the poets and all the citizens to speak in this sense, and I should impose all but the heaviest of penalties on anyone in the land who should declare that any wicked men lead pleasant lives, or that things profitable and lucrative are different from things just.
Lucrative and profitable things are, these things are profitable and lucrative, and others are more just. So the profitable and lucrative things are just, but others are more just. And which implies, of course, that the more just things are not lucrative. Yes, he will compel the poets and all the citizens to believe that. He does not speak here of persuading them. Yes?
And there are many other things contrary to what is now said, as it seems by Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and of course by the rest of mankind, which I should persuade my citizens to proclaim.
Yeah, you see, here he says, I would persuade in the case of the citizens. In the case of the poets, he would compel them. Apparently the poets cannot be as easily compelled as the citizens, which makes sense. Yes?
For come now, my most excellent sirs, in the name of Zeus and Apollo.
Now that is the first oath made by the Athenian stranger in the whole book, and altogether it's the second oath since the beginning. Yes?
Suppose we should interrogate those very gods themselves who legislated for you, and ask, is the most just life the most pleasant, or are there two lives, of which the one is the most pleasant, and the other the most just? If they replied that there were two, we might well ask them further, if we were to put the correct question, which of the two ought one to describe as the happier, those that live the most just or those that live the most pleasant life? If they replied, those that live the most pleasant life, that would be a monstrous statement in their mouths.
Let us stop here. So here we have a dialogue within the dialogue, a dialogue with the legislating gods, Zeus and Apollo. And the dialogue is, of course, in fact, a monologue, because the answers are given by the same Athenian who asked the gods. It is a kind of dialogue. And therefore, we may say that the three old men here have a conversation with the gods. They do what Minos and Lycurgus had done of old. And this would be their ultimate justification or legitimation for their becoming legislators, since they have spoken to the legislating gods. Now, the question is clear, I believe. The gods would say these are two ways of life, the justest and the pleasantest. And if the gods would, the question then arises, which of the two lives is preferable? And if the gods would say the most pleasant, then their speech would be strange or absurd as the speech of gods. Why this is so is not explained, but we will see from what follows why this answer would be absurd in the mouth of legislating gods. Yes?
But I prefer not to ascribe such statements to God, but rather to ancestors and lawgivers.
And your fathers, why not fathers and legislators? Yeah?
But rather to fathers and lawgivers. Imagine then that the questions I have put have been put to a father and lawgiver, and that he has stated that the man who lives the most pleasant life is the happiest. In the next place, I would say to him this, O Father.
In other words, the Athenian is speaking to his father. And so makes it quite, as I say, personal. Yeah?
O Father, did you not desire me to live as happily as possible? Yet you never ceased bidding me constantly to live as justly as possible. And hereby, as I think, our lawgiver, or our ancestor, would be shown up as illogical and incapable of speaking consistently with himself. But if, on the other hand, he were to declare the most just life to be the happiest, everyone who heard him would, I suppose, inquire, what is the good and charm it contains which is superior to pleasure, and for which the lawgiver praises it?
And for which the law praises it. Now, why would the father say that? Are there no wicked fathers who would bring up their sons in the life of wickedness? And could the same not also be true of legislators? Think of a legislator like Hitler, or for that matter, Stalin. So that is a question. So, but the Athenian must have something in mind when he says every father wants to bring up his son as a just man, and the same would be true of the legislator. Yes?
Well, if he means by just do what the authorities tell you.
Yes. That's it. In other words, he would surely, even the wicked father, would wish his son to be obedient to him. And this obedience is justice of a kind. And the same would, of course, be true of the legislator, who, as such, has the greatest interest in having his laws obeyed. So this authority, as Mr. Burns said, will naturally give the good answer if they want to be and to remain authorities. And now he is clear by the gods would give the same answer, because they are also, these two gods at any rate, are also legislating gods. Whether Aphrodite would give the same answer is another matter. But this we would have to figure out for ourselves. Yes?
For apart from pleasure, what good could accrue to a just man? Come, tell me, is fair fame and praise from the mouths of men and gods a noble and good thing, but unpleasant, while ill fame is the opposite? By no means, my dear lawgiver, we shall say. And is it unpleasant, but noble and good, neither to injure anyone, nor be injured by anyone, while the opposite is pleasant, but ignoble and bad? Plinius, by no means.
So that is in a way the proof. The link between justice and pleasure is established by the fact that good fame with gods and men is pleasant. And since men and gods give such good fame only to the just, only the just life is pleasant. This argument occurs in the Republic, in the second book, where Adeimantos presents this argument, but in a very different spirit. He regards it as pernicious because it destroys the purity of the concern with justice if we wish to be justice only because of the rewards or the pleasures attending it. But one can say Adeimantos is an unusually austere and exacting young man, and here these two Dorians are not so exacting. Yes?
Athenian. So then the teaching which refuses to separate the pleasant from the just helps, if nothing else, to induce a man to live.
Yeah, why does he not? There is something else. The Logos, which does not separate the pleasant and the just, and the good and the noble. So the pleasant and good are on one side, and the just and noble on the other side. This speech would be persuasive. If nothing else, yes.
If nothing else, to induce a man to live the holy and just life, so that any doctrine which denies this truth is, in the eyes of a lawgiver,
For a lawgiver.
Is
would be for the lawgiver.
For the lawgiver, most shameful and most hateful. For no one would voluntarily consent to be induced to commit an act unless it involves as its consequence more pleasure than pain. Now distance has the effect of befogging the vision of nearly everybody, and of children especially. But our lawgiver will reverse the appearance by removing the fog, and by one means or another, habituation, commendation, or argument, will persuade people that their notions of justice and injustice are illusory pictures, unjust objects appearing pleasant, and just objects most unpleasant to him who is opposed to justice, through being viewed from his own unjust and evil standpoint. But when seen from the standpoint of justice, both of them appear in all ways entirely the opposite. Plinius, so it appears.
Yeah. So is it clear? So it is now in a way settled. At least this much. It is a very persuasive argument. It is a necessary speech for the legislator to say them, and the legislator will trace the different view which prevails in all the world to a kind of optical illusion. And he will remove that optical illusion by hook and by crook, by habituations and phrases and speeches. And then through these means, people will come to see that the just is pleasant and the unjust is unpleasant. Yes.
Athenian. In point of truth, which of the two judgments shall we say is more authoritative? That of the worse soul or that of the better? Plinius. That of the better, undoubtedly.
Yes. So either this last speech of the Athenian, which you just read, means previously the truth of that logos has not been established. Only that it is most solitary, that has been established, but not its truth. And the truth is established here in the few lines we read by this consideration. Whose judgment deserves more respect? That of the worse or that of the better soul? And the answer is, of course, presumably, the Greek word is ambiguous, that of the better soul. And that seems to settle it. And here we are, which stated very generally makes, of course, good sense. But the ambiguity is contained in the word better, there are many strata of being good or better, and it is a question whether the view of people called by politicians the good people of this district are truly good, except, from a non-politician's point of view. Yes?
Athenian. Undoubtedly, then, the unjust life is not only more base and ignoble, but also, in very truth, more unpleasant than the just and holy life. Plinius. It would seem so, my friends, from our present argument.
Yeah, you see, friends, he says again. The word friends occurred here about 3 or 4 times in what we have read today. That is very important for the context, because they differed on a view of utmost importance, and the two others have converted, some agreement has been brought about, they have become friends. Yes?
Athenian. And even if the state of the case were different from what it has now been proved to be by our argument, could a lawgiver who was worth his salt find any more useful fiction than this, if he dared to use any fiction at all in addressing the youths for their good, or one more effective in persuading all men to act justly in all things willingly and without constraint? Plinius. Truth is a noble thing, stranger, and an enduring. Yet to persuade men of it seems no easy matter.
Yeah, now let us first understand that. The Athenian says, assuming that this salutary speech should not be true, it should be a falsehood, then could one find a more salutary falsehood than this one? And what does Cleinias say to this? It is, of course, the act of lying in such matters, or in any matter, is an act of daring, as he stated here. If he would dare to lie towards the young for some good. But this daring, when a legislator has no courage, could not be a competent legislator. So this was notable. But what is the difference? Cleinias says, truth is noble and lasting, but it seems not to be easy to persuade. So Cleinias means perhaps it is the truth what the Athenian has established. But people cannot be persuaded of it, and therefore one must lie. But that is not necessary that he means it this way. It can also mean that he says it is so difficult to persuade people of the truth. One must deviate from it by telling such a lie. The Athenian understands Cleinias to mean that Cleinias had said it is not easy to persuade people of an untruth, of a lie. And his answer is accordingly.
Athenian, be it so, yet it proved easy to persuade men of the Sidonian fairy tale, incredible though it was, and of numberless others.
Yes, so that should be noted. One can persuade people easily of many, many things. Yeah, and Cleinias asked them, which, in the plural, namely, which of these innumerable other things, to give some examples. And the Athenian refuses to do so in his next speech.
Plinius, what tale? The tale of the teeth that were stone, and how armed men sprang out of them.
Yes, this is in the Republic. There is an explicit discussion of the noble lie, and the one example given here reminds of that noble lie. But here it is, of course, stated with the greatest brevity. Well, I can just read this to you. He says, Socrates says here, what kind of fiction do you mean? Said Glaucon. Nothing new, said Socrates, but a sort of Phoenician tale. And Phoenician and Sidonian is almost the same. Something that has happened here now in many parts of the world, as the poets are there, and have induced men to believe. But that has not happened, and perhaps would not be likely to happen in our day, and demanding no little persuasion to make it believable. Yes, and here, then Socrates is hesitant, and he thinks he lacks the audacity to tell it, but he nevertheless can be persuaded to tell it. And the story is this, that the rulers and the soldiers, and then the rest of the city, they will be told that all our training and education of them were things that they imagined and happened to them as it were in a dream. But in truth, at that time, they were down within the earth being molded and fostered themselves, while their weapons and the rest of their equipment were being fashioned. So they're also coming out of the earth and are generated within the earth. And then he tells a story which is quite long. I remind you only of the end of it. Do you see, Socrates asked, do you see any way of getting them to believe this tale? No, not see themselves, Glaucon said, but I do their sons and successors and the rest of mankind who come after. Well, Socrates said, I think I understand more or less what you mean. In other words, what the contemporaries of the storyteller will not believe, future generations may very well believe on the basis of the tradition which has to be conversion. There is a very nasty passage in Gibbon's Decline and Fall where he reflects on the fact that the contemporaries of Moses, who were eyewitnesses of these great miracles, nevertheless did not believe in them, as is shown by their disobedience. Whereas later generations who knew of these things only by hearsay had a firm faith. And Gibbon says this contradicts all known laws of human nature, which in Gibbon's mouth, of course, has to be taken with a grain of salt. But at any rate, this passage about the noble lie corresponds to that in the Republic. Of course, there is a difference between the two passages. In the Republic, one can say, the whole work is devoted to the proof that the just life is the most pleasant life. The proof is only given in Book 9, finally, the Republic towards the end. And furthermore, the noble lie, as told in the Republic, is meant to make possible the good city. The good city, which in this stage is a city of an armed camp, not yet, there are no philosophers there yet. But it is not meant to make possible the best human being. This we must keep in mind. Yes?
Athenian, the tale of the teeth that were sown and how armed men sprang out of them. Here indeed the lawgiver has a notable example of how one can, if he tries, persuade the souls of the young of anything, so that the only question he has to consider in his inventing is what would do the most good to the state if it were believed. And then he must devise all possible means to ensure that the whole of the community constantly, so long as they live, use exactly the same language, so far as possible, about these matters, alike in their songs, their tales, and their discourses. If you, however, think otherwise, I have no objection to your arguing in the opposite sense. Cleinias, neither of us, I think, could possibly argue against your view.
Yeah, so we have now an equivalent to that law of laws. You will remember the law of laws that everyone must, the whole community must say with one voice that the laws are good since they've been given by God. This logos takes the place of the law of laws. But it differs from the law of laws by this fact, that the law of laws is not applicable to old men discussing their laws, the laws in strict privacy. Here this cannot be questioned even in the strictest privacy. So it is much more substantial. So, and here a new section begins. Now, is there any point you would like to raise after all? This is a great question.
It seems to me that the Cleinias' statement that neither of us could possibly argue is maybe due to the character of Cleinias, but I would propose an argument that there are only two alternatives presented here. The one is the alternative in which the truth is understood by everybody, and the truth is that the just life is the most worthy life, and that pleasure is secondary to justice. The other view is that a lie must be told, and the most salutary lie is the best one, and therefore the one that should be told, the one that will have the best effect. Now, I think there's another alternative, and that is to have a mixing of as much truth as possible with as much habituation and the other things that are part of the salutary life that can be given without making a lie. That is, it's possible to try to have a due measure between telling a lie just for the sake of making people good, which is completely false.
Yeah, but it's completely false from the point of view of the Athenian stranger, or for that matter, of Socrates?
Well, the idea of sowing of the teeth is metaphorical. Maybe if there's a truth in it that transcends the
Yeah, but that is not.
metaphor.
But it is not here recommended as an example of metaphorical speech, but of non-metaphorical speech.
Yeah.
People are told this story and they believe it. And if there are people, sophisticated people, who say, well, you must not take this so literally, it doesn't mean what it says, it means something else, then that's another question with which we are not now concerned.
Yeah, but there's still no presentation of any third alternative, which would be a... I mean, is it possible to level with people up to a certain point and then to tell them lies?
What is the advantage of it?
Well, first of all, the lies would become much more easy to swallow because they wouldn't be so complete, and they wouldn't be...
But if you mean level up, you said, so if you raise that level, there will be less less susceptible of being fooled, you know, according to Lincoln's famous saying.
I was using an idiom. What I mean by level with is to speak...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just to speak plainly to people up to a certain point and to tell them exactly what you
Yes, but I also prefer that. But the question is of whether the thing is stranger means that. He starts from the premise that in very interesting cases you can't be level.
Well, how about with the question of justice and pleasure? You can't be level at all about that?
It all depends. With the right kind, with sensible and good people, you can be frank. And that is said in the Republic. But to people who are not sensible and not good, and in addition perhaps also hostile, it's a different question. Yes.
Well, it seems to me that you said that there's been a transition here from looking at the good sin to good human beings. There's a transition supposedly now where he's talking about the good human being, as opposed to before he's talking about the good citizen or the good man.
That I did not say. I said there is this difference between the laws and the Republic. That in the laws, that in the Republic, the noble lie is told in order to render possible the good city. It is not told in order to make possible the best life for a human being. Yeah, yes, but there is, you can say the distinction between the good man and the good citizen is in the back of the present discussion, is the presupposition of it, but it's not immediately in it. So, well, if we have admitted all these things which we have said, we can go on.
Athenian. Our next subject, I must handle myself.
Yeah, the next, what they answer, that is my business to say. That's to say, up to this point, he had not spoken. This was the speech of the legislator, if not of the legislating God. Yes.
I maintain that all the three choirs must enchant the souls of the children, while still young and tender, by rehearsing all the noble things which we have already recounted, or shall recount hereafter. And let this be the sum of them, in asserting that one and the same life is declared by the gods to be both pleasant and most just, most pleasant and most just. We shall not only be saying what is most true, but we shall also convince those who need convincing more forcibly than we could by any other assertion. Plinius. We must assent to what you say.
Yeah. Now he says that the same life is most pleasant and the best. He does not say here the most noble. And in addition, he doesn't say that this is so. But they are said by the gods to be the same. This we must say, and in saying so we would at the same time speak most truthfully and most persuasively. And what is in that statement true and what is persuasive, that's our business to disentangle.
Athenian. First then, the right order of procedure will be for the Muses, choir of children, to come forward first, to sing these things with the utmost vigor and before the whole city.
And vigor with the greatest seriousness. Yes.
With the greatest seriousness and before the whole city. Second will come the choir of those under 30, invoking Apollo, Paean, as witness of the truth of what is said, and praying him of his grace to persuade the youth. The next singers will be the third choir of those over 30 and under 60. And lastly, there were left those who, being no longer able to uplift the song, shall handle the same moral themes in stories and by oracular speech. Plinius.
Yeah. All right. So that is of the greatest importance now because he will now speak of the difference of the three choruses, and the most important is naturally the core of Dionysus, of the god of wine, because that is the subject with which we are chiefly concerned. Of the Muses and Apollo we have heard before. Now there are some differences. These people who are no longer children, but still rather young, up to 30, they call the healer god, Apollo, as witness for the truth of what is said, and they pray to him that he should be gracious to the young and give them persuasion. The children do not do it. The children sing with full seriousness. But these people who are beyond childhood have lost their childlike simplicity or innocence, and they need a healer who assures them of the truth of what they sing. Yes?
Would it be right to say that if the Athenian doesn't believe that the just life is the happy life and also most pleasant life, that in setting up the children to sing it and invoking the God, he can't believe in the gods either?
The children?
No, the strangers. If the strangers proposing that the children sing songs and not the choir of those under 30 will be invoking Apollo.
Yeah, they will need some support because they can no longer sing with that full seriousness with which the children sung. I believe you ought only to look at a class of small children singing serious songs, patriotic or religious, you understand immediately what it means. Now, the healer god is of course Apollo. It's the second chorus. And then there is a third one. Those over 30 up to 60. And finally the old ones after 60 will no longer sing at all because for reasons which will be explained later, but they will tell myths on the basis of divine utterance. Yes. Now there is a great difficulty because it has said practically nothing about the third chorus, and Plinius reminds the thinking of that.
Plinius. Whom do you mean, stranger, by these third choristers? For we do not grasp very clearly what you intend to convey about them. Athenian. Yet they are in fact the very people to whom most of our previous discourse was intended to lead up.
Yes, of course, we know that, don't we? Because the god of wine, symposia, that was a great theme throughout. But Cleinias has not followed that. Yes?
Cleinias, we are still in the dark. Try to explain yourself more clearly still. Athenian, at the commencement of our discourse, we said, if we recollect, that since all young creatures are by nature fiery, they are unable to keep still either body or voice, but are always crying and leaping in disorderly fashion. We said also that none of the other creatures attains a sense of order, bodily and vocal, and that this is possessed by man alone, and that the order of motion is called rhythm, while the order of voice, in which acute and grave tones are blended together, is termed harmony. And to the combination of these two, the name choristry is given. We stated also that the gods, in pity for us, have granted to us as fellow choristers and choir leaders Apollo and the Muses, besides whom we mentioned, if we recollect, a third, Dionysus. Cleinias, certainly we recollect.
Now this is, as Athenian indicates, a repetition of an earlier statement made at the beginning of the second book, at the beginning of the work as a whole. As always in such cases, differences. In the first statement, we did not say that the motions of the young are disorderly or irregular. So that is brought in here. And here also, here he does not say, as he said in the beginning, that the sense of rhythm and harmony belongs to man by nature. But there he said it was given by the Muses and Apollo. There may be other differences of which I'm not aware, but there may be, one must always look that up. But in the main, it is a repetition of what was said before. But as I have had occasion to observe earlier, there is, although I cannot prove that because I have not studied with the necessary care the whole work of Plato, but as a general rule I would say, I don't believe that there is a single literal repetition. But there is always some difference. Sometimes the difference may only be due to the different context. That's another matter. But here it's really the content differs. Yes.
The choir of Athene, the choir of Apollo and that of the Muses have been described, and the third and remaining choir must necessarily be described, which is that of Dionysus. Athenian, how so? Tell us. For at the first mention of it, a Dionysiac choir of old men sounds mighty strange. If you mean that men over 30 and even men over 50 and up to 60 are really going to dance in his honor. Athenian, that is indeed perfectly true. It needs argument, I fancy, to show how such a procedure would be reasonable. Cleinias, it does. Athenian, are we agreed about our previous proposal? Cleinias, in what respect? Athenian, that is, the duty of every man and child, bond and free, male and female, and the duty of the whole state to charm themselves unceasingly with the chants we have described, constantly changing them and securing variety in every way possible, so as to inspire the singers with an insatiable appetite for the hymns and with pleasure therein.
Yes, now that. So this is said with reference to the chorus of Dionysus. And that chorus Dionysus was originally said to be needed for the safeguarding of education, as distinguished from education itself. Here we get the first inkling of what that safeguarding means, here he says something which differs considerably from what he had said earlier on this same subject. You remember why he referred to the example of Egypt? The Egyptians who had consecrated 10,000 years ago the songs and melodies and do not permit any deviation. And now here we see that what the city has to do is constantly to change and to exhibit literally a multicoloredness, meaning the opposite of simplicity. Because if people are to enjoy these songs and dances, then they must be varied. And this variation, that is a true safeguarding of education. And that will be entrusted to the men between 30 and 60, who are here called the older men, not the ones beyond 60. They will not sing at all, they will only tell stories as they sing. Yes.
Do you attach any significance to the fact that the distinction here between the citizens and the slave or the bond?
Yeah, that's a good point. That we should. They are also, the slaves must of course also be good slaves, must they not? They shouldn't be thievish, and they shouldn't be lazy, they shouldn't run away, and what other things are required. There are virtues of slaves, and therefore they also must be convinced of the logos. He doesn't say that slavery will be abolished. And that's, that is, it will be preserved, but it will also be a part of the civic institutions and therefore be inspired by the same spirit as all other civic institutions are. The question whether slavery is defensible and under what conditions is not taken up here, that will be taken up later. The freeman and the slave are mentioned here in this enumeration in the center. Grown-up man and child, freeman and slave, female and male. So we are quite right to draw our attention to this passage. Yes?
Cleinias, assuredly, we would agree as to the duty of doing this. Athenian, then where should we put the best element in the state, that which by age and judgment alike is the most influential it contains, so that by singing its noblest songs it might do most good? Or shall we be so foolish as to dismiss that section which possesses the highest capacity for the noblest and most useful songs? Cleinias, we cannot possibly dismiss it, judging from what you now say. Athenian, what seemly method can we adopt about it? Will the method be this? Cleinias, what?
Yeah, now we come to this question. But I would like to make a remark in advance, because it might conceivably help in the reading. So we come now to the best part of the city. And the question is this best part of the city identical with the citizens between 30 and 60? That would be the question. Now, let us assume for one moment that it is not identical. Then we would have 5 parts of the city. The children, those up to 30, those between 30 and 60, and then the men older than 60, and then finally the best part. Now we have seen that the Athenian, on an earlier occasion, spoke of 5 age groups with a view to the preferences. Children preferring puppet shows and so on, and the old men preferring Homer and Hesiod. Do you remember that? And we had some difficulty, at least I had, why these 5 things are mentioned, because only 4 were used in the context. I believe that this has to do with that. There are 5 parts of the city, and that is indicated by the 5 in that earlier passage, 658b to d. Now we will, yes?
Are there 5 parts in the soul?
I don't think so. 5 age groups?
No, but there are 4 parts on the divided line, and then there's the thing that's off the divided line.
What is that off the divided line?
The 1.
But this is not a part of the soul, is it?
Well, it's certainly part of the things that enter into the consciousness of the soul.
That is something different. But here, I don't think that there is any direct connection. At least I would need some further some convincing would have to be done. So now we come to this question. This best part of the city, whether it is identical with one of the 4 other parts or not, they are to sing the most beautiful songs. Yes, but here a difficulty arises. As the Athenian spells out now. Yes?
Athenian, every man, as he grows older, becomes reluctant to sing songs and takes less pleasure in doing so. And when compelled to sing, the older he is, the more temperate, the more he will feel ashamed. Is this not so? Plinius, it is. Athenian, surely then he will be more than ever ashamed to get up and sing in the theater before people of all sorts. Moreover, if old men like that were obliged to do as the choristers do, who go lean and fasting when training their voices for a competition, they would assuredly find singing an unpleasant and degrading task, and they would undertake it with no great readiness.
Yeah, so there can be no question of their singing in public as choruses are supposed to do. Yes, what is the solution?
Plinius, that is beyond a doubt. Athenian, how then shall we encourage them to take readily to singing? Shall we not pass a law that in the first place no children under 18 may touch wine at all, teaching that it is wrong to pour fire upon fire either in body or in soul before they set about tackling their real work and thus guarding against the excitable disposition of the young? And next, we shall rule that the young man under 30 may take wine in moderation, but that he must entirely abstain from intoxication and heavy drinking. But when a man has reached the age of 40...
or when he is moving towards the 40, that is not so quite clear what that means. Yes?
When a man is moving towards the age of 40, he may join in the convivial gatherings and invoke Dionysus.
Yeah, first of all, he should have an ample common meals, and not like those people who are preparing for singing choruses, who have to fast and to undergo other deprivations. So they will eat well and amply, yes?
Above all other gods, inviting his presence at the rite, which is also the recreation of the elders, which he bestowed on mankind as a medicine potent against the crabbedness of old age, that thereby we men may renew our youth, and that through forgetfulness of care the temper of our souls may lose its hardness and become softer and more ductile, even as iron when it has been forged in the fire. Will not this softer disposition in the first place render each one of them more ready and less ashamed to sing chants and incantations, as we have often called them, in the presence not of a large company of strangers, but of a small number of intimate friends.
So, in other words, they need wine less in order to overcome their shame than to sing in public, because they won't sing in public. But to safeguard education. Safeguarding education means varying songs and so on. That requires flexibility. And this flexibility is supplied to some extent by wine. Yes, and we may perhaps add here the other consideration. This refers to ordinary old men. But there may be wise men who may happen to be old. Now, the wise men as wise men do not need wine for becoming flexible, because as wise they are flexible. But they need wine for the opposite reason, namely to undergo a certain obfuscation of their perception. And so by a certain obfuscation of the wise and an enlarging of the horizon of the less wise, a harmony between the wise and the less wise is produced, and that harmony, that is moderation in the highest sense, and that is the function of wine. But we have gone beyond what was said here. Now let us go on.
Plinius. Yes, much more ready. Athenian. So then, for the purpose of inducing them to take a share in our singing, this plan would not be altogether unseemly. Plinius. By no means. Athenian. What matter of song will the men raise? Will it not evidently be one that suits their own condition in every case? Plinius. Of course. Athenian. What song then would suit godlike men?
Would say divine men.
Divine men.
No.
Would a chorus?
Which was a common expression from Sparta for a man whom one admired. But it's not. But we should read, translate, and so on. Yes.
Plinius. At any rate, stranger, we and our friends here would be unable to sing any other song than that which we learnt by practice in choruses. Athenian.
Yes, so now the radical difference between the chorus which the Athenian is trying to introduce, if it can be called a chorus, and the chorus is known to the Dorians, will become quite clear. Yes?
Athenian. Naturally, for in truth you never attain to the noblest singing.
Song, the most noble or most beautiful song. Yes?
For your civic organization is that of an army rather than that of city dwellers, and you keep your young people massed together like a herd of colts at grass. None of you takes his own colt, dragging him away from his fellows, in spite of his fretting and fuming, and puts a special groom in charge of him, and trains him by rubbing him down and stroking him and using all the means proper to child nursing, that so he may turn out not only a good soldier, but also to manage a state and cities. In short, a man who, as we said at the first, is more of a warrior than the warriors of Tarteaus, inasmuch as always and everywhere, both in states and in individuals, he esteems courage as the fourth in order of the virtues, not the first.
You know, this is a very, perhaps the strongest statement against historians we find in the book, that their political life is a life of armed camps. They are not urbanized, urbane, and they bring up their young as if they were colts in a herd at grass. no one takes out his code as single code, takes it away from the herd, and gives it a private education. And that is, of course, as you know from the Platonic dialogues, that is exactly what Socrates is doing. Socrates never talks to herds or to multitudes, except in the Apology, where he was under legal obligation to do so. But he ordinarily talks to a single man, even if other men are present. Yes, and Plinius' reaction?
Plinius, once again, stranger, you are, in a sort of a way, disparaging our lawgivers. Athenian, it is not intentionally, my friend, that I do so, if I am doing it.
Then why does he say, if I'm doing it? Well, had he spoken of the legislator here? He had only spoken of the way of life of the Dorians. He had not traced it to the legislators. Yes.
But whither the argument leads us, thither, if you please, let us go.
Yeah, let us go there, if you wish. For we follow, because the guidance by the Logos, as we have heard, is gentle. And therefore, one cannot impose that. One must see whether the other people wish. Yes?
If we know of a music that is superior to that of the choirs or to that of the public theaters, let us try to supply it to those men who, as we said, are ashamed of the latter, yet are eager to take part in that music which is noblest.
Yes.
Plinius, certainly.
Yes. So we are now seeking then for the most noble use, a muse which is more noble than that of the choruses. And what could the most noble muse in the mouth of Plato, who after all was the author of this book, mean, the most noble muse? There are, Plato speaks of, not exactly of the most noble muse, but he speaks of a highest or greatest muse in other dialogues. Then philosophy. And philosophy is now involved, and that is here always in the background in this discussion. And this is also implied, I think, in the best part of the city, and it will come out in another way in what follows. Yes.
Athenian, now in the first place, must it not be true that everything which possesses charm as its concomitant, that its most important element is either this charm in itself, or some form of correctness, or thirdly, utility? For instance, meat and drink and nutriment in general have, as I say, for concomitant, that charm which we should term pleasure. But as regards their correctness and utility, what we call the wholesomeness of each article administered is precisely the most correct element they contain.
So that in the case of food and drink and kindred things, there the correctness and the utility coincide. And we mean this when we speak of wholesome. That is a correct thing to eat, and at the same time it is useful. That's the first one. There are 3 points of view, as you see: charm, or grace, correctness, and usefulness. And this will be illustrated by 3 examples. The first we have read, food and drink. The second is learning, and the third are the imitative arts. And of course the imitative arts are the theme here. So 3 subjects viewed with a view to 3 ends. Now we come to the next.
Plinius, certainly. Athenian, Learning, too, is accompanied by the element of charm, which is pleasure, but that which produces its correctness and utility, its goodness and nobleness, is truth. Cleinias.
Yeah, yes.
Quite so.
Yeah. Now here we see the three ingredients are there, and the relation of the correctness and the utility is not here discussed, but they are distinguished. And what provides the correctness and utility is not the wholesomeness, as in the case of food, but the truth. Yes.
Athenian. Then how about the imitative arts, which produce likenesses? If they succeed in their productions, should not any concomitant pleasure which results therefrom be properly called charm? Cleinias. Yes.
Yeah, well, the text is a bit stronger. He doesn't use such expressions in other cases. Here we would speak with special justice of charm or grace. So we would not speak of the charm or grace with equal propriety of the charm or grace of food and drink or of learning. But here in the case of the image-making arts we would. Yes?
Athenian. But speaking generally, the correctness of these things would be the result, not primarily of pleasure, but of equality in respect of both quality and quantity.
Yeah. So here, not the truth, but equality in qualitative and quantitative respect. That is the thing, that which gives correctness to the works of the image-making arts. That is hard to understand and perhaps unintelligible, but it will be explained and slightly modified very soon, this text. Yes.
Cleinias. Excellent. Athenian. Then we shall rightly judge by the criterion of pleasure that object only which in its effects produces neither utility, nor truth, nor similarity, nor yet harm.
You know, but here you see truth and similarity are of course distinguished. And from this it would seem to follow that the image-making arts have to do with similarities and not with truth. The truth would have the prerogative of learning. Yes?
And which exists solely for the sake of the concomitant element of charm, which element will best be named pleasure whenever it is accompanied by none of the other qualities mentioned. Cleinias. Do you mean only harmless pleasure? Athenian. Yes, and I say that this same pleasure is also play whenever the harm or good it does is negligible. Cleinias. Very true.
It's not worth of seriousness or speech. Yeah.
Very true. Athenian. Should we not then assert as a corollary that no imitation should be judged by the criterion of pleasure or of untrue opinion, nor indeed should any kind of equality be so judged?
For they have, in the works of the imitative art, receive their correctness from equality. Yeah?
The reason why the equal is equal, or the symmetrical symmetrical, is not at all because a man so opines or is charmed thereby, but most of all because of truth, and least of all for any other reason.
So we find now again that truth is the overriding consideration also in the image-making or imitative arts. What he means by that we must debate and finish this section. Yes?
Cleinias, most certainly. Athenian, we assert, do we not, that all music is representative and imitative?
The music, that has completely different meaning. All music art. That means not, every art inspired by the music. Yeah? This doesn't refer merely to what we mean by music. Yes?
Cleinias, of course. Athenian, so whenever a man states that pleasure is the criterion of music, we shall decisively reject his statement, and we shall regard such music as the least important of all, if indeed any music is important, and refer that which possesses similarity in its imitation of the beautiful. Cleinias,
which possesses, which gives similarity to the imitation of the beautiful. As a dark passage. We remember an earlier distinction between virtue itself and an image of virtue. An image of virtue would be such an imitation of the beautiful. And perhaps this is here intended. In 668b.
Thus those who are seeking the best singing and music must seek, as it appears, not that which is pleasant, but that which is correct. And the correctness of imitation consists, as we say, in the reproduction of the original in its own proper quantity and quality.
Yeah.
Of course. And this is certainly true of music, as everyone would.
Yeah, music always in this broad sense. Yeah?
That all its productions are imitative and representative. That much at least they would all admit, poets, audience, and actors alike, would they not? They would. Now the man who is to judge a poem unerringly must know in each particular case the exact nature of the poem. For if he does not know its essence, what its intention is, and what the actual original which it represents, then he will hardly be able to decide how far it succeeds or fails in fulfilling its intention.
Yeah, he uses here a term which doesn't stem from philosophy, but was appropriated by philosophy, especially by Plato. And he who doesn't know the ousia, the being, namely what it intends. Yeah, one can say he refers primarily here to the poem, and what it intends, and of what it is truly an image. So he must, of course, also know not only the essence of the poem, but also the essence of the thing imitated in the poem. Only then can he be a competent judge. Yes?
Cleinias, hardly to be sure. Athenian, and would a man who does not know what constitutes correctness be able to decide as to the goodness or badness of a poem?
Yeah, this refers, that is the same as what was formerly called utility. No, it is utility. Yeah.
But I am not making myself quite clear. It might be clearer if I put it in this way. Cleinias, in what way? Athenian, as regards objects of sight, we have, of course, thousands of representations. Cleinias, yes. Athenian, how then, if in this class of objects a man were to be ignorant of the nature of each of the bodies represented, could he ever know whether it is correctly executed? What I mean is this, whether it preserves the proper dimensions and the positions of each of the bodily parts, and has caught their exact number and the proper order in which one is placed next another, and their colors and shapes as well, or whether all these things are wrought in a confused manner. Do you suppose that anyone could possibly decide these points if he were totally ignorant as to what animal was being represented? Cleinias.
We are still, but you see what, we are still speaking of the judges of what is now called works of art. But for some reason, the Athenian does no longer speak now of poems, but of paintings, and of the imitations of bodies. And here, the judge must know, in the first place, is the imitated body that of a human being, or of a horse, or of a donkey. And then he must know, of course, also what the proper number and relative position of the parts. For example, if he would give it 2 noses or 2 mouths and only 1 ear and other things, there would be something wrong with it. And also the relative position is easy to see. That's good. But the question is now this. What he says here applies, of course, also with the necessary modifications to poetry. But in poetry we do not have this kind of imitation of bodies as we have in paintings, but the imitation of the soul. So the good judge of poetry must know the nature of the soul. But does not the painter also require knowledge of the nature and the parts and the relative position of the parts of the body? I mean, not only the judge of paintings, but also the good painter. And if this is so, would not the poet also need knowledge of the nature of the soul and not merely the judge of poetry? And then this would make the understanding of the relation of poetry and philosophy somewhat more difficult than it is according to the ordinary understanding of the 10th book of the laws, you know, where the poets are expelled from the city because they are imitators of imitators. But this is perhaps not too bad if we have to reconsider that. Yes?
Cleinias, how could he? Athenian, well, suppose we should know that the object painted or molded is a man, and know that art has endowed him with all his proper parts, colors, and shapes. Is it at once inevitable that the person who knows this can easily discern also whether the work is beautiful or wherein its beauty is deficient? Cleinias, if that were so, stranger, practically all of us would know what animals are beautiful. Athenian.
So, in other words, that is a contrary to fact, based on a contrary to fact, the condition. We do not know all which animals or which aspects or parts of animals are beautiful. That can mean a kind of things. It can mean that, say, a good expert in cattle raising would be a much better judge of what is good in animals than a non-expert. It could also refer to the appearance, and above all it refers ultimately, since that is our concern here, are the people who know what the thing is and whether and the nature of the thing and whether it has been correctly reproduced. Are they by this very fact good judges of what would now be called artistic excellence? That is a third consideration. And Cleinias says no, that is another consideration. And perhaps one has to bring here the expertise of the imitative artist. But let us see, that will come later. Yes.
Athenian, you are quite right. In regard then to every representation, whether in painting, music, or any other art, must not the judicious critic possess these 3 requisites? First, a knowledge of the nature of the original. Next, a knowledge of the correctness of the copy. And thirdly, a knowledge of the excellence with which the copy is executed. Cleinias, it would seem so, certainly.
So now let us stop here. Let us see whether there are any points you would like to discuss. The most beautiful or the most noble use, this in a Platonic text surely reminds one of philosophy and identifying that best part of the city who is to act as judges of the works of art and which must possess knowledge of the nature of the body as well as the soul. This is somehow here in the background, but we see that, as it were, through a veil. Philosophy would not be a feasible subject of discussion with Cleinias and Megillus, as it is in the Republic, where Socrates converses with Glaucon and Anaximander. But through that veil, it is nevertheless here. Is there anything you would like to bring up? Yes.
At the end of Book 1, the use of the symposium was discussed, and I thought that they concluded that it could be useful to test the citizens, give some indication as to their nature. And then here, when they just discussed wine drinking, they had already assigned that they had discussed who could drink wine and to what extent, which seems to indicate that they already knew the natures of the souls of the men to whom they were prescribing the amounts of wine. And it seems that there was a contradiction, or else has the test already been applied?
Yeah, there is surely a great difficulty, because if no one up to 18 is permitted to drink, and no one up to 30 is permitted to drink heavily, how can you make this test of character with the people up to 30? So this would apply to the grown-up citizens, where you cannot do very much in the way of educating them. Is this what you are driving at?
Well, then can the test be practically used? I mean, what's the use of it?
Oh, I suppose it can be used. I suppose it has been used more than once by, say, a very clever diplomat who can stand any amount of liquor, can have a conversation with the opposite number before his negotiations, and to find out something about his character. Now, for that would indeed not be the thing of which the thing in stranger speaks. But it all amounts to this, that what is said about the banquets is strange. First he brings in, says they are indispensable for education. And the point he makes toward the end of the first book is, in order to see through the concealments of ordinary reserve what the fellow truly is. That's one thing, but that is obviously not sufficient. And the second book deals with a very different subject, what is called the safeguarding of education. And that means, as it becomes clearer, it has already partly become clear, that is the supervision not only of the songs and dances, but also of the variations of the songs and dances. And that is to be achieved by wine, because for this reason, who can best be trusted with changes? And then common opinion would say old people. But then the question arises, but the old people are averse to change. They are terribly conservative. How can they make flexible? And then the Athenian says, let's drink wine. But we must not forget also another purpose or function of this discussion of wine here. And that is the discussion of wine. The Athenian is talking to two old Dorians who are wholly alien, even averse to the most beautiful muse. Yeah? And how can he, and also to other things, not of this high order, but also which Plato would regard as preferable. I mean, something to transform a city of an armed camp in a true city. They are averse to that. How can he induce them to look with some favor at a change in this desirable direction? And the answer is, I think, by a conversation about wine, which conversation is a kind of vicarious enjoyment of wine, and which therefore partakes to some extent in the effect of actual wine drinking. So Cleinias and Megillos will be changed men by the conversation on wine, symposia, and then after this discussion is completed, at the end of the second book, then the Athenian begins with the discussion of politics proper. But he has brought them into the proper mood by that preparatory discussion. I believe our time is up. I remind you again that next week at 4:15, Mr. Gadamer gives here a lecture with discussion on Plato's dialogue Lysis. That we have met, and so I suppose it is particularly necessary that I remind us of the context. We are still concerned with symposia, it's a theme which started rather early in the first book. They are to be justified by their usefulness for education. And that is how the subject of education came in. Now, education is primarily through song and dance, over which the Muses and Apollo preside. Where does symposia, where does wine, where does Dionysus, the god of wine, come in? The answer given was in safeguarding education. That safeguarding consists in the supervised variation of the traditional songs and dances. For the supervisors must be old or oldish men who as such are averse to variation, to change. They are in need of rejuvenation, and this rejuvenation is effected by wine. There are to be 3 choruses, one of the Muses, the children, one of the young, the chorus of Apollo, and one of the older men, the chorus of Dionysus. Which or what? The chorus of Dionysus is dedicated to the most noble muse, which is not a muse of choruses. Which or what is that muse? The Athenian discusses three subjects with a view to three ends. The three subjects are food, learning, and the likeness-producing or imitative arts. The ends are pleasure, correctness, and utility. In the case of learning, it is truth which produces the correctness and the utility. And learning is accompanied by a charm, that's to say, by pleasure. In the case of the imitative arts, it is equality which produces the correctness of the imitations. Equality, however, means truth. Hence, competent judges of poems and the other imitative arts, that's to say the chorus of Dionysus, must know the ousia, the nature, the essence of what is imitated. For instance, in the case of painting, the judges of paintings must know what kind of animal is imitated, as well as the number and the relative position of the parts of that animal. We are thus forced to wonder, must the judge of poetry not possess knowledge of the nature of the soul? But we must go one step further. Just as a good painter, and not only the judge of paintings, must possess knowledge of the human body, must a good poet not also possess knowledge of the human soul, of the nature of the human soul? But if this is so, isn't there no difference between poetry and philosophy? At any rate, through the most noble muse spoken of here, we discern as if through a veil the truly most noble muse, which is philosophy. Now, as for the difference between philosophy and poetry, the utility of learning coincides with its correctness, with its being true, whereas the utility of poetry does not consist in its being true. Otherwise, the poets would not have to be compelled, as we are told that they must be, to be useful. This usefulness is external to poetry. What it is will be made clear in the sequel. Now, we should now continue in 669 B5. If you give me your copy, I find it. Here. That's on page 145, it's the last paragraph on the page. But before we turn to that, is there any point you would like to discuss? All right, I'm looking through it.
Athenian, let us not hesitate, then, to mention the point wherein lies the difficulty of music.
Yeah, music in the wide sense, everything due to the muses. Yeah, not only, but we understand. Yes?
Just because it is more talked about than any other form of representation, it needs more caution than any. The man who blunders in this art will do himself the greatest harm by welcoming base morals, and moreover his blunder is very hard to discern, inasmuch as our poets are inferior as poets to the muses themselves.
So in other words, standard for judging poetry will not be simply unpoetic, because we defer to the muses, and the muses are better poets than the human poets. Yes?
For the Muses would never blunder so far as to assign a feminine tune and gesture to verses composed for men, or to fit the rhythms of captives and slaves to a tune and gestures framed for free men, or conversely. And after constructing the rhythms and gestures of free men, to assign to the rhythms a tune or verses of an opposite style. Nor would the Muses ever combine in a single piece the cries of beasts and men, the clash of instruments and noises of all kinds, by way of representing a single object. Whereas human poets, by their senselessness in mixing such things and jumbling them up together, would furnish a theme for laughter to all the men who, in Orpheus's phrase, have attained the full flower of joyousness. For they behold all these things jumbled together, and how also the poets rudely sunder rhythm and gesture from tune, putting tuneless words into meter, or leaving tune and rhythm without words, and using the bare sound of harp or flute, wherein it is almost impossible to understand what is intended by this wordless rhythm and harmony, or what noteworthy original it represents. Such methods, as one ought to realize, are clownish in the extreme, insofar as they exhibit an excessive craving for speed, mechanical accuracy, and the imitation of animal sound, and consequently employ the pipe and the harp without the accompaniment of dance and song, for the use of either of these instruments by itself is the mark of the mountebank or the boor. Enough then.
This point is, I believe, immediately intelligible to whatever Plato's, to whatever contemporary as things Plato may refer, and he possibly refers also to comedy, sounds of animals and so on. But one point I think is immediately clear, the separation of music in our sense of the word from words. That is a fundamental mistake, because then one cannot recognize what characters are imitated in the imitations.
Enough then of that matter. Now as to ourselves, what we are considering is not how those of us who are over 30 years old or beyond 50 ought not to make use of the Muses, but how they ought to do so. Our argument already indicates, I think, this result from our discussion, that all men over 50 that are fit to sing ought to have a training that is better than that of the choric muse, for they must of necessity possess knowledge and a quick perception of rhythms and harmonies, else how shall a man know which tunes are correct? Clinias. Obviously he cannot know this at all. Athenian.
Yeah, but he omits a certain passage which has been deleted by some editors. We don't need that now. Yes.
It is absurd to the general crowd to imagine that they can fully understand what is harmonious and rhythmical, or the reverse, when they have been drilled to sing to the flute or step in time, and they fail to comprehend that in doing each of these things, they do them in ignorance. But the fact is that every tune which has its appropriate elements is correct, but incorrect if the elements are inappropriate. Phineas, undoubtedly. Athenian, what then of the man who does not know in the least what the tune's elements are? Will he ever know about any tune, as we said, is correct? Phineas, there is no possible means of his doing so.
So he says first what the judges of the music arts must know. And he continues that in the sequel. Yeah?
Athenian, we are now once more, as it appears, discovering the fact that these singers of ours, whom we are now inviting and compelling, so to say, of their own free will to sing, must always necessarily be trained up to such a point that every one of them may be able to follow both the steps of the rhythms and the chords of the tunes, so that by observing the harmonies and the rhythms, they may be able to select those of an appropriate kind, which it is seemly for men of their own age and character to sing, and may in this wise sing them, and in the singing may not only enjoy innocent pleasure themselves at the moment, but also may serve as leaders to the younger men in their seemly adoption of noble manners. If they were trained up to such a point, their training would be more thorough than that of the majority, or indeed of the poets themselves. For although it is almost necessary for a poet to have a knowledge of harmony and rhythm, it is not...
So that they have both in common, the judge and the poets, yes?
It is not necessary for him to know the third point also, namely, whether the representation is noble or ignoble. But for our older singers, a knowledge of all these 3 points is necessary to enable them to determine what is first, what second in order of nobility. Otherwise, none of them will ever succeed in attracting the young to virtue by his incantation. The primary intention of our argument...
Now let us stop here for one moment. So there are certain things which both the judges and the poets must know, and there are other things which the poets as poets do not have to know. The poets as poets do not have to know the noble and base, which corresponds roughly with what is now called the moral or immoral. That the judges will watch that. Now, but the other things both must. Now the question is this. The poets must learn from the judges, the noble and the base. Must the judges not also learn certain things from the poets, so that there would not be a simple subordination of the 2 kinds of men? Well, what is discussed here and already in the preceding passages reminds everyone who has read the Republic of the Republic. And here there are 2 passages which I believe are particularly instructive. I will read them to you. They are at the beginning of the 3rd book, 387d, 2-5. Now he quotes a few verses from Homer and Hesiod and strongly disapproved of them. And then he says, we will beg Homer and the other poets not to be angry if he cancel those and all similar passages, not they are not poetic and pleasing to most hearers, but because the more poetic they are, the less are they suited to the ears of boys and men who are destined to be free and to be more afraid of slavery than of death. Adamandus says, by all means. So these rejected passages are poetic, and that the poets who deserve the name know very well, and they are the best judges of that. Let me take another example which is perhaps more simple to interpret. We don't have to go into complicated matters. In 390a, but what of this sort of thing? Heavy with wine, with the eyes of a dog, and the heart of a deer, and the lines that follow. Are these well? And other impertinences in prose or verse of private citizens to their rulers. They are not well. They certainly are not suitable for use to hear for the inculcation of self-control. But if from another point of view they yield some pleasure, we must not be surprised. Or what is your view of it? What is your view of it? I agree, he said. So this verse here, that is from about Achilles, says near the beginning of the Iliad to Agamemnon. That is pleasure, or to use the more fertile term used by before, poetic. Agamemnon has the eyes of a dog and the heart of a deer. If you turn them around, each of these animals has certain noble qualities. For example, the heart of a dog. A dog can be a very good fighter. And a deer is something very noble in its stature. But if you make the combination which Homer or Achilles made, the eyes of a dog, extremely submissive, and the heart of a deer, extremely fearsome, then you have the very opposite of what a warrior should be. And this, since this hits the nail, it is a perfect insight that it is poetic and therefore pleasurable to hear. But it is not good to hear this kind of pleasure. We must forbid our citizens because they must never think of saying insolent things to their rulers. So the poets are the judges, and in the best judges of the poetic, and in this respect, the judges, the supervisors, have to learn, but not. And whereas regarding the noble and base, the poets have to learn from the judges, or from the supervisors. Sometimes when reading the second and third book of the Republic, to say nothing of the 10th, one might have the impression that Plato would have been satisfied with pious tracts praising virtue and blaming vice. I believe that is not true. Plato wanted truly poetic praises of virtue and blames of vice. However, he may have restricted the area of poetry. Yes?
The primary intention of our argument, which was to demonstrate that our defense of the Dionysiac chorus was justifiable, has now been carried out to the best of our ability. Let us consider if that is really so. Such a gathering inevitably tends, as the drinking proceeds, to grow ever more and more uproarious. And in the case of the present day gathering, that is, as we said at the outset, an inevitable result. Phineas, inevitable.
So he repeats now earlier statements on the effect of wine. But a repetition is never identical. Now, what does he say next?
Athenian, everyone is uplifted above his normal self and is merry and bubbles over with loquacious audacity himself, while turning a deaf ear to his neighbors, and regards himself as competent to rule both himself and everyone else. Phineas, to be sure.
So this, the paresia, the willingness and ability to say everything, that was mentioned before, and to some also the other things. But he had not spoken before of the unwillingness to listen, unwillingness to hear. It is indeed only the other side of the willingness and ability to say everything. that one is unwilling to hear not only to the other fellows at the drinking party, but in the most important case, to authority. Yes?
Athenian. And did not we say that when this takes place, the souls of the drinkers turn softer, like iron, through being heated, and younger too, whence they become ductile, just as they were when young, in the hands of the man who has the skill and ability to train and mold them.
Yeah, but he translates by train is the same word which is already translated by educate. So these old or oldish men are still in the process of education by the legislator while partaking in this symposium. The education apparently has no end as long as they live. Yes?
And now, even as then, the man who is to mold them is the good legislator. He must lay down banqueting laws, able to control that banqueter who becomes confident and bold and unduly shameless and unwilling to submit to the proper limits of silence and speech, of drinking and of music, making him consent to do in all ways the opposite. Laws able also, with the aid of justice, to fight against the entrance of such noble audacity by bringing in that most noble fear which we have named modesty and shame. Phineas, that is so.
You see, shortly before the end of the long speech of the Athenian, he speaks of silence and speech, drinking and the muse. There is a correspondence here. Silence and drinking belong together, and speech and the muse. Obviously, you cannot speak in the process of drinking. So speech and the muse, that means here especially singing, they also belong together. But there is at least one instrument known to Plato which makes it necessary to be silent when one uses it, and that's a flute. And that is an objection to the flute, according to Plato and Aristotle. Because, well, apart from other defects which flute and flute music has, but it also has this defect that while playing the flute, you cannot use articulate words. Yes?
Athenian. And as law wardens of these laws and cooperators therewith, there must be sober and sedate men to act as commanders over the unsober. For to fight drunkenness without these would be a more formidable task than to fight enemies without sedate leaders. Any man who refuses willingly to obey these men and the officers of Dionysus, who are over 60 years of age, shall incur as much disgrace as the man who disobeys the officers of Ares, and even more. Phineas, quite right.
Yeah, Ares is, of course, the god of war, and just as the officers of Ares are simply the military officers, the commanders or officers of Dionysus are the men who are in control, in supervision, are the supervisors of the symposium.
Athenian. If such was the character of the drinking and of the recreation, would not such fellow drinkers be the better for it, and part from one another better friends than before, instead of enemies as now? For they would be guided by laws in all their intercourse, and would listen to the directions given to the unsober by the sober. Phineas. True, if it really were of the character you describe. Athenian. Then we must no longer without qualification bring that old charge against the gift of Dionysus, that it is bad and unworthy of admittance into a state.
So now the discussion of the symposia is finished. The Athenian has succeeded in persuading the Dorians to accept that institution alien to them. And now he adds one important point. Pardon?
Mr. Strauss, you mentioned in the previous, the Athenian greatest mentioned in the previous speech, any man who refuses willingly to obey these men and the officers of Dionysus, I don't see who are these men and who are the officers of Dionysus. Are they?
No, I think that is an explanation. The leaders, the commanders of Dionysus, in connection with Dionysus, i.e. those over 60. Yeah, but I have not pointed out that while we went, there were frequent references to the age class of these Dionysus chorus, and they are not all in agreement. I have explained this before because there are the third chorus has two meanings. First, the older citizens, and where it is hard to say when oldness begins, whether with 30 or with 50. And then on the other hand, it is the cream of the city. And then the age does not play such a great role. I mean, they do not belong to any particular age class.
They have to be sober and sedate.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. But these sober and sedate people have also to get something from Dionysus for fun.
Yeah, but they are just as a good pilot is a man who is immune to seasickness. So they are immune to drunkenness.
Yeah, but the good pilot doesn't partake of the wind or water, but they have to partake of something that is opposite to any sedate and soberness, namely the fire.
Yeah, but they have...
I want to say very strange irony, which is that the sober man partaking in this for me shouldn't be entirely unattracted by this.
But they join in the drinking.
Yeah, I know.
And they also become gayer than they were before. But that doesn't mean that they become subdued by the wine.
Yeah, I understand it. What I want to say is that I should like to say that there is some opposition between wine and sobriety. That matter of fact here always expresses the philosophy when people are overconfident for no kind of thing.
Well, long after Plato, someone who knew Plato very well coined the expression sober drunkenness. Sober ebriety. Yeah, but that is, according to that view, the same as philosophy. So, sober and
intoxication of the concept, the intoxication of the bacchanal of the
yeah, but they are not truly intoxicated. I mean, that is meant by sobriety.
But then it is young drunkard, you have to get a little bit of this poison, which is not that poison.
But must a training in courage not also be accompanied by exposure to fear, and to even to people become fearful simply as they hear the less trained ones become simply drunk. That he said at the beginning of this discussion. So he has now proved, as far as it goes, that the symposia are useful and even indispensable. And yet he adds something unexpected. Yes.
Indeed, one might enlarge considerably on this subject, for the greatest benefit that gift confers is one which one hesitates to declare to the multitude, since, when declared, it is misconceived and misunderstood.
Yeah, so in other words, the greatest good provided by wine has not yet even been mentioned, and he will mention it now.
Plinius, what is that? Athenian, there is a secret stream of story and report to the effect that the god Dionysus was robbed of his soul's judgment by his stepmother Hera, and that in vengeance, therefore, he brought in Bacchic rites and all the frenzied choristry, with the same aim bestowed also the gift of wine. These matters...
So Dionysus, in order to avenge himself, gave men wine. To avenge himself, to punish. Wine is given to men as a punishment. That is that story to which Athenian refers. Now what does he say?
These matters, however, I leave to those who think it safe to say them about deities. But this much I know.
Yeah, now that is important. So he does not contradict that story about Hera and Dionysus. He leaves it open. But what comes now, he knows this distinction between what he knows and what is said about the gods, that has occurred before a few passages. Now, what does he know?
That no creature is ever born...
Say no animal.
No animal.
Yeah.
That no animal is ever born in possession of that reason, or that amount of reason, which properly belongs to it when fully developed. Consequently, every animal, during the period when it is still lacking in its proper intelligence, continues all in a frenzy, crying out wildly.
Is in a state of madness.
Is in a state of madness, crying out wildly, and as soon as it can get on its feet, leaping wildly. Let us remember how we said that in this we have the origin of music and gymnastics.
Yeah. But now what logos does the Athenian oppose to that old logos about Dionysus? The old logos says that madness, and in particular the madness induced by wine, is a punishment, an act of revenge. And the truth is that madness is the original state of all living things. Madness is not a punishment, but nature. Now, let us see how what follows from that.
Plinius, we remember that, of course. Athenian, Do we not also remember how we said that from this origin there was implanted in us men the sense of rhythm and harmony, and that the joint authors thereof were Apollo and the Muses and the god Dionysus? Cleinias, certainly we remember. Athenian, moreover, as to wine, the account given by other people apparently is that it was bestowed on us men as a punishment to make us mad, but our own account, on the contrary, declares that it is a medicine given for the purpose of securing modesty of soul and health and strength of body. Cleinias, you have recalled our account admirably, stranger. Athenian.
So wine is a cure for madness, a remedy for madness, not productive of madness. Madness is a primary condition of all living beings. Yes? And that is the greatest good, that one realizes that one realizes the error underlying that old story and the truth of the new, of the present logos. Yes.
Athenian, we may say then that the one half of the subject of choristry has now been disposed of. Shall we proceed at once to deal with the other half in whatever way seems best, or shall we leave it alone?
Now, you see, so now we are now at the end, finally, of the discussion of music in the wide sense of the word music. But another subject is closely connected with it. Yes?
Phineas, what half do you mean? How are you dividing the subject? Athenian, in our view, choristry as a whole is identical with education as a whole, and the part of this concerned with the voice consists of rhythms and harmony. Phineas, yes. Athenian, and the part concerned with bodily motion possesses, in common with vocal motion, rhythm, besides which it possesses gesture as its own peculiar attribute, just as tune is the peculiar attribute of vocal motion. Cleinias, very true. Athenian, now the vocal motions which pertain to the training of the soul and excellence, we ventured somehow to name music. Cleinias, and rightly so. Athenian, as regards the bodily actions, which we call playful dancing, if such actions attain to bodily excellence,
Which we call dancing in the case of those who do it playfully. Because there are other trainings of the body except dancing. Yes.
We may term the technical guidance of the body to this end gymnastic. Cleinias, quite rightly. Athenian, as to music, which was referred to when we said a moment ago that the one half of choristry had been described and disposed of, let us say the same of it now. But as to the other half, we are to speak about it, or are we to speak about it, or what are we to do? Cleinias, my good sir, you are conversing with Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and we have discussed the subject of music. What reply, then, to your question do you suppose that either of us will make, when the subject left still untouched is gymnastic? Athenian, you have given me a pretty clear answer. I should say, in putting this question, although it is a question I understand it to be also, as I say, an answer, or rather an actual injunction to give a full account of gymnastic. Cleinias.
Questions can be answers. That is of some importance in connection with all Platonic diamonds. There is no question which does not presuppose an answer. And here, of course, in this special case, that is more of less interest, but the general formulation which he uses is quite striking. That's a question, being a question, it is the answer. Yeah. Yes.
You have grasped my meaning excellently. Please do so. Athenian, do it I must. And indeed, it is no very hard task to settle of things well known to you both, for you are far better acquainted with this art than with the other. Cleinias, that is about true. Athenian, the origin of the play we are speaking of is to be found in the habitual tendency of every living creature to leap, and the human creature, by acquiring, as we said, a sense of rhythm, generated and brought forth dancing. And since the rhythm is suggested and awakened by the tune, the union of these two brought forth choristry and play. Very true.
Yeah, that is the last word for this subject. So the whole choristry and its starting point is altogether natural. That the restlessness of the young, this madness, is according to nature. And then the human animal, as distinguished from the other animals, has generated the choristry. There is no reference here anymore to the gods. Yes?
Athenian, of choristry we have already discussed the one part, and we shall next endeavor to the other part.
Yeah, immediately after. That would mean we will now turn to gymnastics. But that is not done. And not only is there a brief passage concluding the second book, but the whole third book does not deal with gymnastics. It deals with the city. Can the city and the body, for it is the body with which gymnastics is concerned, can the city and the body be interchangeable, and from what point of view? Now, if you remember again the Republic, there, that first city, which Glaucon calls the city of kings, is called by Socrates the true city. Now, this true city is concerned only with the satisfaction of bodily wants. Or, on the day of his death, Socrates says that the bodily desires are the thing from which the wars stem. Now, the city and war, they somehow are inseparable from one another. If war stems from the body, the city too stems from the body. So this, I think, this difficulty is solvable. Yes. Mr. Byrne? Yeah, there is a certain difficulty here, but perhaps regarding the other ends which the city has, they cannot be understood in the way in which the city pursues them, except in the light of the fact that the city is concerned with the body. is a certain limitation of the other ends, a limitation induced by the body.
You mean that they only understand the gods insofar as the gods provide them with bodily wants?
I beg your pardon?
Do you mean that they only understand the gods as those who provide them with their bodily needs?
But how do you bring the gods in?
Well, the hymns, the healthy city.
At the beginning, oh yes, in the Republic.
Yeah.
Yes, but it is not true. That would not be true. That the only songs you find in that first city are hymns to the gods. Now, with what are they concerned, the citizens of the first city? With satisfying their bodily needs, procreation, and living peacefully with one another. No? And then the gods would come in this context, within this context. Now let us first finish the second book, yeah?
Phineas, by all means. Athenian, but if you both agree, let us first put the finishing stroke to our discourse on the use of drink. Phineas, what or what kind of finish do you mean? Athenian, if a state shall make use of the institution now mentioned in a lawful and orderly manner, regarding it in a serious light, and practicing it with a view to temperance, and if in like manner and with a like object, aiming at the mastery of them, it shall allow indulgence in all other pleasures, then they must all be made use of in the manner described.
That is not developed in any way, but what he says here, all other pleasures, insofar as they serve self-control, must be permitted. But this is a big insofar. That has nothing to do with permissiveness, but with the opposite of permissiveness, yes?
But if, on the other hand, this institution is regarded in the light of play, and if anyone that likes is to be allowed to drink whenever he likes, and with any companions he likes, and that in conjunction with all sorts of other institutions, then I would refuse to vote for allowing such a state or such an individual ever to indulge in drink. And I would go even beyond the practice of the Cretans and Lacedaemonians.
No, listen carefully. He would, as regards unsupervised symposia, he would, or unsupervised drinking, he would go even further than the Dorians. So which seems to imply that the Dorians were not so strict in forbidding wine drinking as they were sometimes induced to believe. Now, what would he do?
And I would go even beyond the practice of the Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and to the Carthaginian law, which ordained that no soldier on the march should ever taste of this potion, but confine himself for the whole of the time to water drinking only. I would add this, that in the city also no bondsman or bondsmaid should ever taste of it, and that magistrates during their year of office, and pilots and judges while on duty, should taste no wine at all, nor should any counselor while attending any important council, nor should anyone whatever taste of it at all, except for reasons of bodily training or health in the daytime. Nor should anyone do so by night, speaking man or woman, when proposing to procreate children.
Yeah. It is not quite clear whether all these things were permitted or at least not sufficiently prohibited in Sparta. But there is a clear indication here at the very beginning of this passage here that as for unsupervised drinking, the Spartan or the Dorian practice is too lax for the Athenian states. Yes?
Many other occasions also might be mentioned when wine should not be drunk by men who are swayed by right reason and law. Hence, according to this argument, there would be no need for any state to have a large number of vineyards, and while all the other agricultural products and all the foodstuffs would be controlled, the production of wine especially would be kept within the smallest and most modest dimensions. Let this then, strangers, if you agree, be the finishing stroke which we put to our discourse concerning wine. Cleinias, very good, we quite agree.
So that almost the whole first two books are devoted to the speech or the discourse on wine. And we have seen that what the Athenian made with this proposal, which arose naturally in the discussion, because, as you remember, the Athenian was attacked by the Dorians because he had a question with Spartan and Cretan, Thucydia, common meals. And then they replied, but what about your common drinking, your symposium? And then the Athenian had to justify this Athenian institution and so on. I do not have to repeat that now. Full discussion of the laws. And of special importance was that passage in the first book, 631 and 2, where he presented the ends which the legislator must have in view. We can say with a slight exaggeration, this end are the virtues, is the virtues in their proper rank, established by nature. And one can say, is this not enough for the legislator, and why does he not show in the sequel how the various virtues are fostered by the good city in proper proportion? Why does he have to go into a complex argument regarding the city and even the genesis of the city? I believe we must raise this question. Could one not write principles of legislation, as someone did, without raising the question of the city? Especially if the ends are so massive and so impressive, the virtues and their intrinsic order. But, pardon?
It doesn't become a question of what the meaning of government is, if it's to induce people to live a good life, or if it's to make it possible among many people that some people live a good life. It seems that here, these laws are being made for the purpose of having everyone live a life that is of some merit and of some value.
Well, is this not a priori investigation, the more sensible objective? Why should one unnecessarily restrict it to a few if all can participate in it?
Maybe all can't participate.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything to this effect yet.
But that would be a reason.
Perhaps, yeah. But I believe one could say more simply that perhaps one does not understand these virtues of which he has spoken unless one takes into consideration the city which these virtues serve, even when they transcend the city. So one must understand the city if one wants to have an understanding of the virtues. And that, incidentally, is in perfect agreement with the Republic, because there he doesn't deal the question concerns one virtue above every other, justice. And then he cannot clear up, Socrates cannot clear up what virtue is without a study of the city. The reasoning of the political reasoning of Socrates in the second book begins with the words dignitae polis. A city comes into being. And the same way he speaks here also of the coming into being of the cities. But it is important also to consider the difference between the Republic and the laws. In the Republic, Socrates says to his interlocutors, they should look together at the coming into being of the city. But it appears soon that they do not merely look at something which happens without their doing something, but that they are makers of the city, founders of the city. And then they bring about here in that city, which they produce, reason is in control from the very beginning. Because Socrates, Glaucon, Adeimantus take care of that. And at the end of this process, reason in its highest and purest form controls the city in broad daylight. That is the situation with the Republic. And in the laws he proceeds in an entirely different way. In the laws he speaks of the coming into being of cities as it actually happened. And there is no question of the Athenian stranger and the two Dorians making or founding a city. Why should he proceed so differently here? Is there something unsatisfactory in the Republic, in the procedure of the Republic?
Maybe there's something incomplete.
Pardon?
Maybe there's something incomplete. Maybe that with respect to what the Republic is doing, it's satisfactory, but it's incomplete with respect to the whole.
To which one?
Well, the political things, I suppose, involve those political things which can be affected on the level of action. Those political things which are not to be affected on the level of action, but which are to be striven for above the level of legislation.
In the Republic.
In the Republic. And in the laws, there might be some suggestions which are more specific in the sense that they're more capable of becoming concrete.
Is not the whole city as presented in the Republic, or in the whole Republic, and this perfect city, and the imperfect cities of the Republic come into being through the decay of the best city? But is this wonderful city somewhere?
No, it's utopos.
One can say that, utopia. That was the man who coined that term, knew Plato very well, the Republic through. And one can say that, yes. So it is, to use an expression which Plato uses, that is something for which one would long or pray or wish, but which would not attract the spontaneous interest of experienced political men.
this much.
And here he talks to experienced political men, and therefore he begins differently.
Could you help me to get even more concrete by going into this and just giving a little description of how a symposium would be, what exactly the members of the Dionysiac chorus, the ones that were responsible for being the masters of the symposium, could you tell how it would happen? What kinds of things would they do? Would they have a stick or what? How would they handle these people?
No, possibly they have also not they, but there might very well be a kind of policeman around, probably slaves, who would take care of people who are too unruly.
And they would do so under the direction of the master.
Yeah, of the banquet master, of the master of ceremony. But I don't see the connection with this here, but with the beginning of the third book.
Oh, no, I wasn't connected with that.
Now let me come back to one point in looking back at the Republic. In the Republic, to repeat, the best city precedes the imperfect cities of various kinds. And in the laws, that is not so. The imperfect cities precede the best city here discussed. And now we have found something similar in the discussion of wine drinking. There we learned that the primary state of man, of all living beings, in particular of men, is madness, i.e. the extreme of irrationality. In the Republic we have complete rule of reason in the formation of the city and within the city itself. But here we start from the opposite premise, the primacy of irrationality. And therefore we can speak about the cities that have been and of which one has some knowledge. I beg your pardon?
What sober drunkenness is?
Yeah, no, Plato didn't use that term in this one that was coined after Plato by Philo. Yeah, but you can also say, if you use if you speak of sane madness, that is also a contradiction. Yeah? And can this not mean something? I mean, there is madness, but there is also a madness which is sober. And by this I do not mean a madness which has method, because that would be worse than ordinary madness. A madness which, there is a madness which antedates order, yeah? Puppies and so on, but also human puppies. And there is also a madness which transcends the order, namely the legal order. But because it transcends the legal order, it has an ingredient of sobriety which ordinary madness does not have. Does this make sense? Yes.
Mr. Strauss, I believe I heard you speak of poetical praise of the virtues that Plato could prove on, as opposed to a mere tract. One might gather this to be a Republic. Would you say that?
Yeah, one could get the impression, could one not? Yes, I do not know any modern examples, but I believe we all have read in school a very praises of virtues and blames of vice, which we found later on very insipid. And because they lack that poetic quality. Yes? I do not know whether you know that poem by Kipling. What is it titled? I like it very much, but that is, of course, my simplicity. Oh, that is so well known. If. Yeah, can you quote the stanza?
I'm afraid not.
Yeah, you should be afraid. Yeah, well, with the decay or destruction of the British Empire, this Kipling has lost very much of his former reputation. But this would be such a.
What I was wondering about was specifically poetical character of this phrase would be the pleasure that one would receive in hearing it. I mean, you speak of the poetic character of the phrase, which I think would be not at real odds with what Plato was saying. But its poetical character would be the phrase. It would be the pleasure that was under the phrase.
Yeah, that would be a good question. But at any rate, I cannot answer your question. I cannot give you an example now. But does it not make sense to make this distinction between a poetry which merely, between would-be poems, praising virtue and blaming vice, and true poems which do that? Pardon?
Socrates in the Republic talks about the beginning of the Iliad as just without all the poetic elements that's in the...
Yeah, that is not quite. You mean omitting the meter and all this, but that is in a different context. It would still retain, yeah, of course, also by omitting the words, such words as those used by Achilles against Agamemnon and so on. One could say that, but then it is no longer poetic. Yeah, that would be the right answer. Socrates takes the poetry out of it in order to put poetry down.
But wouldn't that be committed in the city?
Pardon?
Would that story be committed in the city?
Yeah, but Socrates uses that for a very particular, special reason, namely in order to make clear to Advamantos, I believe, what's the difference between a drama and a narrative is, and not in order to make clear what good poetry is.
In this connection with poetry, may I return to the page 151. And in the beginning, it said that it is not necessary for the poet, for him, to know the text also, namely, whether the representation is novel or innovative. Well, I don't, as a very strange statement, I don't understand how the poet can be truthful to truth without distinguishing between novel and vague. And if he doesn't know this and doesn't say it's not truthful, according to Plato, a few pages before, this is not a real art.
Yeah.
So,
that is one way of looking.
Yeah, so he has to understand. But maybe it means that he is not obliged
yes.
to present always the novel.
Yeah, but he.
Maybe we present with faith.
But
and
he.
then the state decide what they are getting into.
But he says explicitly there is no necessity for the poet to know these things.
Yeah,
It's not a matter of uttering or not uttering, but of knowing. That is something which comes in from the outside. Now what would be, let us assume this were not so.
That's my point. It can be coming from outside, because then the art will be not art, at least in understanding of Plato. Without knowledge of what is truth, you cannot give art. Without, in truth is novel and innovel, base. If poet looks at something which is base and doesn't know that it is base, he cannot think. It cannot.
Yeah, there are some differences. There is certain ambiguity. What is novel and what is base. For example, say on any reading of the Iliad, the baseness of Thersites is made very clear. But what Achilles says to Agamemnon is not based from every point of view, unless you are very strict as to what subjects might say to their rulers.
Well, maybe not. I may add another point. The madness of poets. Poets may talk, and all poets of all generations, starting with all ancient and till our time, the poets speak of poetical madness. They talk and they speak as if inspired without knowledge. But exactly Plato in Ireland just does not want this. He says you have to know what to talk about. So this is, it strikes me, if it fits by words, it strikes me as kind of strange. But
yeah, it is very strong. But I think it is intelligible. For example, what Achilles says to Agamemnon is not simply base. It is only base when if you take such a strict view of civil obedience, as Plato takes in the Republic. Then it is bad. But otherwise, if a man is so important respect superior to Achilles, to Agamemnon, as Achilles says, becomes impatient and gives him a piece of his mind, it's hard to find that base.
well, then we can say that in this case, before Roma knew what he was doing with full knowledge that they made nuances. This I agree. I don't understand how it is completely possible to exclude the knowledge of knowledge and base and any knowledge.
Then one can easily add, as understood by the stranger here, they don't know truly the noble and the base. That without some knowledge of them, one couldn't talk about human beings. But on the other hand, if you were right, then the poets would not be in need of supervision. And they would be the rulers of the city. And that is not possible for other reasons.
No, I mean, the state, the republic needs of supervision. The republic, the state, the lawmaker needs supervision, because the base poetry is not good for citizens. But the base poetry done with knowledge of poet who knows it to that. So supervision is necessary. I guess it is necessary, and in the republic it is there. And he is too there, he is in supervision, kind of supervision.
Here is supervision.
Yeah.
In the Republic is in some ways much more strict than here.
Yeah. When you say the truly knowledge, it is really difficult, because what is good and what is bad Maybe supervisor doesn't know. The state doesn't know either. You know, that they take example from contemporary Russian state that wouldn't know which point
No,
is
yeah, yeah.
suitable.
No, but that is a tyranny. That is the worst possible regime, and you cannot expect anything decent there, except in opposition to the regime.
Mr. Strauss, I was thinking in connection with what Mrs. Kaplan was saying about the possibility of a poet who was not a philosopher, but he had a certain amount of philosophical insight. And he maybe would write poetry not about the noble things, but about things that were not so noble. And yet, perhaps his poetry would be permissible. I'm thinking now of Moliere's Tartuffe.
Yeah.
Or perhaps Henry IV, Part 1. Something like that. Is that what...
And from a certain point of view, even Madame Bovary.
Madame Bovary.
As a blame of adultery. Can be written.
Would these be the kind of things that would be admissible?
Yeah, but that is a question, you see, because in Flaubert's time, there was, by the way, also in Moliere's time, but in Flaubert's time there was a great big outcry on the part of the proper people in France that this is an immoral novel, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because one shouldn't describe such things as he describes.
What do you think?
I think Flaubert gave a good answer. He said, what could he do but that he brought her to every possible indignity, including suicide. So this is not a recommendation of adultery. And I believe that is still a good case. But Plato would not tolerate that.
He would not tolerate Tartuffe either.
That is not a matter, because after all he wrote the Euthyphron, which is not identical with the Tartuffe, of course, but which is, he has a few things in common with Tartuffe. The problem of false piety is common to both. I mean, only Euthyphron is not what they call a hypocrite. He is crazy. But still, it is also a false form of piety. Yeah, that is of course a great question. To what extent would the Platonic dialogues be possible in the Platonic state? And I think Plato could very well say, well, if that state is established, then they should burn my dialogues. Yeah? Because that's... Pardon?
Including the Republic.
Perhaps, yes. So, including books 2, no, including book 1 of the Republic. You know, Thrasymachus and all that sort of thing. Yeah, but this is, however, a very vain and idle speculation, because the Platonic Republic hasn't existed, doesn't exist, and will not exist. And therefore, we still need the Platonic dialogue.
Since we have to exclude also the book in which it says that the good ones don't know the right number. Therefore, the Republican Monarchy, this book was also forbidden.
It might, yes, that would have some other difficulties. Yes.
What would be, what if Plato is arguing against the Republic, there's not poetry as such, or pleasurable imitation, which hinders the citizens in the practice of their moral virtues. Is that right?
Which hinders the citizens?
In the exercise of their moral virtues.
Yeah, sure.
Then the poetry would be that those would serve a function similar to that of religion.
Yeah, that is hard to say. That's hard to say.
What I was thinking is that
people at large, not all being affected the intelligence of the philosopher, may need a sensual embodiment, even though it may be grossly inaccurate, for what they hold or what they are told is true.
Yes.
This may fall short of anything the philosopher will require, because it falls short of pure truth. But it may be necessary for the body of men at large to have embodied the truth in a plastic shape so that they can contemplate it, especially if it complements the exercise of their civic duties.
But you remember that he spoke somewhere of virtue or some image of virtue. And one may very well have to be satisfied with some image of virtue. And that would mean this kind of thing you have in mind, yes. But that leads, of course, also leads to difficulties, because people will mistake the image for the original, what in the language of the Bible would be called idolatry. And this is then, something must be done to prevent that. Yes, we have perhaps not answered one question, or did we? That while it is simple to understand that in order to understand the virtues properly, one must know the city, what it is. Why the concern with the genesis of the city? And he begins the third book with a question of the genesis of the city. And I do not know whether we have answered that yet. In book 3, the Athenian stranger gives something which in our language would be called a history of the human race from the beginning up to historical times, Persian War. But of course the very word history is not applicable to what Plato has in mind. We must try to understand it without using that word, and on the other hand, without falling back on artificial substitutes. We must see that. Yes?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Is the question you're asking, why does the discussion begin with the origin of real cities? Or why does one look for virtue beginning with the origin? The latter question you could ask for both the discussion of the Republic as well as this discussion.
Yeah, well, in both cases, I meant the question of origin in general. I mean, assuming that it is